Hello. Yeah. Uh, Good morning, all. Thanks for joining the CII session on driving climate adaptation and resilience building through nature conservation. As you know, that CII is a confederation of Indian industry, and under CII, we are definitely working with business members that how the climate action and the nature conservation can go in hand, and lots of new initiatives has been also started on the CII platform. And these are some of the examples of initiative where we're trying to drive the life concept, where again in partnership with Indian businesses. So you can see the initiatives like India Business and Biodiversity, which is mostly focusing on the nature conservation and integration of biodiversity values in business decision making. Then there is an initiative which is recently started, which is the CII Climate Action Charter, where we're again helping companies that how to build that target, how to build a commitment. And again, the resilience is one of the critical portion in this initiative. Then we have a plastic pact, India Plastic Pact, where again we are again supporting industry that how they can manage the waste in a much better way, how it has been recycled, where is the supply chain. And finally, a very big initiative is on the clean air and better life, which is Swachh Vayu Dirghayu. This is also an initiative where we're working with the farmer group, the companies, and the different stakeholders, how it can be built in a collaborative approach where the bigger issues like climate change, air pollution or the clean air can be addressed. And there are lots of learning from both these things, from all these initiatives and also additional work from CII. And I think I will welcome today's panel who will discuss about how the nature and the climate can be integrated in a both way. And again, the climate action, when we are talking about net zero by 2050 or 2070, there is also parallel discussion is going on at UN Convention on Biological Diversity that how we can commit for living in harmony of nature by 2050 and what is the role of businesses in achieving this target. So I think today's discussion is mostly focusing on how we can link both the aspect, maybe by technology, maybe by nature-based solutions, and also seeing what is the existing actions the business members are taking. So I will now hand it over to Ms. Seema Arora. She will moderate the session and I will be available. We are expecting maybe Minister will be here shortly. So I think we can break for 5 minutes whenever he is available and have a quick discussion with him. And then again, we can get him back to the session. So over to you, ma'am. So these are,
Good morning, everyone, and a very nice sunny morning here in Sharm el-Sheikh. So welcome to the India Pavilion and welcome to CII's event today on driving climate adaptation and resilience through nature conservation. I'm very glad that we are joined by a very distinguished panel here, which consists of our business members from CII, who would, of course, share the work they have been doing and how that has been, helping drive build climate resilience. Also, we are very privileged to have our partner, the business platform on biodiversity under the CBD here. So thank you very much for joining us this morning. Just to set the context, I think everybody knows the importance of nature and how it's declining so fast. And at this moment, the rate of decline is probably faster than at any other time in history. And there is data that almost 1 million species are threatened by extinction. 75% of the world's land and 66% of the marine environment has been significantly altered by human action. So I think that's really something we need to consider as one of the species on this earth, that what are we doing to the other species on this earth? And this is not just a planet that we can say that we will do what we want to. Not for the other species, but also for the human species, because I'm sure nature will find its way of actually surviving, but the human species cannot survive without nature, and that's really something that we need to understand. The UN, has done a lot. The General Assembly declared 21 to 2030 as the decade on ecosystem restoration. India has also, as you know, recently launched the Life Mission. And if you have been through our India Pavilion, the entire theme is around life. And here, the individual has actually been made responsible for their own action and to take care of, the planet. So every human being has a responsibility, is what the entire principle of this life mission is. Now, as industry, we do understand a lot of our, needs come from the ecosystem, because the ecosystem provides us the services. That really is the bedrock of everything. Everything that we actually take, whether we are, looking at resources, such as, the land resource, or, resources which are based on, metallurgical resources, water resources, other natural resources, of course, air as well, which we sometimes forget is also a part of the natural resource, base, is everything is that we take for our own, use as individuals, as industry, as society, as economy, actually comes from the ecosystem services. And therefore, it's important that we realize that unless we take positive actions to conserve these ecosystems, and it's not just enough to do what we are doing now, because that's what the data is showing, it's really not enough. Just to give another data point here is the UNESCAP Risk and Resilience Portal estimates that India's annualized average loss from slow onset of hazards, extreme events, and biological hazards is at $93 billion, which is almost 3.35% of GDP. So you can imagine that if we don't take positive action, what are we really headed for? And what kind of, trouble we can have. If we all think back the last 2 years of the COVID crisis and what impact it had on our economic growth and on the health of the people, the health of the planet and health of the people is completely linked, as we know. So if we have to really survive, prosper, thrive, and have the growth trajectory that we are looking for, it's really key for us to do building of resilience, and that has to be done, of course, through the actions we are taking now, but also through many more nature conservation actions that we need to take. I think ecosystem-based adaptation is something that needs a lot of attention, because it can significantly enhance the resilience of the society. And Praveer mentioned about the work that CI is doing, and I just want to take that as an example to highlight that how working at the ecosystem level can create a lot of potential benefits, be it ecological, be it societal, and also economic. As we speak, if you're familiar with Delhi, the capital of India, you know that this is the time when we have a lot of pollution. Because of Delhi itself has a lot of pollution, but the episodic increases because of a lot of burning of farm waste in the farms of northwest India. And that leads to, coupled with the meteorological conditions, a lot of air pollution in that period of November, October, November. CII has been working for the last 4 years in 300 villages with about 50,000 farmers. And we have been working to help them understand that how can they use nature-based solutions instead of the traditional method and the conventional method of burning the paddy straw. Because that is what they find as the easiest and the simplest thing to do. That because the window of crop rotation is very small, they actually burn the stubble and prepare the land for the next cropping cycle. But what that does is really takes away all the nutrition from the soil and adds it out to as air pollution, which we all breathe and fall ill. So we have been trying to do, and a lot of it is behavior change, a lot of it is providing them the right technologies, the machines, training them. And our 3-year data now shows that actually they stand to gain. The yield has gone up by 7 to 11%. The need for water has reduced by 30%. The need for chemicals has reduced by 30 to 40%. So this is actual data from the villages that we work, how nature-based solutions can actually result in economic benefit with the yield going up, right? Health benefits, because a lot of the people who are spending so much money on taking care of their health have to now less go to the hospital. And of course, ecosystem or ecological benefits in terms of water conservation, in terms of soil health, in terms of less use of chemicals, which, as you know, create a lot more problems. So these are the kind of things I think we need to talk about. And as we speak, this program is now listed as a voluntary carbon program at the Vera website. And the farmers stand to gain carbon credits so that they can do more and more of this, and we can scale up the effort much more. So this is an example of how building resilience at a community level has both climate and nature gains. And I think this is what we would like to discuss today, that how we can scale such things up, how we can get more finance for such things. Because a lot of the problem is for adaptation, there's limited finance, especially for developing countries. I know that's an agenda in the COP as well. CI has been talking about it as well. So this is just to set the context and give you a little insight into why CI is so interested in this subject. Of course, Pravi talked about our India Business Biodiversity Initiative, where we are, very fortunate to have been partnering right from the inception with the Ministry of Environment and the, the UN platform for business and biodiversity. So I think all the learnings that we have from all this, we want to leverage and scale up. We, as I said, have a delegation here at COP, and we have some of our members here today to share their experiences, and also we have, partners from the UN Convention on Biological Diversity here to, give us their global insights as well. So with this, I would like to once again thank everyone and invite Mr. Tristan Trial, Program Officer, Biodiversity and Climate Change at the UN CBD, to really present to him as his insights. Thank you, Mr. Tristan. Please come.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak with you today. My name is Tristan Tyrrell. I'm the Programme Officer for Biodiversity and Climate Change at the CBD Secretariat, so I'm representing my business and biodiversity colleagues. So apologies if I say anything that I shouldn't. When talking about adaptation and resilience within the context of the CBD, the history of climate change and biodiversity within the convention has gone a somewhat sort of roundabout route. It used to be very much climate change is a threat to biodiversity, and then over time recognizing that nature plays a role in helping us to try and address climate change. For various reasons, that is focused either on forest ecosystems in the context of REDD, but more importantly, focusing on adaptation. And the role of, as we've heard earlier, ecosystem-based adaptation, for instance, how nature helps us to adapt to the impacts of climate change. That was, to a certain extent, in response to demands from the parties to the convention, who wanted to try and separate some of the issues between the CBD and the UNFCCC, not necessarily to preempt any decisions taken under one forum as opposed to the other. And so while this convention here tackled more the mitigation side of things, adaptation perhaps was considered more within the CBD. Over time, that has evolved further, and now we're seeing ecosystem-based mitigation very much coming to the fore, as well as ecosystem-based adaptation. Within ecosystem-based adaptation, you're also including disaster risk reduction, ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, which is the sort of fast onset impacts of climate change, as opposed to what might be broader within EBA, ecosystem-based adaptation, which is the slow onset impacts that can affect us owing to climate change. We have just come out of, well, I say we've just come out of, we're obviously a couple of years ahead of that now, but the 2011 to 2020 period with the Aichi targets, this set a framework of 20 targets looking at different aspects of biodiversity, the need for conservation, and how to go about it. For various reasons, we did not achieve those targets. Some of them, yes, we achieved at least partially, but overall we can pretty emphatically say that no, we did not achieve the 2020 Aichi biodiversity targets. And there are a number of reasons for that. Implementation as a broad category would certainly be a key aspect of that. It was linked to issues around delays in terms of developing a plan to address, to actually implement the 2020 targets, the Aichi targets. It was linked to issues around too narrow focus, insufficient financial resources being made available, who was actually being tasked to carry out various elements within it. And so we're now coming to the end of a negotiating process to come up with the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, which is the next set up until 2030. Obviously, we're a couple of years late in terms of getting to that final negotiation goal to set goals, I guess. But it's because of COVID. Obviously, it has been extended, and now in the next few weeks, we will have our COP15, where we expect the post-2020 GBF, Global Biodiversity Framework, to finally be adopted. Within that, climate change, I would say, is far better recognized than it was, even within the Aichi targets. There is a one target, target 8. A lot of it is in square brackets, which means there are a number of issues within it that parties have yet to agree on. But at least it's a fairly distinct and I won't say comprehensive, but a fairly well-developed target that looks specifically about climate change as a threat to biodiversity. Certainly we can't forget that, but certainly about the role of nature in helping us to both adapt and within that, then there are certain terms that are somewhat I don't like using the word controversial, but let's say there's not sufficient agreement on them. For instance, whether or not the term nature-based solutions should feature within the text of the CBD. This is the first time that it has appeared within convention text, and similar to discussions that have happened here under UNFCCC, there is a lack of agreement as to whether or not it's appropriate, whether the definition is sufficient, and concerns about the implementation of the concept, and who is involved in the implementation, who ultimately benefits from that. The alternative being proposed is ecosystem-based approaches to climate change adaptation, mitigation, and disaster risk reduction. It's a little long-winded, but again, there are some parties who are for that for various reasons, others who are against it for their own reasons. Irrespective of that, the role of nature, however we want to label it, is being recognized within the framework. And again, it's very much about adaptation, but also linking to the mitigation. I was also asked to mention about resilience within the framework. The concept of resilience is within the framework. It is being recognized there. It's only currently mentioned once, and that is about the ability of productive ecosystems, notably agriculture, aquaculture, etc., to be able to continue to provide for humans. That's the only time resilience in the current draft anyway is actually mentioned, but the principles behind resilience permeate throughout the framework. Related to the private sector, there are a number of references to the private sector, mostly looking at the private sector as one having a large impact on biodiversity, and the need to address that to make sure that any impacts are dealt with in a sustainable way, but also recognizing the private sector as a potential source of finance. We heard earlier about some of the issues around implementation and about how finance is certainly a key issue, with various figures being bandied around about how much it would cost to effectively do this. One figure is $700 billion. And so there are various attempts to look at different sources of finance, not just relying on overseas development aid, for instance, not just relying on agencies such as the Global Environment Facility or others, but to look at more innovative sources, including from the private sector. And this is where I put my hands up and say I'm not from the business and biodiversity team within the Secretariat, so apologies for this again. But one thing that has been noted is how the financial sector, in particular banking and insurance, have been taking positive steps because they recognize the risks to their own fundamental business model and potential profitability, and therefore are trying to look at how to mitigate against those risks by preemptively supporting positive impacts. I've also heard about how some within the food industry, for obvious reasons, very reliant on productive ecosystems in that sense. We also heard about cities earlier. Cities, one of the issues, again, around implementation is who is undertaking and at what scales those initiatives are at. There are some excellent examples happening at the urban level, looking at how cities are trying to address the potential impacts of climate change or even the actual impacts of climate change that they are already experiencing, recognizing the role of nature within that. Just going back to that controversy around nature-based solutions, within the cities, the urban setting, it seems to be a lot less controversial. Urban managers, shall we say, seem to be far more comfortable with the term and seem to be very much using it. But there are some very good examples there about how it is the benefits are clear and they are taking actions to address their own to adapt their own situation to these climate impacts. I just want to finish up by saying that the post-2020 framework itself has got a lot of these square brackets. The last official document had 1,800 square brackets, which in a document that's relatively long but not that long, that means there are almost 1,000 terms or issues within this framework that need to be resolved over the coming weeks, hopefully before Christmas, so we can now finally get a break. But there are a number of very fundamental issues within the framework. But the idea is that it is supposed to be for the whole of society and the whole of government to both implement but also to benefit from. Now, these are, of course, negotiated targets. So there are, shall we say, gaps within the framework. It is not completely comprehensive. But it is certainly far more advanced than the Aichi targets. The issue, of course, is that as soon as it's adopted, hopefully by Christmas, that implementation will start pretty much straight away. The experience from the Aichi targets was that there was a delay by a couple of years before effective implementation of the Aichi framework was actually put in place because of the need for countries, for parties to develop or revise their NVSAs, their national biodiversity strategies and action plans, get the finance in place, etc., etc., etc. The hope is that this year, those parties are shall we say, better prepared, or at least closer to that, so there won't be the same 3 to 5 year delay before implementation actually happens, and therefore we can address this catastrophic loss in biodiversity that more and more reports are just showing how bad that is. And on that very depressing note, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was very helpful and a very good oversight of what is really happening and how, what the expectations going forward are. I would now like to invite Mr. Kutty, the Chief Sustainability Officer, Tata Motors. Tata Motors, as you know, has been doing a lot in this area, so we'd like to hear from Mr. Kutty.
Good morning, everybody. Seema ma'am, everybody on the dais, and friends. So normally when we reference biodiversity, especially for an engineering corporation, it becomes a little difficult to comprehend. We normally understand carbon pretty well because we contribute to carbon in a big way. We are an automobile company and tailpipe emissions do contribute to a big nature of the climate conversation. And we understand it well. We know what to do. We have our plans in place and we are getting there. But then we understand circular economy pretty well, simply because we have been using minerals, we have been using material, and we are building our products. And we know what we need to do to get there. We don't have all the answers for sure, but we know what we need to do to get there. But for a typical corporate, understanding biodiversity and its implications is a difficult matter. One, because it comes from the CSR perspective that you need to do good. But once you start putting it into the framework of our contributions that determine the damage that we cause to environment, it's more difficult to comprehend. Let me put this in context. So Tata Motors is a corporation which has got about 7 or 8 plants, about short of 10 plants in India. We manufacture trucks, we manufacture passenger cars, we manufacture utility vehicles, then we manufacture aggregates, we have our paint shops, we have our foundries, And we do a lot of things inside the four walls of the operations that we call Tata Motors operations. But we also have almost 1,000 suppliers who supply parts and components to us on a regular basis. These suppliers, even on average, if they have 100 suppliers, each of them, we are talking about, geometric progression of the number of people who are participating in keeping this whole operation running. If I were to therefore discuss the operation of Tata Motors and do not limit it to the boundaries of the gates of Tata Motors, we are now talking about an ecosystem of suppliers and partners which are huge. Now it could be, let's take the typical case of a foundry which uses sand, and the sand is to be mined either from riverbeds or seabeds or wherever it is. Then we use ferroalloys, then we use steel, then we have many other components that go into manufacture castings. And then we realize that, we do understand that the global ramifications of what each of these suppliers do, indirectly or directly, that goes to make a truck or a car, is significant. Now, baselining this and trying to understand what we need to do to really get our hands around this requires a framework, and it cannot generally come from a CSR perspective of to do good. Over the past couple of months and years, we have decided to adopt the IUCN framework, and we are also looking at the CBD conventions to understand the IHE targets and, of course, the national biodiversity targets. And we are trying to find out what are those targets that can be a force for good, that can get into the balance scorecards of the organization, which gets cascaded to the goals and the goal sheets of each of our employees. I must tell you that approximately in Tata Motors, we directly employ 100,000 people, directly and indirectly. And if I were to therefore scale up to something which is far greater than, we are talking about at least 1 million people who are employed by us directly or indirectly. Let me now therefore bring life to the conversation. And if I were to now put this individual and their families, 1 million people directly or indirectly employed, and with an average family size of 4 or 5 people, we are talking about 5, 6, 7 million people directly, which we can influence. And therefore, as Hima ma'am just talked about, that we are putting the individual at the center of the conversation. And when these 5 million people are able to contribute in a positive way, then we are bringing life to life. The concept of therefore putting lifestyle at the center of the conversation becomes absolutely meaningful, because indirectly or directly, each one of these people in this conversation is contributing to a larger question of an ecosystem which can do good. Let me now take you to what we have done in the past in Tata Motors. Several years ago, when it was still biodiversity was not something that was being discussed the way we do discuss today, almost 50 to 60 years ago, our erstwhile chairman, Mr. Mulgaonkar, had an avid bird watcher, a photographer, and a visionary of sorts, had decided that there will never be a manufacturing plant that Tata Motors will have, which did not have a water body. And if you go to any of our old plants, whether it is the Pune plant or the Jamshedpur plant, he crafted an entire system by which the effluents that are treated in those days, absolutely clean water, right, would go out of the plant. He created a plant which is full of greenery, which is based on a water body. So in the true sense, I can tell you that today, what was done 50 years ago, this water body has now become the center of an ecosystem that has got numerous birds, numerous trees of very many varieties, many of them native, but many of them also, which have over a period of these 30, 40 years, have got supplanted by some invasive species. Also, if you were to therefore target what are we doing to conserve what Mr. Mulgaonkar built 50 years ago, over the past few years and decades, we have had several new plants that came up. But as a standard operating procedure, no plant ever comes up in Tata Motors which does not have an ecosystem-based water body that does not replicate what he had crafted. But over these past 30 to 40 years, we recognize that things have changed. We need to baseline. We need to understand our contribution to endangered species. We need to understand what we need to do better in each of these areas. And by the end of this year, and maybe in the beginning of the next year, we will have all our targets in Tata Motors in place that will get cascaded across to our tier 1 suppliers. And over the next couple of years, we would be very happy to report the progress that we have made in each of these areas that we want to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to tell you that corporates have a huge role to play in all that we do. It's very nice to expect the governments and somebody else to do the good work. But when it comes to putting, your mouth where your heart is and your heart where your mouth is, that's when we start walking the talk. That's when we make a difference. As a huge corporate, we know our responsibilities, and we recognize that unless we walk the talk, we would not probably be able to influence the large number of people who are directly and indirectly dependent on the work that we do. And we recognize this, and we know that the best way to lead is to act and be a role model for others to follow. In our personal lives, in our corporate lives, both as a corporate citizen, as an individual citizen, life is the way to go, to make ourselves at the center of the conversation and be responsible for all that we do. We at the Tatas believe this. The great founder who founded Jamshedpur, if you look at the works, the Jamshedpur works, you would recognize the human contribution that he brought as a single industrialist of those days to the conversation of building a society which is based on fundamental principles that all of us are really proud of. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kutti, for really showcasing the power of a corporate who's responsible and how much you can influence if you really get the principles right and work towards it. Thank you very much. I would now like to request Mr. Ganesh Kumar, Managing Director, TCI Sanmar Chemicals SAE. They have a specific, way in which they are contributing to climate action and reducing pressure on nature. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Seema, and good morning, everyone. I will use this as an opportunity to showcase how, as a corporate, like Mr. Kutti mentioned, that we have a role to play and what can be done. Climate transition is no longer a nice to do activity, but it has become an imperative of our society. I think that's something which all of us realize a few years, a couple of decades ago. These were things done by few corporates looking that it's good in our annual report and stuff like that. But today it's an imperative, it's not a... More louder? Okay. Thank you. So, businesses are taking lead. It is no longer about, is it going to be business doing this? Is it going to be communities, or is it going to be the government? We all have a role to play, and that's something which is now very well understood and realized by most of the stakeholders in the society. Last year, this coin, term life, which is basically lifestyle for environment, was given to the community by the Prime Minister Modi during the last COP26. And I think my personal take, the way I'm looking at it, is how do we be responsible, do responsible utilization of the assets as compared to consumption of resources. It is essentially a differentiation between utilization versus consumption, but something has a very deep-rooted meaning to it. We all are part of nature, and I was reading on one of those, today, nowadays, WhatsApp University is very, very informative. A couple of days back, I was seeing a video which basically concluded that if human beings don't exist, this planet will continue to exist. But if rest of the species don't exist or nature does not exist, we will not survive. I think it's a very definitive statement. So all the more reason why we have to talk about it. Let me take a moment first to introduce the organization that I represent, because a lot of you will not be aware of it. This is a group called as Sanmar Group, which is a 50-plus-year-old group from southern part of India. The core value of Sanmar Group is where integrity meets excellence. I think that's what we all stand for. And when we talk of integrity, it's not about only limiting to financial integrity, transactional integrity, but it goes beyond that. It's basically representing integrity of all the thoughts, actions, and deeds that we do, which includes diversity, which includes climate management, which includes employees, everything. So that's the group that we are talking of, focused on chemicals, metals, shipping, and engineering. These are the four diverse verticals that we work on. In the chemical side, Sanmar Group operates between India and Egypt. We operate with over $1 billion of revenue. And in Egypt, the operation which I head and I run, this is the largest PVC and caustic manufacturing unit in MENA region and southeastern Europe. So it's a very critical unit, well recognized by the Egyptian government. We are the single largest foreign direct investor into this country, with an investment of over $1.5 billion. But for quite a last few years, we have been looking at this segment itself, because PVC, the moment we talk of PVC, it is plastic, it is polluting. The imagery that comes to our mind is very, very different. So the way Sanmar approached this is, the way PVC is manufactured is we use ethylene converted to ethylene dichloride, then going to vinyl chloride monomer, and then polymerize it. Now the source is ethylene, feedstock is coming from petrochemical. The other alternate source, which was well researched and well worked upon, was using bioethanol. So ethanol coming from sugarcane, corn, beet, etc. And this is a project which Sanmar entered into. And what we essentially embarked as a initial research project is today brought to life. It is operating at a 60,000 ton capacity of ethylene, which is made purely from ethanol sourced from sugarcane molasses. So it's a completely bioethanol. Now what does it do to us? Point number one, this ethanol-based routes for ethylene manufacture is contributing to 1/3 of our production of PVC as green attributable PVC. So that's the first point number one. Second is, like Mr. Kuti said, we engineering manufacturing organization, carbon footprint is one of our biggest concern. This saves emission to the tune of 2,000 tons per year. I think that's a huge contribution that we are working on, and that's what we are building. We are actually further working on expansion of this, so that in the next few years we can make it into 2/3 of our production goes into green attributable PVC. We are also looking at what else can be done to increase the green component in the product, because at the end of the day, there is no life without PVC. Whether you look at infrastructure, homes, offices, frames, cables, fittings, everything uses PVC because of the nature of the material. So the more and more we can contribute with a green component, it becomes well. This is very well acknowledged by Yale University, because we are the only company in the world which makes PVC using this route, the ethanol route. So they have done a research and they have included it in their compendium. While these are nice to do activities, I think the focus is more on how do we make this campus more and more, sustainable, more and more contributing positively to the society. So there are a few other areas which Sanmar is working on. What we looked at is, in our Delta neighborhood, what can we influence? Let's make a list of all the areas that we do. So we consume huge quantities of water. We consume about 18,000 meter cube of water per day. So there is a water recovery process which has been done. So today about 85 to 90% of the water is recirculated into the plant, so that we are getting only 10% of added water. That's very, very critical, sustainable area that we have to do. The second area that we are working on is essentially on the energy efficiencies. We are looking at, because we are again caustic manufacture 85% electricity. So it is basically high energy consuming plant. So how can we make this much more energy efficient? We are working on projects on that. The idea of talking about it, these projects, we may be operating in a bubble, we may be operating in a boundary layer, a boundary of our walls of the factories. But there are so many small initiatives that we can contribute to make lifestyle for environment very effective, including influencing our own employees. In fact, we also directly and indirectly employ more than about 15,000 people in our operations. So there we can actually talk to them. I'm talking of the Egypt operation. India is equally big, and there we actually educate them. When they see these sustainability practices going on, it gets internalized into each one of them, and over a period of time, it becomes a way of life. Actually, that's the core thing that we are operating. And this bioethylene plant has become a leading example in how plastic as a commodity, PVC as a commodity, which is seen as a polluting, raw material used in the entire packaging and other industry, there is a way of converting it into a green and thereby contributing to the society. Now, nature is something which we have heard, at least in my 3 decades of career. It started off with NGOs should do this, government should do this. It was never about what should I do. I think that transition is something which we as a corporate, we can enable that transition, because if you look at all the corporate, it is helping us to build this culture all across the world. I think that's point number 1. Second, that I'm also looking at is that at least I have seen this shift in the climate and the temperature over the last 3 decades. And based on what I have seen in India, the agricultural sowing cycle has shifted by about 3 to 4 weeks, which is a visible transition that we are looking at, which means it is probably we are beyond saying that we are at the tipping point. We have already tipped. Now all of us have to do the corrective measures and start coming back, bringing the nature back to the normal course. So each one of us have a responsibility. It is not about doing it for the feeling of being good, but it is more about it gives back to the businesses. And the way I am looking at it, this is not an either or option for corporates to do for their annual reports, but this is a commercially viable and beneficial approach for each one of us. If I save on energy, I save on cost. If I save on water resources, I save on cost. It basically adds to the bottom line, provides more and more resource for reinvestment and building the society and a community at large. We at Sanmar Group, we are very committed. We are day in, day out looking at, in the sense we are very sensitive to what resources we consume. How do we minimize it on a day in, day out? It becomes a part of the goals that we set for the year, and it is translated to each and every employee as to how can he or she contribute to reducing this footprint that we are building. With that, I guess thank you so much for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here, and as a part of the team which is in Egypt, I live in Egypt here, so a warm welcome to all of you, and hope you enjoy this country. It's a beautiful country and a lot of similarity in the cultures. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ganesh Kumar. And it's very clear that how taking care of the environment really makes business sense. Thank you for giving us that insight. May I now request Dr. Theresa Lim, Chair of CBD's Global Partnership for Business and Biodiversity and Executive Director, ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, to please present her insights.
Thank you, Ms. Seema, and thank you for inviting the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity in this forum. Of course, the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity is actually leading the Business and Biodiversity Initiative in the ASEAN. And so we're very glad to be here to present some of the experiences that we have compared to what the initiatives that has been done in India. And the Global Biodiversity and Business Partnership actually was started long ago in 2010, and Tristan was able to mention the Aichi targets. And so during that time, there was already some recognition that business, that we need to engage in business to be able to engage with business so that we are able to achieve some of the targets. And this was in 2010, and then another decision was made in Hyderabad, again to emphasize the importance of engaging business to be able to meet global biodiversity targets. We have a lot of similarities when it comes to how climate has impacted our countries, including our economies. Last year, for example, the Philippines was hit by a very strong typhoon, and it affected our just the agricultural industry was affected. We lost around $250 million from the impact of the typhoon. This was last year. And then this year, we were bracing for a very strong typhoon, which was 195 kilometers per hour last month. And everyone was really worried about the impacts. Again, this was one of the strongest typhoon that we were expecting to arrive, and it was packing strong winds and carrying torrential rains. But interestingly, in a satellite, because technology has allowed us to observe in satellite the typhoon as it was coming towards the Philippines. It hit a protected area along the eastern seaboard of the Philippines, and suddenly the winds just started to decrease in the rate, and also the rains became lesser. And it actually saved a lot of that eastern seaboard was a mountain range covering, from more than 400 kilometers across the largest island in the Philippines. And it actually saved a lot of the industries that were working along that area, including agriculture and tourism. And, it was nature at work. We thought it was really scientific evidence that nature can actually help us, buffer us from the strong impacts of climate change. Because typhoons right now in the Philippines is getting more and more, erratic. It's some of these, and I'm sure India is also experiencing the same. Some are not even typhoons anymore. These are just monsoon rains that are becoming more and more. It's becoming stronger and stronger. And so what we have seen with the technology is that really, if we are able to protect some of these, protected areas, our forests, our marine ecosystems, and marine ecosystems actually, it's not just the mangroves. We usually promote, just mangrove areas, but it's the series of coastal and marine ecosystems coming from the coral reef to the seagrass beds to the tidal flats and to the and then to the mangroves that help save us from the full brunt of the weather disturbances. So now we know that this. I'm very glad to hear that there are already some best practices out there from the business sector that is actually already contributing to reducing, to protecting the environment, to protecting nature, so that they can be able to adapt better to the impacts of climate change. So I think this is something that we need to emphasize, and it is important it's not just important for us to engage business, but it's also important for business to recognize how conserving nature is also helping their business interest. And this has actually been mentioned earlier. We have, raw materials are coming from nature. Water, renewable energy are coming from nature. Climate resiliency and mitigation, food security is all coming from nature. And this is something that if we are able to do our businesses responsibly and sustainably, and sometimes, they're just looking for ways. A lot of businesses that we have been connecting with have their desire to do something, but they don't know how. And this is something that we can help to network across the businesses. If there are best practices that are already in the businesses in India, perhaps in Southeast Asia, there can be shared experiences and best practices that we can work on. So I think this is something that the Global Partnership for Business and Biodiversity can offer, connecting all these various stakeholders, businesses and civil society and governments. Governments also has a very important role, as governments develop the policies that can provide more incentives for businesses to do nature positive action. There is now talk about refocusing the perverse incentives, perverse subsidies, so that they can encourage more nature positive action from the business sector. And so I think this is something that we all can learn from. In the ASEAN, nature-based solutions is already a terminology that is being utilized. I mean, unfortunately, it's still controversial at the global level. But in the ASEAN, our ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework already uses the term nature-based solutions to refer to how ecosystems, how forests and coastal areas can be used to address global challenges. And these experiences, hopefully it will resonate in the negotiations so that we can be able to come up with a really a good acceptable framework before Christmas, as Tristan was saying. So I think if we do have these learnings and best practices that we can share with each other, and then of course we encourage the businesses also to provide inputs to the coming discussions on the global biodiversity framework. I think the lessons that has been learned and the best practices that has been shared are important inputs to the discussion towards more realistic, ambitious global biodiversity framework coming this December. And of course, the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity and its partners in the global partnership in the GPPB would be very happy to facilitate along with the CII to see how we can together push for something for the global biodiversity framework that would encourage more nature positive contribution from the businesses and from other sectors. So thank you very much for letting me share some of our insights on this subject.
Thank you so much, Lynn, for the very interesting inputs. And absolutely, there is so much to learn from each other. And the CII India Business Biodiversity Initiative is also a member of the global, partnership. And in fact, it was launched in Hyderabad, just after Hyderabad, when India hosted the CBD COP. And the ministry asked CII to host the IBBI so as to bring the businesses together. So I think it's really nice. Thank you so much. And I just want to open for maybe one or two questions. Yes, please introduce yourself, and we'll keep it short as we are cutting into the next session. So I'm very mindful of that, yeah. It's on if you start using it, yeah.
Thank you very much for a very insightful session. I'm Kamal Kumar Murari. I am basically from Tata Institute of Social Sciences and faculty over there. So my question is basically, it's a very nice point that you, I think, attached to the issue of making biodiversity as an issue of the corporate actually. The main issue is in the context of the corporate is CSR, where corporate is doing a lot of things actually, but then it is not really reflecting in that sense. That is one issue. The other issue which I feel that now I think it may gain attention is ESG actually, where the biodiversity might come and may play a role actually. And in what way corporate can take, think about incentives in terms of credit, carbon credit and something. Is there any thinking on the corporate side on this? I'll take one more opportunity to take one more question. See, it's not a big corporate like Tata Motors. They are very big corporates, and then I think they have a lot of resources and other things. The real issue, actually, the crux of issue goes to the MSME actually, where they don't have resources actually. So, in what way the big corporate can help MSMEs actually? Because Indian MSMEs are really struggling, and they in a collective way are actually, in a sense, I would say they were contributing to the pollution to a lot actually. So in what way they can contribute? Two questions.
Thank you. Maybe take the next question and then answer together. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Dharmen Prakash. I represent Forest Department from Nagaland. Like you rightly said, that loss of biodiversity is definitely a matter of concern. But what I have observed over a period of time, that productivity of land is given more weightage. The genetic diversity is not given. Now the time has come that we must devise some indicator. When we say a place, we can say the value of biodiversity is this. A numerical figure which can denote it. Because almost 1 lakh genus, they are disappearing every year. And this is very alarming. By the end of this century, 1/3 of the species diversity is gone. And what will happen, it is, a big open imagination. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll ask the corporate side to first answer the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Barari. So first of all, I completely endorse what you're saying. The MSME sector is always under a lot of pressure. But it is not the financial pressure which is at the heart of the biodiversity question. An MSME, head of an MSME, whoever the managing director, doesn't know what he has to do in the area of biodiversity. This is the starting point. Now, in the case of big corporates, there are departments, there are specialists, they have access to resources which is going beyond their own ability of their core business. If they don't know, they'll get to know. But in the case of an MSME, that becomes very difficult. Now, as I told you, we got about 1,000 suppliers. CII is actually coaching us and actually pushing us to connect to the climate charter and going through the big corporates to the MSMEs. The real difference happens when the entire ecosystem contributes and pulls in the same direction. So it's all very great to say, one Tata Motors, 10 plants, boundaries of Tata Motors, let's say 5,000 acres, does a set of things. But it scales up completely when we are saying we carry the tier 1s, the tier 2s and the tier 3s. And now we are not talking about 10 plants, we are talking about hundreds of plants. And since the whole global supply chains are integrated, we have influence far greater than what we think we do. So it is a simple case. Big corporates have to lead the agenda. And big corporates lead the agenda when they have to make the disclosures and commitments, which are becoming more important now. As we speak, many of the disclosures like MSCI or DJSI or CDP have now bringing biodiversity into the conversation. They have not started marking that against that, but slowly we are getting there. And more important, this carbon credit that you're talking about. Now, when we model this scenario, we are very clear that by 2040, 45, when we have discussed our net zero ambition, there is going to be a significant amount of residual emissions which we have to abate. We can do that by either CDR projects or by offset projects. But largely, if it is done through biodiversity projects, that means NBS projects, then we are doing number of things. We are reducing harm, we are promoting biodiversity, and we are contributing. Last point that you said, in the case of CSR, resources are chasing an obligation which is to do good, which is great. No problem with CSR. But unless there is incentive and unless there is profits, you will not find that biodiversity becomes central to the conversation. So if the corporates, along with its partners and the government and all the stakeholders, are able to incentivize this conversation, then we are suddenly taking biodiversity and putting it on a pedestal where corporates will chase it like a value for good. Thank you very much. The other question related to the genus thing, I will pass.
Maybe Lynn can answer that. Would you like to answer the other question regarding the biodiversity, genuses, and
Yes, hello. Yeah. Thank you very much. Just a couple of things. Just on the corporate social responsibility on nature-based solutions, is this potential for greenwashing either absolute blatant by companies? I'm sure none here represented on the panel or even their industries, but that they are saying they're doing something but actually not doing anything or even doing the exact opposite. But it could also be inadvertently undertaking activities that are themselves harmful, but based on good intentions. For instance, planting fast-growing but invasive species in areas, but because they have reforestation targets, for instance, that they would like to contribute to, not realizing that they're actually causing more harm than good by doing this. But also to make sure that what they are doing is both effectively but also equitably implemented, working with the local communities, indigenous peoples, whomever it might be, making sure that everyone is benefiting from their actions, and it's not just in order to make the company look good. Your question on genomes and genetic diversity, absolutely. I think this is something that's reflected, frankly, in the history of conservation. We have focused very much on the charismatic megafauna, and now, especially in the context of climate change, we're looking at it on a sort of an ecosystem level. To a certain extent, there are the sort of genetic diversity within that, but by and large, it's somewhat being ignored in favor of other things. Within the convention, we do have a protocol that is specifically looking at access and benefit sharing on genetic resources, making sure that there is effective conservation of those genetic resources, but also that the benefits that arise from them are not being taken away from those communities and those who have, for millennia, have conserved these resources, but actually that they are also benefiting from the fact that now we realize that there is a commercial benefit to them. The implementation of that is happening, although we could argue that it's not happening as well as it should. But you're absolutely right. It is something that needs a lot more attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry, I know there may be other questions, but we are now asked to close the session because we are getting into the next session's time. But I want to just thank all the panelists for sharing their rich experience and to the participants for also participating. Thank you very much.
बटन आगे रेड बटन पीछे for the slide.
Is okay? Shall I start now?
So I think we are the only.
Yeah.
Chalo,
Good,
sir.
good morning, everyone. I request attention of audience. Tho- Huh? I don't think the situation is going to improve. This is this this is all Allah Kullah. So it will go on because they have given us 30 minutes time. This, yeah, आप देखो.
Sir? अच्छा volume नहीं है sir.
ऐसे ही इसमें कैसे ये आ रहा पीछे
हाँ.
ठीक है तो बढ़िया ये बैठे बैठे हो जाएगा I'm not disappointed.
Sir?
I'm not disappointed. I have attended many interviews.
No, sir.
I've told you precisely when a small look.
We have Zoom also. Ruchika has joined. So let me know when you want the Zoom to be up. And the clicker is there for next lecture.
Okay. Do you think that some more enthusiastic people might join?
Yes, yes. I think I've been told. Yes.
Anyway, hello. I'm going to start. Let's stick to the time. People will keep coming and going. At the very outset, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Government of India and the organizers of the COP for inviting Government of Nagaland. We represent Forest, Environment and Climate Change Cell. The officer left to me, he is Dr. Atoko. He is a senior scientist working with the Climate Change Cell. And the right side, Mr. Senthil Kumar. He is senior IFS officer and he is chief conservator of forest looking after what you call climate change and all. See, like our state Nagaland presents a very varied impression across the country, outside world also. As you all know that we are a very small state, but notwithstanding the fact that we are a small state, we have very rich cultural heritage. We are falling in one of the mega hotspots as far as the biological diversity is concerned. Not only that, the forest is a central or fulcrum of the Naga way of life. The festivals, the customs, so many things, they are all revolving around the forest. So the slogan which I see now, lifestyle for the environment, it has been there in Nagaland since time immemorial. I have spent 30 years and I know for sure that as we plan in our schedule, like, vacation is coming, we will go to this place, we will visit, picnic and outing. When you go to Nagaland, you will find some gentleman is staying in urban area. He will say, next week, moi to mati kheti de jaye se. Means he is going to his plantation site. And it is part and parcel of the daily life. Many people, for them, going back to the jungle is a routine matter. It is not that they just go for the pleasure's sake or they go for the vacation. Second thing which has been quite striking in Nagaland, people invest in forest and the nature unmindful of the returns coming from it. So that shows there is a genuine concern. Many times the plantations have been done. We visit the site, we find that it is not as per the silviculturally approved technology. So we tell them ki you do the thinning, take all these measures, take soil and moisture conservation. So people genuinely love nature, people genuinely are fond of the forest. All the customs, they revolve around the forest. The folklore, the folk tales, they are based on this thing. Like my colleague, he is having one traditional attire. I also had a plan to wear today. So all these dresses, they reflect the wildlife. And that shows the traditions are how deep rooted. So we must respect such kind of lifestyle which is in sync with the environment. On the other developmental aspect, human development, educational, blah, blah, all those things, we may be trailing. But as far as our commitment to the nature is concerned, I think we are one of the pioneers in the country, and I can say, seeing the world definitely across the world. Now, I have one small presentation. Okay, ठीक है. Yeah. Now, we just wanted to bring you to where Nagaland is. It is in the northeastern region. It shares boundary with Myanmar and one of the easternmost states in the country. Nagaland has been there because of the political considerations. It was constituted in 1963. It is the 16th state of the country. And it falls in one of the mega hottest spots as far as the biological diversity is concerned. Now you see that forest governance and natural resource management in Nagaland, there are two things. One, the community-based system, where communities, they have acquired the knowledge, and also putting that knowledge into practice. So this is one very... ये कहाँ गया? Okay. So this is how we have graduated from the earlier days when subsistence agriculture was not in vogue. But now, looking around, that they need wildlife, they need conservation of environment. The community-owned organizations, they themselves have come forward. It is one of the few places in the country or in the world where the village community themselves have decided without any instructions from the government, and they have come up with a conservation reserve. Not only that, they also deploy volunteers for the protection. They foot the bill on the patrolling charges. In order to keep the interest sustained, they provide all kind of incentives, and this is being done outside the fold of government. What is striking here? Of late, when Forest Right Acts in 2006 was enacted in India, there has been debate that, the more you surrender forest to the people, the more it will vanish. But Nagaland has presented a reverse picture. People had been the owner of the forest, and forest has not declined. I will show the next slide. Now you see that 74% of the geographical area of the state they are under the forest cover. And whatever forest we have, more than 94% is under the ownership of the community. Now these are, not only that they own large chunk of the forest, the communities also look into the biodiversity aspect. Though any household can sustain their agriculture by sowing few high yielding varieties, but still there is a practice of sowing large number of, you know, edible this thing, plants and all those things. There is a one village close to Kohima, which is known as Khonama village. It is quite a well-known village. I have seen that once upon a time, they used to sow 60 varieties of the rice. Though many of them, they had been there only for the symbolic because production was not good. But still, that practice went on for a long. And of late, there is a pressure on the productivity. As a result, the genetic, diversity is coming down. And that is a matter of concern for all of us. Now, you see that, forest does supply all kind of life supporting system. We have primarily 6 types of the forest from tropical to subtemperate. What is very, striking about Naga way of life, that it is in complete synchronization with the nature. Many people, you will find they get up around 3:34 in the morning. Their biological clock is in tune with the sun, stars. The food habit, it is locally grown food, no more additives, no more condiments which are not grown there. So this is very unique. Like, we bring something from Delhi, spices from Kerala, curry from Malaysia, and make a new dish. That way, I must salute that our people in Nagaland, they have aggressively preserved the food habits which had been going on since ages. Of course, there are some plus points, there are some negative points. And here, like I told you, that folklores, folk tales, they are all weaved around animals, forest, environment. You see any Naga shawl, it has animal motifs. It is graffiti coming from the nature. You go to a village, you will find old man narrating stories based on the animal. Of course, in some stories, animals are killed also. But the fact is that wildlife and nature is the core of Naga life, which we are now trying to strive for through these conferences. So where we are now, if everything goes well, world will be after 10, 20 years. So, of course, ours is a very small state. We got the invitation, we decided. Precisely for this reason, we came to tell the world where you will head if you put all your wisdom in proper place. We have already reached there. So don't look us as someone is staying in the interior most, backward because of the fiscal, facilities or material things. We are way ahead as far as the, our conservation, sustainable use of natural resources are concerned. Now, I'll go to the next slide. Now you see the food diversity. This is quite this thing, especially the second point. There are 72 species belonging to 61 genera. under 33 botanical families cultivated in Angami. Angami is a tribe which is native of Koima. So you will find most of the every every house house lady lady she she will she will go to market, bring flowering plants, whether it gives any gain to them or not, but yes, flowering plants, the kheti, fishery pond, jungle, it is part of each and every household in Nagaland. I myself, in last 50 years of my life, have never gone to my village to sow a timber species. And any Naga boy, a girl, who is not more than 10 years, they must have gone to their village 100 times. So, this is the difference. So, we must strive for such kind of status when forest becomes integral part of our life. Uh, the local health traditions, as you all know that 60 to 70% of the people in this world, they don't have access to the organized system of medication. They essentially depend on the local hubs. So Nagaland is also not exception. 60 to 70% of the people in Nagaland, they survive on the age-old local health traditions which has been passed from generations to generation. The government departments time and again, they have done many conferences, brought them on platform, documented the knowledge. But yes, one thing which is left is that we have not been able to do the scientific validation of formulations. And I have also found that there is a reluctance on the part of practitioner to pass on the information to the agency. And our concern is this: if we don't get into the commercial exploitation of all these local hubs which are used in the local health traditions, so we will not be able to generate interest. And if we don't generate interest, with the man going away, the knowledge goes away. So the challenge is on two fronts. One, to extract the knowledge, documentation, and then the scientific validation. Only thereafter we will be able to go for the commercial exploitation. Our state is home for so many medicinal plants, but as of now, we hardly have any, substantive buyback arrangement with any pharma companies, because we have not done the validation and all. This is what I had been telling, that in Nagaland, what is the advantage with the people is the Constitution has provided them one Article 371A, which has vested power of land and resources with the people. You will not be surprised if someone says in Nagaland he owns an area of 5,000 hectares. Miles and miles of the road passes through. Half of the river is passing through in one's own kingdom. So, since no acquisition has been taken by the government, the ownership lies with them. And as a result, people developed habit of looking into the nuances or maintenance of these areas. One survey says that when individuals or the public has the ownership of the land, they tend to innovate. So this is how this ownership empowers, and people are deeply involved with the management of forest. Now, just to substantiate this thing, I will show you two maps. This map is the tribal population map and right side is the forest map. Now you see, wherever there is a tribal population, there is a forest cover. Is there any reason for that? Why forests are not there where no tribal is there? Because the value, the perspective which tribal looks at the forest and what we look at, there is a paradigm change. For me, forest is something once in a year, take your children, show them deer, this thing, that thing, go for a food, come back. But for a tribal, it is essence of life. It is, their whole life revolves around the forest. And that is how, wherever there is a tribal concentration, the forests are intact and they are safe. Now there are many things like, I'll come. Now you see, Angami tribes, they are, native of Kohima. There is a system that Alanus nepalensis is a nitrogen fixing plant. When in their shifting cultivation, they don't destroy or uproot this tree as such. They do the pollarding and new branches have come up. So, this kind of system has been there in most of the tribes of Nagaland in one form or other, and which eventually leads to the enrichment of nutrient, support more life form in the soil, and of course with the increased productivity. So with these words, I will end here, but I will be open for discussion and all kind of questions. Please feel free to interrupt us so that this interaction becomes interactive. Now, I will invite Dr. Atoho, a man who has been working in the field of climate change for last 20 years, very keen observer, very passionate person. So time for Dr. Atoho.
So, a very good afternoon to you all. I'll just hit straight to the point because our PCC has just so elaborately explained about our state. Way back in 2015 at the 21st COP conference in Paris, forests were declared as key climate solutions. And when we talk about how are we going to conserve these forests, we're actually talking about biodiversity conservation. And as we all know, 80% of biodiversity is under the guardianship of indigenous shape or form, way, shape or form. And when we look at a recent report just last month by the United Nations FAO Committee on Forestry, it actually emphasized the lack of inclusion of indigenous knowledge in mainstreaming biodiversity conservation. So basically this session precisely addresses this key issue, and we are trying to embrace this community-centric bottom-up approach into our policy-making process. And here we would like to sort of launch our international research initiative in trying to translate these indigenous knowledge into concrete policy actions. And of course, this comes with a very strong political will, bureaucratic will, and a strong research and development agenda. With support from UNESCO India, UNESCO Links Paris, universities of Oxford and Cambridge, Alumni Development Initiative, C4 India, and of course our Department of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Why is this issue so important? It's because Northeast India covers just only 7.8% of India's total geographical area, but it actually has almost 1/4 of India's forest. Number two is it falls under the all-important Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot. And number three, for the last 2 consecutive reports, there has been a decline in the forestry sector in the Northeast, which has major repercussions for biodiversity and for the 45 million mostly indigenous inhabitants in the Northeast. And last but not the least, the Northeast India has been identified as one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change in India. So we started looking into how can we address this problem of deforestation. We've been talking for so long about forests as climate solution, as a numerical problem. How much forest do we need to generate? How much forest do we need to conserve? By how many countries? By which year? So I think we need to stop that numerical conversation and start looking it more as a social and management problem. How and who manages these forests? So we looked into our policies and strategies. We did an analysis of our policies and strategies, and we were informed also by academic discussions, what the academic discussion was saying about forests, indigenous people and forests, and we see 2 very key publications. And sure enough, we also found that there's a great need to document our indigenous knowledges and practices. Basically, there is no dearth of documentation of these indigenous knowledges and practices, but these information are just 2-dimensional information. But when we talk about indigenous knowledge, we see that there are different components within that indigenous knowledge that is constantly interacting within a given socio-cultural setup. And this is precisely what we are trying to find a framework with this international cooperation partnership. And we're happy to launch this international cooperation partnership at COP27. And hopefully, at the next COP conference, we can come back with concrete policy results and action. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Ato. Like so far we have told what Nagaland society is, how they are dependent to the forest. But one question which is bothering us for last 5-10 years, how long we can sustain the interest of people in this conservation if there is no incentivization? All across the world, generally, the tendency is to go for the greenfield projects. You fell the forest, you take up developmental projects, you reap the carbon credits, and you enjoy. But the carbon credit scenario, as far as the conserved forest is concerned, it is very grim. Since government is not handling this issue, the people are ignorant. Any initiative from the government towards people that we go, you do this thing, we are not very sure about the time frame when we will be able to get the carbon credit things, metallized. So these are the big issues. Like many developed countries and the regions, they did had a good forest. They did finish off their forest. They got industrialization done. They earned the dividend of the development, but none of them has reached to us. We maintain forest. We ensure that the national average goes up because of communities' initiative in Nagaland. There is no return for it. What has been a debatable issue between North-South, this, commission. So, a similar kind of situation has arisen within country also. The region which has, policed off their forest, and the region which sustains country as far as the average is concerned, there has to be some kind of compensation mechanism. Otherwise, I keep my fingers crossed. Another 10-15 years beyond that, it will be difficult to sustain, because people ask, "Ki moi log yate para ki pabo?" What we will get in return? You keep coming, telling conserve, but what is there for us? Forest is a resource for them. As far as the forest getting into aesthetics mode is concerned, it is a rich man's dream. It is not poor man's dream. So these are the issues. I thought ki on this platform we will be able to highlight. We solicit comments, your recommendations, your help, to transmit our issues to all concerned. Now we have our colleague, Mr. Senthil Kumar. Senthil Kumar is part of a massive project which is known as Nagaland Forest Management Project, where we are using the traditional strengths of the society and converting into a kind of government intervention, and through that we are trying to reach a system where the management of natural resources are done in a sustainable manner, and side by side livelihood security programs are also taken care. Now I give time to Mr. Senthil Kumar. We started at what time?
It's not okay. Sorry, but yeah. The disadvantage of being the last speaker, like I might be repeating certain points, but I would like to share some points with respect to three aspects of biodiversity conservation in Nagaland. First thing is the community's initiatives for mitigating the ill effects of climate change by way of protecting wildlife and forest. And the second thing is community conservation areas. And third thing is government's intervention in the form of implementation of a Japan-funded project called Nagaland Forest Management Project. The first part is community stewardship, that is the initiative. Like these are some of the articles that has come about praising the community's role in protecting forest and wildlife in Nagaland. But why we are talking about, anywhere in the world, without the cooperation of community, it is not possible to preserve or conserve biodiversity. But more so in case of Nagaland, because as my boss was telling you about Article 371A of the Indian Constitution, wherein Constitution has given certain provisions to people of Nagaland when land and its resources belong to the people. That means government doesn't hold any land, nor the forest department. We don't own land there. Only less than 5% of geographical area comes under the administrative control of forest land. So it is all practically people land, community land, either private or community owned. So communities cooperation is more important, and so like whatever happens, it would not happen without the help and cooperation, active cooperation from the community. So these are certain articles wherein they have reported about communities' role in protection of forest and wildlife. I would just give a brief history of this Amur falcon. I don't know how many of you have heard about the conservation of Amur falcons in Nagaland especially. Amur falcon is a migratory bird that starts its migration from northern areas around northern China and southern Russia, and it traverses all along to South Africa. En route, they visit us during the winter. They stay in Nagaland, in some of the districts of Nagaland. As recently as even 2010, there has been mass slaughter of Amur falcons in the districts where Amur falcons have been roosting. Villagers, the fishermen, they have been hunting them because hunting is a way of life for Nagas. I mean, even now, every household would have guns. That is in their blood, that is in their gene. In spite of all our government restrictions, in spite of all the efforts being taken by NGOs, there is hunting. And there has been a mass slaughter of Amur falcons as late as 2010. But due to intervention and continuous persistent awareness creation by the department, by NGOs, by some individuals, by vested people, they have completely stopped the hunting of Amur falcons now. Amur falcons during 2010s, they were hunted in thousands in a day. Now they have completely stopped. And in fact, many of the villages, Pankti is one village where Amur falcon roosting is happening. There are other villages where this happens. And all these villages, they have taken up issue and they have passed the resolution in their village council saying that they are not going to hunt the Amur falcons anymore. In fact, every year they organize festivals after this. They organize Amur falcon festivals. It's like kind of welcoming the birds to the state. So that is the contribution of community in conserving these animals and birds. Next thing is this conservation. Yeah, please.
These are all migratory birds. Usually we go for preservation of the native species. So how does this impact the migratory bird? How does this impact the native species? Are we, over a period of time, this will be domesticated, they will become a local species. But what will happen to the native species?
No, actually, migration, it's a seasonal thing. And it doesn't impact the local resident population of any bird. These birds roost there for a reason. Because we have got a big water catchment area there. There they get their feed on their way to South Africa. Like they roost there for almost 2-3 months during the winter season. It doesn't affect in any way the local population of any species. And community conservation areas. As I said, government doesn't own any land. So unless community themselves dedicate certain part of their village for conservation, conservation becomes impossible. So many, leaving alone the statistics, these are the recorded fact. Like people have been conserving forest, dedicating area of their own for conservation long before. But this is the first record in 1842 that they have made some areas, earmarked some areas for conservation as CCAs, conservation areas. And there have been many documentation by TERI, NEPAD. NEPAD is our own state organization. They have been documented the number of community conservation areas in the state. And these community conservation areas, they form a kind of an organization among themselves. They frame the rules. They have management, scientific management rules of administering the forest. And they do other works like, as any other scientific organization, they do the documentation. They create awareness among public regarding conservation. And they maintain biodiversity registers among themselves. And how do you Government of Nagaland instituted a study in collaboration with TERI and to classify these community conservation areas. First important criteria is that these CCS has to be managed by local communities. And second thing is it should have been declared by a village council resolution. As my previous speakers also told, village council is a very strong body in Nagaland. They have got a very good self-government, local self-government at the level of village. So if a resolution is passed in the village that there will be no more huntings, there will be no more cutting of trees, that will be completely followed by everybody. There is no violation. No violation is accepted in case of village council resolution. So that is a pre-condition for declaration of CCS. And third thing is they strictly follow these management practices like hunting bans, regulations on logging, fishing, and even shifting cultivation. Some adaptation in terms of shifting cultivation. And they use their traditional knowledge and their own traditional practice of conservation in this CCS. And these days, these councils, these management bodies, they sign an agreement with forest department so that we give some certain assistance. MOF also provides assistance to these CCS. And these CCAs, 84% of them are all self-initiated. It is from their own violation. And they practice whatever is traditional, whatever they have been following traditionally, and certain additions with new rules in place. And the objectives are manifold, like they get their livelihoods. I mean, in many cases, that is a source of water for the villages and the nearby villages, and self-empowerment, religious sentiments, cultural association, all these are the objectives. And the main rules that are being followed in these CCAs are, like they do their own patrolling and there is a social fencing so that nobody can, yeah, please.
Yeah, please.
You said CCA signed MOU with state. Okay. So what is the monitoring mechanism for the state government?
No, it is all self-imposed. I mean, village council, as I said, village council, they have certain rules in place and they enforce upon themselves. And it is just they get assistance from Government of India and the state government.
Sir, I just wanted to know whether they submit any report or something to state to Government of India or to state government. Like I just want to know what is the monitoring mechanism.
Yeah, I'll reply to you. See, there are two kinds of CCAs. One which is funded by any agency, one which is self-funded. Self-funded, they are the guardians, and any external funding which is done, there is a compulsion to write reports on some periodic listing. For that, there is institutional mechanism, how the money is spent, whether the documents are genuine, whether the work at the ground has been done actually or not. These things are monitored through our wildlife warden. Wildlife wardens, they have their representatives in all districts, and all such funded CCAs, they are monitored. But what our contribution is to them, it is negligible, I tell you. If we spend 1 rupee, they spend 90 rupees. So you feel literally odd man out when you go and they say, कि सर ये तो इन्फॉर्म भी मोए पैसा परा कराई से, ये तो रोड भी बनाई से, ये तो गाड़ी भी किनी से. Then you wonder कि अरे you have given only for the petrol vehicle they have bought from their contributions. So our moral authority to inspect and monitor such activities become very less and low.
Sir, then how you report afforestation in that area?
Afforestation is normally not done in the conserved area. It is only the indigenous wild fruits or the fodder that is only allowed. For a plantation, there are other fallow lands. Shifting cultivation का जो fallow area होता है. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. These are certain rules as it has been discussed, ban on felling, ban on hunting and all these things. And
you will be surprised to know in certain villages I have seen the violators have been picked up by the village council, kept in a jail. Jail made by village council, hearsay, and just cushy. It is legally permissible. So this is, treat to your eyes. 4 people, they caught one guy, delinquent, and put in the locker, prison, and he will happily accept punishment for 1 week. No protest. See, written law not essentially, is not capable to dictate terms of all aspects of our life. There are certain things which are built on the basis of trust and hearsay. This is where the Nagaland has the edge. Here we make rule, and then 100 rules we make in case. Hai They make rule, nobody will hunt. It is absolute. There is nothing in case anyone is found hunting. So, we have to look from that perspective. Law, instead of having deterrent this thing, it should have certain kind of motivational aspect also. The legislation has to be progressive. Thank you.
So, I think you can see some copy of this community resolution around CCA. There they have mentioned what are all restricted, what are all permitted, and what is the punitive measure that they are going to take.
This is
once
legal measures drafted by someone, pasted on the village boundary, and it is followed absolute. No if and but. No patrolling, no policing, nothing is required. So, we have to make people conscious of their societal duty, responsibility to that level to achieve any objective.
This is all done by
Yes.
And what is the contribution of government?
No, nothing. We are learning from them. So that is why we were keen. We wanted to come here and tell what Nagaland has done. The whole world is trying to do it. And if everything goes well, it will take years to reach to that state of enlightenment. When you feel environment is part of you. It is nothing rich man's, pastime ki Sunday ko hum jaake bacche ko nadi दिखाएंगे. Nadi, everyone goes 3, 4, 5 times a day, just for the heck of it.
I think I have got time for one more slide. Up to go. Yeah, like they have got a confederation of these CCEs, and I just mentioned the project that we are implementing as of now. It is a Japan-funded project, and this is in consonance with whatever way the agriculture is being practiced in Nagaland for ages. So 5 models have been designed. This is in consonance, like it is in relation to whatever they have been doing in terms of Jum cultivation. One is this Jum agroforestry, Jum fallow forestry, everything leads to community conservation areas. Jum conversion to forestry, Jum conversion to community conservation areas, and protection and expansion of community conservation areas. Yeah. Thank you. Actually, there is a video, but I don't have time for that video.
That video chala do. NFMP wala.
Video.
There is one 4 minutes documentary. You will love it.
The northeastern state of Nagaland is known for its rich biodiversity and forest cover. Home to many Naga tribes, the majority of the population reside in the rural areas. Village communities are dependent on natural resources, forests, and the land around them for their livelihood. The practice of Jum cultivation is undertaken by 60% of the state's population. However, due to reduction in the Jum cycle, land degradation is endangering Nagaland's biodiversity. Against this backdrop, the JICA-funded Nagaland Forest Management Project is being implemented by the State Department of Environment, Forest and Climate Change with a focus to restore Jum lands and protect community conserved areas. This 10-year project has identified 185 villages across 11 forest divisions for improving the forest ecosystem and livelihood opportunities. Of the total project outlay of 8,534 million Japanese yen, the JICA loan component constitutes 73.9% and the balance by the state. This project is managed by an autonomous society headed by the PCCF and HOF. The society reports to a high-powered committee chaired by the Chief Secretary. At the state, division and range level are the Project Management Unit, Divisional Management Unit and Field Management Unit, providing day-to-day guidance and monitoring field activities. At the village level, Joint Forest Management Committees are formed for implementing the project with representation from the village youth, women, self-help groups and the Forest Department. Out of 185 villages, 88 JFMCs have been constituted. These JFMCs are supported by field NGOs, DMUs and FMUs for project planning and implementation through capacity building. Before initiating the project, free and prior informed consent is obtained from the village community.
Itu department amakan logote ahijen approach korise. Itu amakan posti manokan sob kor amakan meeting korigena itu bichite posti manokan acha itu laga project to amakan nimite phala se koigena acha korigena etiatak itui jayas.
Entry point activities are implemented to gain the confidence of the communities. This meets basic infrastructure needs such as village pathways, causeways, market sheds, village gates, and toilets.
Watchtower itu panado through under EPA itu banai se construct kori se. Aru itu to ami kan posti dole to elephant conflict area se. Itu bra elephant kan movement kan saponi mide ami kan watchtower itu banai se.
Water harvesting structures like small check dams, water reservoirs, rainwater harvesting structures and pipe water distribution system are also constructed or repaired to provide drinking water facilities.
Tengi bonaise aro edu tengi do 23,000 liter capacity la bonaise aro complete hoise.
In 57 villages, entry point activities and water harvesting structures have been completed. Decentralized nurseries have been created in 89 villages to support the plantation activities. About 53 lakh seedlings covering over 80 different species have been raised. Nursery and plantation activities are taken up to increase tree density and conserve the biodiversity of the state. Through participatory exercises, communities along with the local forest department and FNGO staff undertake micro-planning to identify Jum areas that will be treated under different forestry plantation models. More than 22,000 hectares of Jum areas have been covered. Conservation is being strengthened through community participation. 93 SHGs and 31 villages have taken up livelihood activities for enhancing household incomes through the revolving fund support for piggery, poultry, vegetable farming, food processing, soap making, and others.
Ito SCC group te thaga do bishi lab ase khali paisa koma do he no he hole bi ekjon ke modop kori ase aro tuk suk de hole bi ami khan modop kori ase aro ami khan lagar relationship bi bishi phal bara se.
Despite the challenges induced by the COVID-19 pandemic, the project has created a demand among the communities to participate in conserving forest resources and managing it to augment sustained income for more than 50,000 households.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for patient hearing. We have one more distinguished speaker from the ENDP. Now I invite him to join, and he is the last speaker from our side. He is online available. Okay.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, warm greetings from UNDP to all distinguished guests, representatives, and participants. I would be today sharing an overview of UNDP's long-standing and active presence in the northeastern region, followed by some enriching community-based good practices contributing towards climate action as well as biodiversity conservation. Now, being at the confluence of three major biogeographical realms of the world, northeastern states of India are extremely rich in floral and faunal biodiversity. In fact, the region is also India's biggest carbon sink, accounting for 28% of India's total carbon stock. However, as we all know that in the last few decades, the region has witnessed significant long-term changes in the frequency and intensity of extreme temperature and rainfall events. Owing to socio-economic factors, the communities are highly vulnerable to these climate change impacts. To enhance the resilience of these communities, it is especially vital to empower and build the capacities of women and youth. UNDP has been committed to promote low carbon, climate resilient, and inclusive development with a focus on sustainable natural resource management. We have, we have been implementing a range of environment and resilience related projects in the northeastern region over the last many years and decades. In Nagaland, UNDP has the experience of working towards sustainable land management and alternative livelihood opportunities. Close to 7,000 women farmers in Nagaland were empowered through the last JEF projects in Nagaland to adopt sustainable farming practices in shifting cultivation dune landscapes, leading to enhanced soil fertility, diversified livelihoods, and strengthened market linkages. In Arunachal Pradesh, a habitat restoration initiative has been initiated to strengthen conservation of globally significant wildcats. In the past, one of our most successful projects contributed to mainstreaming conservation and sustainable use of medicinal plants diversity. In Meghalaya, we have been working on developing resilient cities through risk reduction. We are also developing a new JEF finance project for the state on strengthening village level biodiversity governance. Across these, community-based conservation has been an integral part of our efforts. Traditional knowledge and adaptation with local expertise on biodiversity, they have played a significant role in sustenance of the communities. Currently, UNDP and Government of India, we are also implementing another small grants project entitled as the Northeast India Biocultural Conservation Initiative, also termed as NEBI in short, to support community-based conservation initiatives, including other effective area-based conservation measures or OECMs in Northeast India. Simply said, OECMs are areas supporting in situ conservation outside the legally protected areas. Lastly, through the India Biodiversity Awards, Government of India and UNDP have been recognizing the conservation efforts of communities and individuals from all over the northeastern region. I would now like to briefly share 4 good practices from the northeastern region identified and recognized by UNDP. All of these are currently being further supported by the ongoing NEBI initiative. The first 2 cases have been recognized by the India Biodiversity Awards, and one of them has been already very well described by Mr. Senthil, the community-led development of a safe haven for Amur Falcon in Nagaland. To quickly go through it again, in Nagaland, around 350 households of the Phom tribe from 3 villages have transformed an 8 square kilometer subtropical forest area to conserve and sustain the wildlife in that region. And once a hunting ground for Amur falcon, today it is a safe roosting site for lakhs of Amur falcons traveling from Russia to Africa via the region. The village councils have issued a strict regulatory matter against logging, hunting and fishing, use of guns, catapults or any other kind of local trap within this jurisdiction. They firmly believe in the concept of moving from shooting with guns to shooting with cameras. UNDP today is supporting the strengthening of these ongoing conservation initiatives and alternative livelihoods for the community. This also includes scientific documentation of the natural resources, capacity building and employment of local youth and women. Next, we have the living root bridges found by the indigenous Khasi tribe of Meghalaya, another state in the northeastern region. These are naturally suspending bridges made by the Khasi tribe using their traditional knowledge by training the aerial or the prop roots of Ficus elastica. Now, the villagers whose major occupation has been farming and livestock rearing, they found it almost impossible to reach their fertile land masses due to lack of connectivity. And therefore, with their indigenous traditional knowledge and skills, they build these bridges by using the locally available natural resources. These bridges involve zero environmental damage, they promote carbon sequestration, have minimal maintenance cost, and promote robustness despite the extreme climatic conditions there. However, lately the region is facing faster wear and tear of these bridges due to increased tourism, and this is where UNDP is supporting the maintenance of 30 plus such bridges and the development of a center of knowledge for living architecture in the region. The next two cases are unique agricultural system from the northeast region involving indigenous communities, one being from Nagaland and the other being from Arunachal Pradesh. Now, the Zabo farming practice is being adopted by the indigenous Chakesang tribe of Nagaland. The Zabo system adopts an innovative method of storing water channelized from the hilltops via the silt retention tanks. This inbuilt water harvesting and recycling system uh, has been utilized to control soil erosion and maintain soil fertility. It is a solution to the water scarcity happening due to surface runoff in the region. UNDP has recognized it as a unique agricultural system under the potential OECMs and is supporting the strengthening of their agricultural system and livelihood opportunities through integrated farming practices. Lastly, we have the Apatani landscape, which represents an agro system collectively practiced by the Apatani tribe in the Zero Valley of Arunachal Pradesh. It's a beautiful valley and it has developed a systematic land use practice based on their rich traditional ecological knowledge. This has been developed over centuries where they combine the biodiversity with human ingenuity to provide local livelihoods and nutrition. They have come up with their unique paddy plus pissi culture in which they combine the rice cultivation with fish culture. And it not only provides for a unique biodiversity value, but also nutritional value for the region. Both of these have been, as I said earlier, recognized by Government of India and UNDP as potential OECMs. And to end it, we look forward to continue supporting community-based initiatives in the Northeast region through our ongoing as well as upcoming initiatives in close collaboration with the national and subnational governments. We extend our best wishes to Government of Nagaland for the research initiative that is being launched today. Through concerted efforts in the region, we look forward to contributing towards local and global environmental benefits. Thank you very much, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Any question? Hello? Can she reply? Yeah, please. Yeah.
But yes, yeah. So I'm audible now. So I was just wanting to know that of late we've really heard about this development happening in Nagaland. Football courts are coming up, and there are stadiums coming up, and for that 10,000 to 20,000 trees are being cut. So how is that happening if such is the take of people there?
See, the land which have been given for the football stadium and all, it has been given by the community. But as far as the destruction of 10, 20,000 trees are concerned, I don't think that it is factually correct. Of course, felling does take place, but somewhere there has to be trade-off. In the interiors, it is the people who have preserved the forests. They will further preserve, but on the side by side, they must have certain things in order to groom their children for future. Like you have to have road, you have to have good school, you have to have playing grounds. So since everything is forested, unlike other places, the trees are to be felled. हमारे यहाँ अगर वो मूली भी लगानी है तो मुझे पेड़ काटना पड़ जाता कभी कभी. It's strange, but the fact is this: when the whole area is thickly forested, even to navigate your pathways, sometimes you have to fell. But it is not injurious to the nature. At the end of day, the life is in sync with the nature. I don't have the photograph. There is one basketball ground which has come up in lower forest colony. Seeing is believing. In thick of forest, some small patch has been cleared. The boys go in the evening, play, and in compensation, they have done plantation somewhere else. So, this is perfectly all. Any other question? Yeah, please.
So, I'm Nikhil Jain from Sanicon Sustainability Delhi. First of all, congratulations. That's the first presentation which I'm observing for a long time, which speaks of action rather than mere talks. So, congratulations to the entire team. Second thing, sir, are we compensatory plantation takes place? So, what of creation of a central repository in which Nagaland benefits by earning the revenue from those infrastructure projects because they have to pay the money to get the forest planted. And this way, you are going to be less relied on the JICA loans as well. So maybe the rather than 76%, it may become 50% as well, and is going to be a lifelong learning for lifelong earning for the farmers. So what
Shall
about
I
that?
reply? Now, I'm little bit digressing from the issue. In a society, you have two members, one is rich, one is poor. The poor guys come to the rich guy, you have surplus money, give it to me, tomorrow I'll repay back. He will refuse. The same thing is happening at the country level. We have the forest, but since we have not filled it, we are not eligible for any replantation. The dictionary meaning of the Supreme Court for some reasons or other has not been made applicable. Hence, Forest Conservation Act is of limited applicability. Now, what is happening? If you have conserved a tree for over the years and no new greenfield project comes up, so no CA fund will come. We are the only state in the whole country with 75% forest cover with zero money under Campa. Isn't it? This is the disease. Isn't it? It demands some kind of revisit. We would have felled the trees on the pattern of other industrialized state and asked people, you come and set up the industry and have the thousands of crores as CA money. So the time has come to look at the laws which are truly humane in nature. We should not be lost in the jugglery of all these things. These are the basic facts which I have shown to you. Look at the compensation. Why someone sitting in interior in Nagaland should preserve his forest? So that national average goes up? For what? He doesn't get anything. You're getting my point? So same thing, which as a country we had been taking in North-South Commission's discussion, it has to be done internally also. Okay? Thank you for giving a patient hearing. I was not very sure. We didn't do any arrangement. We didn't set up any mini secretariat. We didn't send any mail to anyone. After landing here, I thought ki only three of us will speak to each other. But I am happy that some people are here and they listen attentively. So on behalf of Nagaland, I express my sincere gratitude. Whenever you go and talk about Nagaland, please carry the spirit with which we have spoken. Thank you. All the best. God bless.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting our next session shortly. So I invite you to kindly take your seats, please. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this afternoon's panel discussion and presentation on open natural ecosystems in India and conserving them for people, carbon, and biodiversity. So I'll start with a very short introduction of what are open natural ecosystems in India. So most of you might be familiar with the savannas of Africa. But did you know that India has vast savannas as well? And these savannas are rich in biodiversity and also important very important geological features in India's landscape. There's a variety of open natural ecosystems in India, which are mostly treeless from the true desert, so in the dry western part of India, to grasslands, savanna, tropical savanna ecosystems, and scrub savannas, ravines such as those of the Chambal. And these mostly occur in the semi-arid and subhumid regions of India. We decided to map these ecosystems for the first time and come up with a map of open natural ecosystems, a high-resolution open map which was published recently. And it's available for download and for free use for all analyses. But these ecosystems are also threatened. Invasive species are a main problem, especially invasive species such as Prosopis juliflora and Lantana camara. In addition, these areas have fairly high human dependence. These areas support the vast majority of India's nomadic pastoralist communities and also support more than 50% of fodder production for 500 million livestock in India. Due to this, there's significant overgrazing in some landscapes, especially where traditional practices have changed over time for more intensive production of livestock. But the main force of landscape change has been intensive agriculture, especially conversion to irrigated agriculture in areas where there used to be dryland farming. Ironically, tree plantation drives to combat climate change or part of greening missions or afforestation programs are also targeted at a lot of these open natural ecosystems and can also be detrimental to the ecology of these places. Due to huge changes in land use and land cover patterns, fire regimes have changed. Most of these ecosystems are adapted to fire. So in some places, fire has been stopped. In other places, fire happens too often. So these altered fire regimes have also changed the ecology of these landscapes. These open ecosystems are also prioritized for green energy projects because these are easiest to place there, and also this is where they're the greatest incidence of sunlight, so you have high potential for solar and for wind projects in many of these ecosystems. So what we've tried to do is come up with a prioritization exercise of areas that should be set aside for conservation and for livelihoods, such as this example for the state of Maharashtra in Western India, and other areas where they can be utilized for other kinds of activities, including for solar or for developing industries. In today's panel discussion, we'll be discussing the importance of open natural ecosystems from three perspectives: from people and livelihood, from a carbon storage perspective, and for biodiversity conservation. As I mentioned, these ecosystems are crucial for pastoralists who depend on these for grazing their millions of livestock, and these are nomadic pastoralist tribes that have each group has their own unique breed of either small or large livestock that are dependent on these landscapes. And pastoralism is known as a climate resilient and a climate adaptive form of livelihood. These grasslands also sequester carbon. They sequester a lot of carbon, given the amount of rainfall that these areas receive. Carbon sinks are, of course, a national priority for India, as they are now for the world. And these grasslands are vital carbon sinks and often more water efficient than planting trees in dry ecosystems. As we can see from here, most of the carbon that's stored in the tropical savannas is below ground. And the below ground carbon in tropical savannas is more or less equivalent to what you see in tropical forests. So given the amount of rainfall, grasslands are sequestering huge amounts of carbon, and it's all happening below ground. These grasslands also have unique biodiversity that needs to be protected. These are endemic species. We have over 18 endemic species of birds that depend on these, including the great Indian bustard, which is critically endangered, and many other species that are fully adapted to these landscapes. This is from the IPCC report. This is from the IPCC report. What we are doing at a pilot scale is now helping restore grasslands in parts of India, such as Maharashtra, where because of decades of overuse or misuse, these landscapes have become degraded. So we are building partnerships at local level. At this point, I would like to show a short film that we made on the Banni grasslands of Gujarat. Now, the Banni has been nominated as one of for the Heritage UNCCD Heritage Sites. If you could show the film, please. Thank you.
उस टाइम पे तो क्या ये झाड़ी नहीं थी, ये बावल नहीं था, देसी बावल थे। उस पे कहीं कहीं घेरा होता, बाकी खुला मैदान ऐसे मान लो कि यहाँ डुमाडा है ना, यहाँ दिखाई देता था कि वो डुमाडा गांव है। सिराड़ा गांव में ये 14 किलोमीटर है ना, वो भी यहाँ से दिखाई देता था। और बरसात होती तो घास होता था, बहुत घास होता। उस टाइम पे हम छोटे थे तो ऊँट चराते थे, तो उसको जंगल में जाते ना, नीचे इतनी घास होती कि हमारे पाँव पे लग जाती, इतनी घास बड़ी होती।
Banni is one of the largest, I think it's at one point was the largest tropical grassland in Asia, but given the kind of attitudes towards grasslands that are regarded as unproductive wastelands, and also given the run at one point the forest department introduced Prosopis juliflora, this exotic tree from Central and South America, and planted it close to the run to, in their belief, check the ingress of the run into Banni. And over time, Prosopis spread. So this was in the 60s, and by the late 90s, early 2000s, Prosopis was in more than 50 to 60% of Banni. Humans have always, influenced environments that they live and use, but over time the impact of human activities has become more and more pronounced because we're transforming environments at a larger scale and more rapidly than we ever have. And one such human influence is the introduction of species from one part of the world to another. And earlier efforts to manage invasive species was to try and restore landscapes back to what they were historically, but more and more because landscapes are so greatly transformed, I think people are coming to the realization that it may not always be possible to restore landscape what they were.
देखिए वो सरकार का भी पूरा संशोधन जो हुआ ज़्यादातर फेल ही हो गया। हमारे इधर तो हवाई जहाज से बी डाल दिया कि गांडा पावर जमीन अच्छी कर दे, लेकिन टेम्परेरी हुआ फिर नुकसान कर दिया।
When we were invited here to do research, the primary narrative was Banni ko Banni rehne do. Let's try and go back to Banni the way it was before Prosopis was introduced, when it was a grassland. And so in trying to think about restoration of the grassland in this landscape, we felt that unless we tried to understand what Prosopis has done coming into this landscape, there was very little we could do in terms of restoration.
जो इन्वेजिव पेड़ है वो है प्रोसोपिस जूलीफ्लोरा, जिसे गुजराती में गांडो बावड़ बोलते हैं। गांडो मतलब पागल, ठीक है। तो क्योंकि वो पागलों की तरह बढ़ रहा है यहाँ पे, और क्योंकि वो बबूल जैसा दिखता है, इसलिए उसको गांडो बावड़ बोलते हैं। तो यहाँ पे एक कहावत है कि गांडो बबूल का छाया जो है वो किसी पे पड़ जाए वो प्लांट मर जाता है।
तो हमने वो मशीन लगाई है, उसको हम सैप फ्लो प्रोब बोलते हैं। मतलब कि कितना चूस रहा है, उससे पानी के जो लेवल है ना, उस पर क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है।
यहाँ पे पेड़ है ना, ये यहाँ पे देखो घास नहीं है, उसकी वजह यही है कि जो इसके अंदर जो जमीन के अंदर जो रसाल होती है, जो पानी होता है, वो सब ये खींच लेता है। इस जगह पे ये होता है ना, वहाँ पे ये घास वगैरह ये कुछ भी नहीं होता है।
The PEER project is trying to address is, is it even feasible now at this point in time in this transformed landscape to talk in terms of restoration, or has Prosopis come in and converted Banni into a completely novel social ecological system? And so we're trying to address this in multiple ways. We're looking at the ecological impacts of Prosopis, what it's doing to the soil, whether it has salinized the soil as the communities here have been telling us it has. Is it even possible to remove Prosopis and let grassland return? But also the human angle of Prosopis. How many people, how many communities have now come to depend on Prosopis? When we were getting started, we had a series of conversations with village Agyavans, the elders across Banni, and 8 of them agreed to allow us to set up these experimental plots in their villages. So what we have done is in these places we have demarcated plots where we have removed Prosopis, including uprooting the root system to the extent possible, and then alongside we've also demarcated plots where we have retained the Prosopis. And then in conversations with some people and Salim Mama in particular, he suggested why not also have plots where you lop the Prosopis the way local charcoal harvesters do, and then you can observe how quickly it comes back to be lopped again, so to try and understand the dynamics of that whole charcoal harvest. So we have these 3 treatments, experimental treatments. So, ecologically, if you remove Prosopis, would it revert back to the kind of grassland that was there before, or would it be a different suite of species that would come back?
As the habitat has changed because of the invasion of Prosopis, clearly some species are going to be affected more than others, some positively, some negatively. So wolves are generally pretty rare in this ecosystem, mainly because of a lack of prey. They are preying mainly on the sheep and goats that the migratory herders bring with them. But the jackals have benefited from the presence of Prosopis. And this has now negatively affected the endemic, more specialist desert fox, because jackals will dominate over desert foxes. And so the desert foxes are found in the run areas where there's very little vegetation, and where the jackals can't go or don't go. Interestingly, the Indian foxes, which would be dominated by the desert foxes, have now found refuge here in the same areas that the jackal dominates over. So you find sort of like a three-tiered community here, where you have jackals, and then just next to them you have the Indian foxes, and then further away from them you have the desert foxes.
ये गांडा बावर मैंने बोया है, हाँ मैंने बोया है। ये 1962 में फॉरेस्ट खाते रहा है कि यहाँ ये गांडा बावर बो तो इसकी नीला से ऊपर बरसात बहुत होगी। फिर हम खुद खाड़ा खोदते थे, इतना फुट बाई फुट का खाड़ा खोदते, इसमें ये बावर बोते थे। बरसात से आगे बरसात पड़ी तो सही हो गया। तो बाद में मालूम पड़ा कि गायों के जो उगाड़ती है ना, उगाड़ में उसके दांत खट्टे हो जाते हैं, तो उसके बाद तो गायों ख़त्म हो गई। नहीं तो पहले हमारी खुद की 100 गाय थी, हमारी घर की, तो अभी एक भी नहीं है। भैंसू रखते हैं, भैंसू कुछ ठीक रह जाते, उसके दांत नहीं निकलते। अभी जो आदमी रखते हैं तो उससे बचा बचा के रखते हैं, नहीं तो खाती है तो सब खत्म हो जाती है। जहाँ भी गोबर फेंकते ना भैंस गाय, उससे गोबर में से निकलने लगे। फिर ये समझो ना मेरे हाथ में हुआ, नहीं तो एक ही झाड़ था इधर।
With the changes that are coming in the landscape now, you want to think about what properties of the landscape you want to sort of preserve, which will benefit the most number of specialist species. There are several species of grassland specialist rodents that are found here in the Banni, and in areas that are Prosopis dominated, those are fewer in number compared to more. So then you have more generalist species coming to those areas, and the grassland species tend to not be there. When we look at certain places which have been preserved as grasslands by the local community within the Banni, so there's a massive abundance of rodents in these small patches of grassland compared to the broader landscape where rodent densities have really reduced because of Prosopis invasion.
मालदारी जो है, मेरी बात सुनो, किसी के पास 50 भैंसा है, किसी के पास 40 भैंसा है, ठीक है। उसमें दूने के लिए दूध वाली कितनी होती है? 4 से 5। 4-5 होती है, बराबर। घर में आदमी कितने होते हैं? 20।
होलसेल हम जन्म से कर रहे हैं, आजकल नहीं, कभी नुकसान नहीं हुआ हमारे को।
हमारे को जब बारिश होती है तो 3 महीने के लिए रोटी मिलती है भैंसों से, 8 महीना कुछ भी नहीं, फिर हम कोलसा बना के उसमें से खिलाते हैं भैंसों को।
भैंसों को माल को हम खिला दिए।
हमारे को माल नहीं खिलाता है।
So there's also the question of whether socio-economically we can now go back to the way Bunny once was, because pastoralism is no longer the mainstay for people here. The charcoal economy has become almost as important, if not equally so, with a lot of people now coming to depend on it. So that also may be a barrier to trying to go back to a historical Bunny. And at the end of this, we hope to, maybe the answer is not to try and remove prosopis and restore grassland, but to work towards some mix of prosopis and grassland. But what we want to do is to take our findings back to the community and maybe put different scenarios in front of them based on what they envisage as their preferred management.
I hope you enjoyed that film very much. And thanks to our partners at the Srishti School of Art and Design for making that wonderful film. I would now like to invite Dr. Mihir Mathur online, who will be joining us from New Delhi. So as part of the work that we did here, we also did a system dynamics model to try and understand the various linkages between prosopis harvest, between grass productivity, and between use of these landscapes. So Mihir, welcome. Would you like to tell us a little bit about the work that you did while as part of the project, as part of the peer project, and what we can learn from this to take it forward and apply to other systems? Thank you.
Thank you, Abhi, for inviting me and for having me here. I'm Mihir and I've worked with A3 on a project where we developed a computer model to understand the interlinkages between social, ecological, and economic systems. I have a set of slides and I would prefer to speak through that to explain you what happened in this project. Can you allow me to share my screen, please? Can the host allow me to share my screen, please? It is still disabled. I think you have to do it from the securities. Right, so we did a project on building an insight building tool for Bunny grassland restoration, where we applied systems thinking and system dynamics modeling to set up a computer model. The purpose was to, help stakeholders, be able to build insights about the best possible management or decisions that they could implement for management of the Bunny grasslands. We set up a simulation model which basically studies the interplays and interactions between the economy, ecology, the grasses, the invasive species, and how all these interactions present in the system are producing outcomes in known and unknown ways. How can we build insights about what possible futures could emerge? The process we followed was participatory It was an interdisciplinary process. We sat with the pastoralists to understand how they understand their local ecological and social economic system. At Ramble and what Sajivan as a computer model. So it was a co-developed participatory way, bottom-up way of capturing what is happening in that landscape. Once we did this, we converted that into a computer simulation model. We quantified the parameters, and these are some of the sample runs of the model that it produces up to year 2050. It simulates different scenarios. Say if you have to restore the grassland, then what would happen to the population of livestock? What would be the variability in the net income of households? What happens to the charcoal income? As you see on the top right, the charcoal income is basically wiped out if you completely restore the grassland. The three graphs below show what happens if you superimpose a climate change scenario on it. We took a reference of a 3-year continuous drought, which if it happens in the future, then how it would impact not just the ecology, but also the economy and the livelihoods of people. It showed us that a climate change scenario superimposed on a restoration would actually increase the variability or the variation in the incomes of the people, because their fallback option of charcoal based income is completely getting wiped out as we remove all the trees. Now the invasive species are relatively more drought resistant as compared to other grasses, and that's what is helping communities to build some resilience against climate change, which if you do complete restoration, it would take out that resilience for them. So all these things, all the model that it was producing helped us to challenge the binary view that the stakeholders had, which was primarily trees versus grass. It could be either. But the model questioned that binary view. It helped people to think beyond the conventional economics and ask the questions of social equity. What happens to people who are completely dependent on charcoal? Where do they go? What about the resilience that the trees are offering to the landscape now? Now that people have developed livelihoods around it, does it provide people with a climate resilience? And all through this process and the simulation runs, it helped us to endogenize climate into the planning and decision-making processes. It helped us to ask people to think about a climate change scenario in addition to just a plain restoration scenario. And we, through expanding the temporal boundaries, now that the model can simulate up to 2050, it helped people to not just think short term. Like in the model, if you see in the next 5-10 years, the livestock population would exponentially go up if you restore the grassland, because the local fodder availability goes up. But in the long run, it shows variability and actually some kind of a reduction in the numbers. So it helps us to balance the short term and the long term view and asks people to expand their boundaries of concern. We converted the computer model into an interface, into a mobile app. It is available in 3 languages and freely downloadable on Google Play Store for Android phones. We took that app back to the community and conducted community engagement exercises to help them evaluate their decision options for restoration. So we took the app as an insight building tool to help people be able to think about multiple future possibilities, not just the ecology, but also the economy, not just the economy, but also the aspect of climate resilience and social equity and variability that would come with a climate change scenario. There is a broader usability of what we did in Bunny, both the process and the outcomes. It helps us to, systems thinking helps us to not just look at systems in isolation. It helps us to capture the coupling effects of social ecological systems, social ecological and economic systems. So instead of just optimizing one part of the system, it forces us to think about all the moving parts which could be changing at the same time. It helps us to understand, highlights the role of commons in not just sequestering carbon, but also in building resilience of people and the way the commons are changing over time. These models and interfaces then can be used as a stakeholder engagement tool for planning purposes. Before a decision is implemented, can we evaluate its potential intended and unintended outcomes? Similar models could be built for purposes of, say, sustaining fisheries, restoring, conserving mangroves, managing the spread of invasive species, erosion of community conserved areas. It essentially helps people to come together and look at the common reality together instead of questioning just parts of the common reality that they are interested in, which often leads to social fragmentation and lack of consensus building. So I think tools and processes like these, and Bunny, the work that we did there is an example of how this could be done and what are the benefits of.
Thank you so much, Mihir, for that excellent insight into the use of system dynamics model for helping us plan future scenarios under climate change. I'll please stay with us, and I'll get back to you during the question answer session. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Ilse Kuller Rolfsson online. Hello, Ilse, and welcome to this panel. Dr. Ilse Kohler Rolfsson is the founder of the People's League for Pastoralism, or the League for Pastoralism. And maybe you could just quickly introduce yourself and tell us about the interconnectedness between people, livestock herding systems, and the importance of conserving open natural ecosystems, especially in semi-arid landscapes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abi, for inviting me here. It's a great pleasure to talk in favor of pastoralists. So yes, I'm the co-founder of the League for Pastoral Peoples, which is an organization based in Germany that is advocating for the rights of pastoralists, of those people who are using the open natural ecosystems on a global level. But I also have 30 years of experience in India working with Raika pastoralists in Rajasthan. So my perspective is more that of more the people's perspective rather than, I'm not an ecologist like both of me here and you are. But I was very pleased that you are also you're ecologists, but you're putting the peoples and their participation in the planning process into the center. And the really important part or aspect of open natural ecosystems and of pastorals is the fact that if you bring the two of them together, you have a way of both preserving biodiversity as well as producing food in a sustainable way. Because pastoralists have a way of, they use livestock to convert the biodiverse vegetation directly into food. So there's not that intermediate step that you have in crop cultivation of first you wipe out the original vegetation, and then you put in your seeds and you put in your chemicals and so forth. So as we know, agriculture, crop cultivation is one of the biggest threats to biological diversity. Livestock keeping, you can actually combine the two ways of using land, and that's really the significance of open natural ecosystems and of pastoralists. In India now, much of the focus of conservation has been on conserving forests, on having wildlife sanctuaries in forests, on tiger conservation, whereas the open natural ecosystem have been relatively ignored. Actually, they're often classified as wastelands in government statistics. Which is very misleading, as they're actually very productive ecosystems that sustain a huge number of people and that also produce a huge proportion of India's livestock of animal source foods. We have calculated that about 70% of India's meat and more than 50% of its milk are actually produced in these pastoral systems, which mostly rely on open natural ecosystems. These ecosystems are, as you showed so nicely, they are home a lot of biological diversity, and they need to be managed sustainably with the help of participatory processes, as you were talking about. And I also want to mention another important aspect, and that's the fact that these ecosystems also serve as hugely important carbon sinks. Actually, globally, more carbon is sequestered in what is called rangelands than in forests, because grass actually keeps growing and growing, and they have huge beneath soil root systems. And that is very often ignored. A lot of focus is on planting trees, when actually grass systems are much better suited to sequestering carbon. And I know at the COP, livestock is a big subject now, and there are people who are promoting elimination of livestock basically from the whole planet in order to save the climate and to save biodiversity. But that approach is, in my opinion, totally misguided. And actually, a lot of the accusations that are made against livestock, like that they emit so much methane, we don't really have the data on that. The data for emissions from livestock systems have all been collected from European countries and from North America, and we don't really have data from the south. And there is indication that actually these pastoral systems sequester more carbon. I mean, that they are carbon negative in many ways. So another angle I want to bring up also is that in India still pastoralists are seen as like a anachronistic way of using the land, and globally they're often regarded as being destructive. But we have the examples from Europe now, for instance, from Spain, where there are efforts to bring back pastoralism, to revive the mobility of livestock in order to conserve nature. Because where you have livestock moving around, you will also bring back the vultures, you will bring back a lot of other kinds of biodiversity that has already disappeared. So I'm sorry I didn't prepare a PowerPoint presentation because this came at very short notice, but I think, I mean, this focus on open natural ecosystems, which I believe is the same as rangelands, is incredibly important and for the health of the planet. So yeah, I hope that India will take the lead in conserving these systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ilse. And your eloquence overrides any need for PowerPoint presentations. Thank you so much. And thanks again for willing to come on at such short notice. Please do stay on. We'll have a short question and answer session at the end of this. Our next speaker I would like to invite is Dr. Vivek Saxena. And he's the APCCF as well as the CEO of the Campo Authority for Government of Haryana. And I would like to invite him on stage to tell us about how we can use the restoration, or how we can change policies in India so that we can also aid in the restoration and protection of open natural ecosystems. And what is the Government of India's vision for protecting grasslands? Please, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me for discussion on this very, very important topic. Because as we see, when in common parlance, when we talk about the forests or ecosystems, the common perception is the vision goes only toward the trees, which soothe to your eyes, which is pleasant to you. And whenever you see that the open land with the grasses and all, the people who have not that much connect with the nature, with the increasing urbanization, the connect with the nature, connect with the villages, that has also gone down. And then the policymakers and planners, when they think that these are the open lands and they hardly contribute anything, and they can be used for some sort of a development pathways or like that. But as we already saw, that how this open natural ecosystems or the grassland ecosystems, they are very, very important. And especially at the UNFCCC forum, when we are talking about the issues pertaining to the climate change, carbon sequestration and all. And the statistics which you provided, that they have a potential of sequestration of up to around 146 ton carbon per hectare per year. And at the same time, the grassland ecosystems, they support various type of life forms, various type of wildlife, which are very, very important. One of the important example you gave, that in the grasslands when the Prosopis juliflora that became little dominant, then there is a competition between the jackal population increase and the desert fox that move to further places. Apart from that, our pastoral community, that is also very dependent on these grasslands, and over the period of time, when see that India in particular, when we have to support the livelihood also of the pastoral people who depend on there, and how to preserve this, how to improve the productivity of this grassland, how to ensure that protect, that needs to be integrated in our various policies and administrative actions. Now coming to the vision, certainly we emphasize on the grassland management, but the statistics, when it shows that the grassland area and the grassland is decreasing. So we need to look into that whatever is the grassland, how to ensure that we don't lose further grasslands, how to restore those grasslands. And when we talk of the landscape restoration or forest landscape restoration, that cannot be limited just to the, you can say, restoration of the forest which is dominated by the trees. But the forest also includes such type of areas, the grassland or maybe the areas adjoining forests, which have a very, very important. Now the corridors, connecting corridors, that is also one of the big challenge, because many where we have you can say broken these corridors, and that itself has adversely affected the various type of life forms, including wildlife and all. So now coming to the government schemes, we have a number of restoration schemes, and especially you had requested that how the CAMPA funds can be supported. So CAMPA funds, apart from that compensatory afforestation which we undertake to compensate for the trees or forests which we lose for the diversion of the forest areas for the non-forestry activities for various sort of a development projects. But at the same time, if you see in the CAMPA, the net present value, because whenever we divert any forest land for any non-forest activity, it is not the trees, it is the all ecosystem which is we lose. We lose those ecosystem services. So that the net present value, there is a number of components in which we need to design the annual plan of operations in such a manner that we address the restoration of the grasslands or increase in the extent of the grasslands also. So again, there is a need to use all these funds or all various resources, not only CAMPA funds, even the other various type of externally supported project in terms of the bilateral or multilateral, including the various type of rural development linked programs and projects. Each and every state needs to map the extent of the grasslands and also look into the historical mapping aspects, where we see that how over the period of time the grasslands trend has gone, where we have lost the grassland, as you mentioned that somewhere there was in a bunny grassland, which was also mentioned by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in Man Ki Baat, that itself emphasizes that what sort of a thought process at the highest level for the importance of the grassland has been given recognition. Now for that, when we talk at the state level, if we map the grassland properly, we make the proper management plan, we need to look into the historical timelines, how we have lost those grassland, what sort of a interventions need to require, and over the period of time, how we are going to restore those grassland. linking it to the livelihoods of the local community. So that is the real challenge. And based on this, I think the CAMPA funds can be utilized appropriately for restoration of these grassland management, of these grassland generation of various linked livelihood activities. So that way, I think there is a need to have some sort of a reorientation of our planning process. There need to be sensitization of the various, including the officials or people, stakeholders who are involved or linked with the grasslands, that how to make the policies, plan and programs, and in various afforestation activities or our plans. It should not be mainly tree focused. It should be based on some sort of a landscape based focus, and with the appropriate recognition and importance to the respective, you can say, ecosystem services. The trees provide different type of ecosystem services. The grassland ecosystem services need to be given due recognition with the due importance and timely action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was amazing. That was, the fact that we have to consider afforestation activities in line with the ecosystem services that they provide. So I want to. We have a little bit of time now for us to take a couple of questions from the audience, and then we'll come to the last section. We want to release a film. Yeah. Yes, sir. Please.
Not exactly questions, but just comments. I'm Jagdish Chandar. I'm head of Forest Force Haryana.
Yes.
Grasses, people hardly talk about that. Very important topic, but people hardly talk about. Grasses have got ecological importance. They have got food value, economic importance. They are the best soil binders, but people really do not talk about that. Species like Echinocloa crusgalli, Canonicloa colonum, Steria, they are the food. Their seeds are consumed by birds. And apart from that, they are habitat for many birds like Lal Munia, and then Baya. Grasses provide shelter and habitat for that. What I want from grassland experts is that the information about grasses species is very, very less. We in the forest department are not able to identify many grass species and their importance, whether ecological or economic importance. So that information is required to be provided by experts. And then you see, even scientists, they have very thin knowledge about grasses. I remember there was one project from one scientist regarding rehabilitation of ecosystem, and then he came out with the a proposal, Sancharus ciliaris and Sancharus satigerus. I understand these are not our grasses. And what I want is that if it all comes to rehabilitation, these areas should be rehabilitated with local species. Local, when I say local, means local, indigenous to that habitat. And then another thing that I want from the grass experts is that the information with us is very, very thin as regards compatibility of growing grasses under trees, because the time ahead is to have everything at one place. And then grasses, when I say grasses, means Poaceae family. And grasslands should have we want from you and let me tell you good thing is that we have started adopting ecosystem management approach now, and we have started giving due importance to grasses. If you get an opportunity, please visit Bandhavgarh and the Kanha National Park. You'll see that grasslands are specially meant for that, and they don't allow woodlands to encroach upon that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, very much for that comment. Is there any other question I can take? Okay, yeah, go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Akshay. I work with an organization called Dasra in India. I wanted to understand with the government or within the non-profit sector also, while the importance of grasslands for, say, carbon sequestration outcomes may be very important, but at the same time, are there also strategies to make sure that the rights of indigenous communities over those grasslands are also secured? How do you also ensure that that they are also linked to the livelihoods of communities, and they are able to also, it's also incentivized for communities to participate in grassland conservation and other activities?
Maybe I can direct that question to Ilse. Ilse, are you still online with us?
catch the question. I'm here, yes.
Yeah, so the question from the audience was, how can we ensure the rights of local communities to access these grassland ecosystems while we're talking about restoration and while we're talking about protecting these grasslands for carbon sequestration? How do we ensure that these are protected and yet the communities have continued to have access to them? And I think this is some work that you yourself have been very closely involved with for a fairly long period of time now, and I think you're the best person to answer.
No, I think it's not an easy question to answer, but I think Mihir gave the answer. I mean, you have to sit down with the communities and make a joint plan, and but all, that it requires a relationship of trust between the herders and the institutions. So that has to be built, and I think more emphasis needs to be put on working with the communities and taking them serious. And I think actually it requires a little bit of a change of attitude and to respect traditional knowledge. In my opinion, I mean this whole idea of eliminating people from areas that are to be conserved, it goes back, it's like a Western concept that goes back to colonial times and to the first development of national parks in the US. And I think we need to realize that we all are part of nature, and that the pastures actually, they have a huge amount of experience in managing rangeland sustainably because they've depended on them. And I mean, you were in that film, I think you were saying that overgrazing is an issue, and that is true, but overgrazing only happens when animals are immobilized, when numbers increase a certain threshold because they're being fed extra concentrate or whatever.
Thank you. Yeah.
We need to keep animals in mobile systems and have that balance between the number of livestock and the available vegetation. And then, of course, that varies between years because the rainfall varies. But basically, if animals are mobile and if they're not being fed extra concentrate, then there's a balance between the resources, the vegetation, and the number of livestock.
Thank you for that, Ilse. I'm afraid we're out of time for questions. We have a very short film that we've made specifically for the COP27, and we'd like to release that at this time. If you could play the film, please. Thank you.
The opening shot of this film may look plain, endless, and barren to the eye, but it is in fact teeming with life. Life adapted for survival, where camouflage is an art, and each revelation a choice, a dramatic display. This is the land where the cheetah once ruled, where now leopards, wolves, jackals, foxes, and hyenas roam. Referred to as the prairies in America, pampas in South America, steppes in Eurasia, and the great savannas in Africa, these vast grassland ecosystems are also native to India. It is a home to over 350 species of birds, 25 species of mammals, including the Indian grey wolf, Indian striped hyena, Indian Bengal fox, 40 species of reptiles, 10 species of amphibians, 206 endemic plants, of which 17 are threatened species, and a wide variety of grass that nurtures us and nourishes us. The arrival of the British saw a shift in perception of these unique ecosystems. Driven by their need for timber and revenue, forests were valued, while tree-less landscapes like these were deemed unproductive wastelands.
One of the unfortunate legacies of the British colonial rule in India was that they imagined all of India as being forested landscapes, and that anything that was not forested was then degraded. So unfortunately, they considered most of the savanna, natural savanna grasslands in India to be not important from a forestry perspective. There's a reason to call it the correct name, because by calling it a forest, you assume that there should be trees in it, because that's what people's imagination of a forest is. So if you don't see trees, then it's degraded. These areas occur in a climatic zone that never naturally supported forests. And some of these areas have been this way for millions of years. They're not new.
The common belief is that forests are great at storing carbon. But forests store carbon mostly in above-ground biomass, such as leaves and woody stems. One wildfire can prove devastating, releasing all the stored carbon back into the atmosphere. In contrast, the grasslands store 81% of their carbon below the ground. The carbon fixed below ground remains in the roots and soil even during fires, making grassland ecosystems more efficient as a carbon sink.
Likewise, when you have fires and you have the entire tree burn up, you lose enormous amounts of that stored carbon that was in your mind. It's immediately being lost. In contrast, when a fire runs through a grassland, it only removes the biomass on top, whereas most of that stored carbon is beneath, in the soil, where it is safe.
Grasslands have been a source of livelihood for millions of livestock and pastoralists for thousands of years now. It is estimated that 53% of India's milk and 77% of India's meat production comes from extensive pastoralism. The pastoralists are great breeders, contributing to the vast genetic pool of cattle.
India has a lot of groups of people whose cultures are closely associated with pastoralism, and since centuries they have identified and conserved indigenous breeds of cattle and livestock, which are adapted to local climatic conditions and are an important component of biological diversity. And a lot of meat and milk production in India actually comes from such ecosystems. And pastoralism is, because it does not rely on year-round intensive use of savannas, it is actually compatible with biodiversity, and there is a lot of scope and potential in aligning goals of pastoralism and biodiversity conservation.
We need to recognize that the pastures in Maharashtra are a common resource. The need of the hour is to co-manage these resources with efficient policy between the herders, governmental and non-governmental organizations. Pastoralism should be incentivized as the agriculture is. Also, their migration routes need to be protected.
We admire the savanna grasslands of Africa, but refer to the savannas of the Deccan Plateau as degraded. We appreciate the Grand Canyon, but dismiss the beautiful ravines of Chambal. We label the Shola grasslands of Western Ghats, the Great Thar Desert, the flood plains of Terai, and the cold deserts of Ladakh as wastelands. The reintroduction of the celebrity cheetah to this landscape may temporarily shift the focus back to grasslands. But there needs to be changes in policy that will translate to meaningful on-ground action. It is time to recalibrate our perceptions of these unique and thriving ecosystems. The lives of endangered species and the livelihoods of millions of people depend on us shedding this historically and ecologically inaccurate perception of these unique ecosystems.
Yeah, thank you all for coming, and I hope you enjoyed the panel discussion.
Yes, yes, he is here.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends of the industry transition, welcome to the launch of the summit statement by the Leadership Group for Industry Transition. About an hour ago, the Leadership Group concluded its third summit, and I have the honour of presenting highlights from the summit statement. The summit statement itself can be obtained from the LeadIt website, www.industrytransition.org. My name is Robert Watt. I'm part of the Leadership Group's Secretariat. Since India and Sweden launched the Lead It initiative in September 2019, it has paved the way, providing technical guidance and political impetus for action on industry transition. With increased membership from developed and developing countries, this year we were very proud to welcome both Japan and South Africa to the group. We now have 19 company and 18 country members, and those countries account for over half of the world's economy. Lead It has contributed to putting industry transition on the global agenda, and Lead It member companies are showing that it is possible to decarbonise. First-of-a-kind plants are being built and operated by many of our companies, and they are collaborating along their value chains to make sure that we can provide the products that make sure that we can put in people's hands the low-carbon green steel, the low-carbon green cement that is needed for our societies. Industry is also increasingly included in the nationally determined contributions, and a recent assessment by Lead It of industry transition measures captured in the second round of NDCs confirms that most countries now specify mitigation measures that address industry, and that includes 12 out of the 15 highest emitting industrial emitters. Last year alone, Lead It members pledged more than $134 billion towards infrastructure for renewables, hydrogen, and carbon dioxide removal, and that covers installations, grids, storage. But despite growing momentum for industry transition, progress is still too slow. The Lead It Summit statement states that 2030 is a critical milestone on the path to net zero emissions, and that the group will continue to promote partnerships along value chains to strengthen the business case for low carbon products and their supply, and address issues such as material circularity. The statement also calls on Lead It countries, Japan, India and Sweden, to cooperate on industry transition as they preside over the G7, the G20 and the Council of the European Union in 2023. Lead It urges industrialised economies to apply the levers available to foster the enabling conditions for industry transition in emerging and developing economies. International cooperation to mobilise and guide the flow of private capital will be a vital enabler for industry transition in emerging economies. To reach the goals of the Paris Agreement, we need to make sure that the green industrial revolution is a global one. The coming year, contributing country members in Lead It commit to promoting mandates that support the de-risking of investments in the transition of heavy industries in emerging and developing countries. This could be achieved through multilateral development banks, multilateral climate funds and bilateral cooperation. And emerging economies and developing country members commit to formulating the roadmaps and long-term strategies for heavy industry sectors that can facilitate finance. And that means looking at their regulatory frameworks and incentives that can attract the necessary investments. The Secretariat itself will continue to support emerging economies and developing countries as they produce these roadmaps, providing the technical assistance that is necessary for them. Last but not least, we need to raise the issue of green skills and gender gaps, which can help overcome impediments to the energy and industry transitions. And Lead It Secretariat will continue to work with organisations such as Student Energy and look at issues such as just transition in the coming year. I would like now to invite the ministers to symbolically launch our statement by undoing these colourful ribbons on our summit statement. And with my brief overview of key points in the summit statement, I would like now to hand over for keynote remarks, first of all from Minister Yadav, and then from Minister Pourmokhtari. Welcome.
Excellency Ms. Romania Pourmokhtari, Minister for Climate and Environment, Sweden, friends from media, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. LED IT, as you know, is an initiative that focuses especially on the low carbon transition of the industry sector. The initiative was launched 3 years back in 2019, considering the contribution of industrial sector to the global greenhouse gas emissions. I am delighted to share that we have just concluded a very engaging LED IT Summit, which has been an annual event since the launch of this important initiative in 2019. To set agenda for global conservation on industry transition, I would like to once again express our gratitude to all the dignitaries for their valuable contribution. In addition to the annual summits, we also take opportunities to convene high-level dialogues to take stock of the progress being made on the industry transition. Last we met ahead of Stockholm 50 for the industry transition dialogue with ministers, CEOs, and representatives from leading industry transition initiatives to follow up the commitment from COP26 and discuss the scale of action required for heavy industry sectors to meet the targets of the Paris Agreement. Together, we take pride in launching the summit statement as an outcome of today's summit after we reaffirm our commitment to support low carbon transition of the industrial sector that comes with several co-benefits along with contribution to reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. In the dynamic global environment, energy efficiency transition will enhance the multiple challenges. The transition will be even more pertinent for developing and emerging economies with support from industrialized economies. Roadmap can be an important tool to curve out the transition and develop strategies for identified roadblocks. The road mapping exercise under the LED IT was initiated in India for the cement and steel sector with an active engagement of the respective stakeholder of the sector. The activity has led to the identification of country-specific requirements and recommendations. Going forward, such road mapping exercise will be taken up in other member countries for the hard-to-abate sectors important for the economy with the stakeholder involvement in a consultative manner. The assessment of assistance available for heavy industries in emerging economies and sharing of best practices is equally important. One of the important levers for low carbon transition of the industries is circularity. The focus needs to shift away from the virgin material to reusing and recycle for closing the loop of material life cycle. The implementation of the roadmap and the required low carbon transition will require financial resources at scale. The investment in the transition process need to be de-risked through innovative mechanism from development banks, climate funds, multilateral and bilateral cooperations. In the coming year, some of the LED IT members countries, that is India, Sweden and Japan, shall be presiding over G20, Council of European Union and G7. Therefore, accelerated industry transition will be one of the key focus areas. The LED IT group has expanded its membership to 37 countries and companies together so far. The objective is to specifically help emerging and developing economies or companies with decarbonization commitment from the industry sector to be part of the transition. On this platform, we welcome the countries and companies with strong ambitions for industrial transition to reach out the LED IT Secretariat and consider joining the initiative. At the end, I would like to take this opportunity to reinstate the call of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi at COP26 for global mass movement of lifestyle for environment. Even this pavilion we dedicated to Mission Life. I am pleased to share that the Mission Life has been formally launched last month in the presence of United Nations General Secretary in India. The mission has received support from the global community and we hope to continue getting this support. We urge the countries and communities to adopt the lifestyle for environment with pro-planet people philosophy. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Minister Yadav, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here today. Sweden and India together as co-chairs of Lead It, together with Lead It members and all of you. Lead It was launched in 2019 to tackle one of the toughest climate challenges, to decarbonize heavy industries accounting for around 30% of carbon emissions, and pursue efforts to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Lead It was one of the first global public-private initiatives to decarbonize the heavy industry. Lead It has helped set the international agenda in relation to a hard-to-abate sector. It has spurred action, and it has stimulated new initiatives to facilitate industry transition. Lead It work has been underpinned by scientific analysis and business intelligence. Methods and tools are now available for supportive sectors in emerging and developing countries to develop transition roadmaps. Work has also been pursued to map and analyze how funding and support can be mobilized. I want to take the opportunity to thank the Lead It Secretariat and all Lead It members for demonstrating the will and action to make the industrial transformation happening. To honor the Paris Agreement, we must be optimists. We must be brave. We must believe in change, and we must build trust and collaboration. I am pleased to see that this group of collaborative optimists is growing. It is truly exciting and inspiring to be in this group of countries and companies in the forefront of industry transition towards a net zero future. Already today, we are witnessing the power of the industrial transformation. Companies invest to achieve net zero to strengthen their competitiveness. New jobs are created and new economic opportunities. The roadblocks and bottlenecks are region or country specific, but we can learn from each other. To achieve a just transition, we must make progress in the real economy in the coming years. Investments are needed to speed up the transition. Concrete mandates to international financial institutions are urgently needed. And in addition, national framework conditions for private investments must be in place. Sweden was the first country to pledge for the CIF Industry Transition Fund. I'm glad to hear that the UK has also announced a contribution to this fund. And I'm also happy to announce that Sweden is joining the Clean Energy Ministerial's Industry Decarbonisation Initiative, an initiative that Lead It Secretariat is already in close contact and collaboration with. We, the leadership group on industrial transition, have worked together now for 3 years, and we have achieved a lot. We collaborate closely with other partners in the evolving landscape of industry transition initiatives, building on our collective experience. Today, through our joint statement, we are committing to more urgent and collective action in supporting and realizing the business case for industry transition. Together, we change mindsets and we drive global change. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you very much for your opening keynote addresses to launch our summit statement. We're going to take just a moment to reorganize our panel, who will take the stage now. So I thank you very much for the leadership you've shown in the leadership group and for being the co-chairs of our summit today. Thank you. So while we just reorganise the stage for our fantastic panel, which will give us an opportunity to explore in a little bit more detail from a number of other perspectives, key aspects of our summit statement and of the priorities for action in 2023, I would like to introduce you to our moderator. And here he comes. Yeah, if you're going to sit in the middle there, Anthony. So Anthony, it's great to have you with us. So let me just introduce Anthony. Anthony Hobley, Senior Fellow at the World Economic Forum, and also a member of the Management Board of Lead It. Anthony, you've been working tirelessly in the space of industry transitions for many years, and we're really grateful to the support you provide to us, the collaboration we have with WEF. And I'm really looking forward to hearing this panel. I'll hand over to you now so you can introduce your panel, and we can get started. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? Is that working? Fantastic, thumbs up. Yes, so I'm Anthony Hobley, Executive Fellow for Strategic Engagement at the World Economic Forum. Been working on this agenda for the last 3 years with Lead It and the World Economic Forum. It's incredibly proud to have been part of helping put Lead It together and to be a partner within Lead It. We have an incredible panel. So if I can invite my panelists to join us one by one. First, Rana Ghanem, the Chief Energy Systems and Infrastructure at the division for UNIDO. We have got a change to the panel. We have Dr. Arvind Badhanka, who is the Executive Director for ESG and the Chief Risk Officer at Dalmia Bharat Limited. Please, if you could join us on the panel.
Thank you, Anthony.
You are very welcome. Martin Pei, Executive Vice President at CTO and SSAB, who I believe is joining us virtually and is behind me. Welcome, Martin. It's great to have you. And Daniel Morris, Industry Lead at the Climate Investment Fund. Varun Sivaram, Senior Advisor, Clean Energy and Innovation, the US Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. Mahendra Shanmugan, Director, Primary Minerals Processing and Construction Department of Trade, Industry and Competition in South Africa, who I believe is also joining us virtually and will likely appear behind me. We have an incredible panel here to talk about the Lead It Summit Statement 2022. And I'd like to really dig in about what is so special about this statement, because I feel that it is. It brings together a number of years of work and strands. And I feel like there's a bit of a sort of critical mass building, tipping points, if you like. And Rana, I'm going to come to you first, because a key part of the statement focuses on roadmaps, and in many ways, the role of governments and national roadmaps. Now, another piece of work that I've been involved in is the Mission Possible Partnership, works closely with Lead It, and we've developed these global sectoral pathways or roadmaps to net zero. But what's so important about looking at this at a granular level within individual countries? Could you maybe touch on that a little bit, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for having me in this panel, and I also would like to make this opportunity to thank Sweden and acknowledge also Sweden joining the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative. So we're super excited to be growing this membership in the initiative. And now to your question, actually, Anthony. So what we see, of course, UNIDO works quite a lot with developing and emerging economies. That's really primarily our mandate, to support an inclusive and sustainable industrial development. And roadmaps are for sure a critical missing piece of that. Not just the roadmaps, in essence, actually data on industry and emissions in industry is something that we see is very lagging in developing countries. And we work quite a lot on building that environment for supporting the measurement, reporting and verification of emissions that are growing also from industries, because that's also a very important starting point, in a sense, to know where industries are, and then from there look on to what are the shorter term, medium term and longer term goals vis-a-vis also the technologies that are available. But what I welcome essentially also from the statement that was launched is, and that resonates quite a lot with the work that we are doing within the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative, is this focus on standards as well, and the call out for standards being an important piece of moving forward. And in addition to that, also the spirit of the collaboration and bringing the global south. So for me, these are three elements that stand out in view of where we are and what we promote as well as an organization.
Thank you. And that point, I think, about the Global South is incredibly important. And I think many people look at this area and think about this. They'll probably think about some of the big companies, traditional companies in the West. But if you've been in the industry decarbonisation space over the last 3 years, there is one company whose name you will know very well. And if you don't know the name of this company, you've been in a sort of cellar somewhere cut off. It's Dalmia Cement. Dalmia Cement has been a leader, an innovator, pushing the boundaries in this space. So, Dr. Barhanka, I'd like to come to you. So you're a very innovative company. You're a company that's very outspoken on the issue of industry decarbonisation, and in a sense, you put action to back up those words and the rhetoric. But Lead It is about bringing governments together with the private sector. So could you say something about, how far is it possible to go as a company on your own, and how important is collaboration, not just with other companies within your sector or other sectors, but also with governments, public-private collaboration, and maybe give some examples of how you have been working with governments to drive progress in decarbonising your business.
So first of all, thank you, Lidit. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Anthony. I'm standing in fact, not standing in, sitting in on behalf of my CEO, Mahendra Singhi. He would have been here, but unfortunately, he had to leave for some business commitment to India. But coming back to the question which you asked, we are the first company who has actually committed for carbon negativity, and that was almost 3 years back. When we committed for this, a lot of people laughed at us because cement is a hard-to-abate sector. How you guys are committing, when many other heavy industries have not committed for it. And those who know cement operation, a lot of CO2 comes out of, the process. When we convert calcium carbonate to calcium oxide, CO2 emission happens. And as of now, other than the carbon capture, there is no solution for it. But our promoters, Shri Puneet Dalmia and Mahendra Singhi ji, they were very committed. They say, we may not know the answers as of now, but let's go ahead and commit for it. And since we have committed for this, I'm very happy and proud to share that we have reduced almost 10% of CO2 emissions. And all this has been done through our internal initiative. Those could be, low-hanging fruit. Some could be, at a middle of a tree. But we spend money and we did that. But the question which you asked, going forward, definitely it's going to be difficult. Another 2 to 3 years down the line, it will be difficult to do it on our own. And if you look at decarbonization roadmap in cement, there are primarily 3 elements to it. One is, replace the CO2 emission which is happening from the, avoid the CO2 emission which is happening from the processes, from the fuel and from the power. As far as power is concerned, we know the answer. We have renewable electricity. We will be 100% renewable by 2030. That's what the commitment RE. In fact, we will be much before that. Fuel also, we know the answer. We are going to replace the fuel, and I'm very happy to share that almost 16 to 20% of fuel replacement has been done either through the municipal solid waste or through the biomass which is there. But here, public-private partnership is essential because as Minister Yadav was saying at that point of time, that there is a need for circular economy. And while India knows circular economy very well, it's in our DNA, but there is a public-private partnership required for it because you need to have organized player coming in, you need to have an ecosystem built over there, you need to have policies coming up over there. And as a company, we are ready to buy the industrial waste and the other material which is available, but there has to be an ecosystem and policies in place, which perhaps a lot of public and private involvement will be required into it.
Thank you so much, Arvind. Another, I think, iconic company in the industry decarbonisation space, SSAB, as one of the key drivers and partners in the hybrid green steel project. Again, if you were in Glasgow last year, where industry decarbonisation was firmly on the agenda, one of the must-have takeaways was these little ingots of green steel. And I have to say, I've still not achieved getting one, but those, I know many colleagues have one, and they're incredibly proud of their little ingot of green steel from the hybrid plant. And this plant, I think, is one of the leading pilots in decarbonising heavy industry steel. Martin, could you say a little bit about the lessons that have been learned from that? And I think critically, you know, if there are any criticisms of pilot plants, it is that we need to move beyond pilot plants now and develop commercial scale plants at scale. But clearly, we need the pilots to prove it works. Could you talk a little bit about the lessons you have learned and what it tells you about the levers we are going to have to deploy to get us moving at speed and scale, and give us a chance of getting those 100 green steel plants that the roadmaps tell us we need, producing the 280 million tons of green steel, which will then make those little ingots sort of less precious.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction, Anthony. We started the hybrid initiative in 2016 and invested heavily in R&D. Jointly, together with LKB Vattenfall, SSAB has been developing the hydrogen-based direct reduction technology in a very extensive manner. The hybrid pilot plant started operation 1.5 years ago, and we have run trial campaigns, and from that we have successfully made the first lot of fossil-free steel. And our ambition is very high because we want to take away fossil fuel that is today used in mining operations, in iron ore preparation pelletizing processes, in the direct reduction process, and as well as in the steel making step. So we have now shown that this technology works well. And recently we also announced that this pure 100% fossil-free hydrogen-based direct reduction process actually produces a sponge-iron product which is superb in quality as well as mechanical strength, which we can handle without making into briquettes. This opens up extremely interesting opportunities moving forward when we now plan for the commercialization of this technology. SSAB has jointly, together with LKB Vattenfall, decided for a very, very aggressive transition plan. Our plan is to make the first commercial transition of one of our 3 iron ore-based production facilities in Sweden, Finland in 2026. And within 2030, our plan is to transform the remaining 2 production sites to fossil-free production technology completely using this hybrid technology. We have a very strong collaboration along the value chain. So in addition to our partners, mining and energy company LKB and Vattenfall, we have a number of very strong customer partnerships, including not only Swedish and Finnish multinational companies like Volvo Group, Volvo Cars, and also European big companies like Mercedes-Benz. But we have also customers including Tier 1 suppliers to the automotive company like the French Faurecia and the US Shape Corporation. So this is really creating a strong commitment along the value chain. In our case, we have not any need of offtake agreements because all the partners along the value chain share the same conviction that we need to decarbonize the whole value chain. We believe this will be the future standard way of making steel because steel is needed as an enabler for this transition. And how to, just to share something that we believe this is both technically possible but also commercially relevant because this creates new business opportunities. And how to make this transition not only a a niche product, how to make this scale up on a global level, we believe there are a number of key important aspects. The first is a global carbon pricing. And this has been mentioned by many others in the past, but have a carbon price will drive the business case for this transition. If we can push this carbon pricing through the value chain, then we will have the situation where every step can make necessary investments, because to do this decarbonization of steel making process, only the steel making step cannot do it alone. We need to have energy companies, mining companies, as well as our customers collaborating jointly. And we know that emission is having a cost, independent if we have a scheme of emission costs or not, because we see increasingly climate disasters everywhere. So we need to put a price on emission. Number two is to create market demand. The most interesting and good example is the First Movers Coalition, where SSAB is a proud founder member. We are committed to not only develop this technology and supply steel to our partners, we are also committed to buy services like, for example, trucks from companies that can make these zero-emission products. Third is green public procurement, and that can really create especially demand signal in the construction segment. Last but not least is a common standard to measure and report carbon footprint from steel-making processes, but also on a product level. We need to have a proper and ambitious standard for near zero emission steel production process, as well as product. And we need to take into account a life cycle analysis aspect in order to measure in a transparent way the product's life cycle CO2 footprint. Thank you.
Brilliant, Martin, thank you. And actually, I'd like to segue from some points you made to Varun. So, Martin, two of the things you've talked about is having some advanced purchase commitments and certainty and standards. And Varun, in the summit earlier today, you brought those two things together, I thought, quite nicely and illustrated how important the standards are to that ability to develop these advanced purchase commitments. And I think this is one of the things that LEADIT could play a big role in. I think was one of your recommendations at the end. Could you perhaps talk a little bit more about that? Standards and how critical they are to unlock demand in these advanced purchase commitments.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks, Anthony, and congratulations to everybody, to Sweden, to India, but everybody who's part of LEADIT. It's a great statement and a great and successful summit. This is such an important organization. I promise I will answer your question, but let me just say, this is a sector that's so important because the energy transition has not started here. It started in these other sectors. We have solar and wind that's cheap. We have batteries. We have electric vehicles. We just have not gotten going in steel, cement, aluminum, aviation, shipping. It's time to get going, and it's time that this gets the attention it deserves. So props to Sweden and India for putting this high on the agenda. You know who else put it high on the agenda? President Biden. When we passed the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, we recognized these are really expensive technologies. So the United States is investing billions, tens, hundreds of billions of dollars to bring down the costs of what are today still expensive technologies. The US is effectively helping to fund the world's first purchases of the new technologies in clean steel and clean cement, carbon capture, green hydrogen, to bring down those costs for every country around the world. We will spend a lot of money so that everybody else does not have to. Now, the question you asked was very important. Why do we need advanced purchasing commitments? For example, in the United States, our Inflation Reduction Act will bring down the green premium, so it's almost as inexpensive to build clean steel, or as inexpensive as it is to build dirty steel. You still need a demand signal. And elsewhere in the world, where it is a green premium to build clean steel versus dirty steel, a demand signal is even more important. We have seen demand signals work in other sectors. In vaccines, It was thanks to a demand signal, an advanced purchase commitment for vaccines, that we got COVID vaccines onto the market. It was because of advanced purchasing commitments that we had SpaceX develop the world's first commercial manned spacecraft. And now, because of advanced purchasing commitments, we are going to have the world's cleanest technologies that aren't yet ready for the commercial market, but that we need to bring to the market through that pull. You know, I'll point out Annie Hills in the back, Secretary Kerry's senior advisor, runs the First Movers Coalition from the US government side in collaboration with the World Economic Forum. And here's what we want to do. We want to create a strong signal for the technologies of the future. Because right now, Martin, is Martin still there? Martin may have gone off the screen, but Martin at SSAB is the only guy in the world who can make truly clean steel. But we need 100 Martins. We need lots of factories that can produce green steel. And the only way we'll get there is through commitments like what the first movers have done. Ford Motor Company says 10% of my steel consumption in 2030 will come from truly clean green steel. So he's going to create demand for another Martin, or another factory. And so will all the other companies that have made that commitment. Here in Egypt at COP27, the First Movers Coalition launched a whole new set of commitments for the world's cleanest cement. We've set a standard that is cleaner than any other cement in the world, closing in on 100% reduction in carbon emissions. That standard says there's no way you can produce the cement without truly transformative technology. Incremental reductions won't get you there. You may need, for example, the gentleman from Dalmia Cement mentioned carbon capture. You may need carbon capture to capture those emissions from the calcination process. We're creating those demand commitments to do that. $12 billion of demand commitments and the world's cleanest cement standard. I'll say one final thing. Lead It is so powerful. I want to give Robert a lot of credit here. Lead It is so powerful because the countries and companies in it are really committed to moving. And next year, if you look at the statement, next year, India will lead the G20. Sweden will lead the European Council, I think. And Japan will lead the G7. We're going to have 3 leadership countries following a year where the United States led the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation. All these countries have a chance to step forward and say, hey, next year, let's all agree on what is the standard for the world's cleanest cement, steel, aluminum, aviation fuels, one single standard for near zero industrial commodities. We've already done a lot of the heavy lifting. The First Movers Coalition has a standard. We just put it out there. Let's all get together and agree on it so that every buyer and every seller can align on one single standard. It's so important to make these advanced purchase commitments work. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Varun. Well, and you know, at the moment there's 600 high carbon Martins in the world, and we need 100 low carbon Martins by 2030, and by 2050, all 600 of those Martins have to be low carbon. So that's our roadmap, the Martin roadmap for green steel. I love it. We've talked about the purchase commitments. We've talked about the roadmaps and commercial scaling, and you know, this dirty word, green premium, and that Bill Gates has been focusing on a lot with breakthrough energy and how critical it is, you know, to get that down. We have the technologies. We can produce it all. The trouble is they're more expensive, and we have to pay for it. So could we talk a little bit about, you know, even with the elements in place, what is still preventing the unlock of the capital, the financing we need to fund those 100 green steel plants by 2030, those 500 commercial scale SAF plants, those 1.5 million zero emissions trucks by 2030, those 40 green aluminium plants, those 20 carbon capture facilities. You know, if there was 3 things, what would they be to unlock the flows of capital to finance that scale up of the low carbon industrial economy?
Well, thank you, Anthony, for having me and for that huge question. I can't pretend to speak on behalf of the global economy. Maybe I'll start with the climate investment funds and we'll go from there. So those of you may have heard that we launched our industry decarbonization program last week with generous contributions from Sweden and the United Kingdom, and we thank them both for that. And so now the next step for us is to figure out what kind of model can work where our concessional finance can be concentrated in developing countries and really allow them to begin to unlock this and fill this gap, this kind of a missing middle where you go from pilot projects and technology that's sort of known to the end map where in 2050 we have 93% reductions in emissions from industry, and it just kind of is the way we do business. And so for us, we hope to bring our programmatic approach to bear on this problem. And for those of you who may not be familiar with the climate investment funds, we use a programmatic approach where historically we have taken sort of the concessional resources available to us. We've asked countries to partner with multilateral development banks who are our partners in implementing entities and come up with, since the term has been used, basically roadmaps of investment and how to turn small amounts of concessional resource, and that can be focused in sort of concessional loans, it can be grants to support TA and capacity building, it can be equity investments or viability gap financing, different types of financial instruments. How can that be turned around and used to mobilize investments from multilateral development banks, from private sector, from DFIs and other institutions? I think our track record speaks for itself, and it's a good story. In our energy portfolio and clean technology portfolio, every dollar that we bring to bear has mobilized 10 additional dollars in co-finance from other sources. So now how do we do that in industry? And to be perfectly frank with you, we need to figure that out, because what we've learned in sort of the build up to the launch of this program is that while our programmatic approach is a good start, it needs an adjustment, right? There really has to be this partnership between governments and industry actors, right? And it can be firms like DALMIA and SSAB really helping governments work together to put together plans that make sense. I think another aspect that's critical and has been talked about a lot at this COP is sort of the just transition elements. Workers in the workforce need to be a part of that conversation as well, so that we can all move forward and figure out where these tiny bits of concessional resource can help really amplify the impact, bring more money in, and sort of fill this missing middle that we're all looking to fill.
Thank you. That was very helpful and insightful. Sorry, it was a big question, but you did a good job in, I think, addressing it. Rana, I'd like to come back to you. I mean, and just reading the Lead It statement, it doesn't use these words, but essentially it is advocating that at a country level we need industrial strategy, and that's maybe been something that's been out of fashion for a little while, coordinating industrial strategy to drive the transition at this speed and scale. So maybe if you could could you talk a little bit about that and why, with such an approach being out of fashion, we now need that as part of the transition? And maybe, I think, to build on Varun's points and the First Movers Coalition is very much about these private sector advanced purchase commitments. Of course, the other big buyer is government, public procurement. And in fact, President Biden's just made a big announcement that, again, alongside the Inflation Reduction Act, could be almost as influential. So maybe talk a little bit about those two levers and why we need them at this point in time.
Absolutely. Two big questions there.
I like big questions. You probably gathered that by now.
Yeah, let me try. Well, essentially, we talked about the roadmaps, and you're talking about investments. But between roadmap and investments, there's a need for a number of things to be in place for governments to get it right for industrial decarbonization. And so, one of those is actually an industrial strategy that looks at the topic more from a transformation perspective, and what are the key measures? The Inflation Reduction Act is a perfect example of how a government has really put this together into a policy and a strategy that gives clear signals as well to the industry. So that is very much needed, that it looks into also beyond just those big companies. How are things going down the supply chain as well, and how do we bring that change not just for the large companies but also for smaller and medium-sized enterprises? Now, the other thing that we also see is critical and very much missing is the infrastructure. And it's not only an issue of investments there. What we need, for example, when we talk to industry in India, the permitting and licensing procedures for CCUS projects and this ecosystem approach to actually help put that infrastructure in place is also something else that's really missing, and where we really need to work with the government in India and other countries to put that in place. So just to say, a number of layers that we need to work on, and we need to work on all of them in parallel because we're just simply out of time. To turn now to the government procurement, and I like a lot what Varun said. I mean, FMC is focusing on high impact, low volume procurement. So to really go for this near zero emission products. However, I think that we need to deploy all technologies. There's energy efficiency, there's renewables, there's hydrogen, CCUS. There's so much out there, and we need to pull on all levers. So, and government procurement, it's going to be quite difficult. You know, when we were negotiating the Green Public Procurement Pledge with governments, it was really difficult to agree on a commitment towards near zero products. It was possible perhaps to think about it in terms of signature projects that governments could commit to, but governments are responsible for 25 to 40% of steel and cement procurement. Now, that is mostly going into public construction projects. And there we need really to pull more bulk amounts of low carbon steel and low carbon cement. And so the pledge that we have launched within the Clean Energy Ministerial's Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative looks at 4 levels of commitment. The very first one is actually for governments to commit towards a requirement of disclosure of embodied carbon on public construction projects. We need to know where do we stand, and as a matter of fact, that's a key priority for us now, working with some of our key governments on getting the numbers right. The second level is actually a commitment to align our procurement targets with the net zero targets, because it speaks to this as well. So we need industrial policy to speak to energy policy, to speak to climate policy. We need that interlinkage to come across, and that's essentially the spirit of that level of the pledge. Now, what we launched in September, it was a commitment for procurement by 2030. So where governments are committing to procure low-carbon steel and low-carbon cement in their public construction projects, we're using the IEA methodology and definition, the report that they've put up for the G7. So, for example, in the case of steel, it's a sliding scale of, the use of scrap versus, the more advanced technologies. And we're actually leaving it up to countries to undertake their national consultations and come back to us with the highest level of ambition possible for countries to abide to. And the last tier is that actually near zero carbon material that Varun mentioned, but there it's really primarily for key signature projects that we will need to define also with our partner countries. So we're looking forward. I think we have 3 countries that have committed to undertake these consultations so far. And these are Canada, Germany, thank you for that, and also UK. And we invite all of the other members, including India, now Sweden, US, Japan, and others as well that have joined us to really make such commitments, because they're very much needed to lower the green premium.
Okay. Fantastic. And if you're wondering why we haven't brought South Africa in, I understand they haven't been able to make the panel, so send their apologies, I believe. So I'm going to turn back to Dr. Barhanka. So hearing this in terms of government-level industry strategy, could you maybe give some examples of the sort of strategy that your government is providing and how that has been very useful to support you as a company driving towards decarbonisation? It'll be good to, so I think, have some examples of where this is actually playing out in practice, and perhaps, if you want to make some suggestions about what more governments could do, to support you?
You know, Government of India has also announced that we will be carbon neutral by 2070, and we are very much committed. In fact, I was a part of that team, you know, consortium consultation network, which went to Paris, and it is called as Road to Paris. Now, to answer your specific question, how government is supporting, government job is to support through policies and the frameworks and the rules which they make. And one classic example I can tell you is about the renewable energy. We committed for 100% renewable by 2030 in my earlier organization also. And that time when we committed, that time we were almost clueless, and we thought that many people again questioned and challenged me that whether it is possible to meet or not. But today you look at the situation, you know, we are almost, you know, 20 to 30% on renewable energy today. And even if we had taken a target of 2030, I'm sure we will complete that target much before that, 2 to 3 years before that, in fact. And that has come because of the policies of the government. And government, the environment, the ecosystem, government, I'm not saying that everything is in place. Still the work has to happen on circular economy. A lot of policies have to come. Cement industry is the biggest consumer of waste. We need to have policies in place so that you know, cement industry can consume more and more waste which is available, or they feel motivated. Today what is happening is that people think that you know, you just produce, have the waste and send it to the cement industry, and their job is over. But cement industry has lots of challenge in consuming that waste, and to address those challenges, some of the policies and framework needs to be in place. So that's what government needs to work upon. But government is aware of it. I have been talking to them through various trade associations and forums, and they are working on it. Very in the morning also, Niti Aayog people were there, and yesterday, and they are fully aware of this. So government has been very supportive on this.
That is amazing. And actually, we do have South Africa, which is fantastic. So welcome, Mahendra. It's amazing to have you on. So we've been having a really good conversation about the Lead It statement, looking at questions like advanced purchase commitments, the role of public-private collaboration, industry strategy, what it will take to unlock finance. So I'm going to bring you in now, because I think what I would like to ask you is, what are you seeing, and so one of the other key issues that came up was ensuring that this is not just about the global north, this is about the global south, as you know, as we go through this new green industrial revolution, this inflection point. And I'd like to ask you a little bit about what do you see as the opportunity for your country in Africa as global industry looks to decarbonize, and how will you, as a government, help support that and perhaps ensure that you are part of maybe a more of a sort of international network of industry hubs and sectoral decarbonization. So maybe talking about the opportunity for you as a country in the global south from this decarbonization process.
Thank you, and my apologies for joining late. Thanks for the opportunity to engage with everybody, and happy to talk to you on this topic. Of course, you would have seen our president's statement at COP27 when he announced that South Africa is very conscious of the climate mitigation obligations and goals that we've committed to. And at the same time, we acknowledge that with the developing world are now at the receiving end of the developed world's journey to industrialization and growth. And while that is a result of global history, we do take seriously our challenges in the transition. You would have also seen that the International Partnership Group has come on board to invest us in our Just Energy Transitions Investment Plan, which is at US $98 billion set over 5 years. So we have, South Africa created some very strong policy tools and measures to bring about the international community, to hold them account and to hold them viable partnerships that will actually help us in the transition. And we do see materialization of these commitments, and we're happy and glad about that. The World Bank recently announced also its commitment about 0.5 billion US dollar to transition one of our end-of-life coal generation plants, Kumati, which will become a renewable energy plant, and directly about 15,000 workers there will be supported in the transition. So to your point about the partnerships we have in South Africa, at the beginning of the 6th administration, we had developed sectorial master plans focusing on very specific sectors that we had identified had contributed to the economic growth. And in those sector master plans, these are social partnerships between organized labor, industry and government. And we don't play any one of the stakeholders don't play sort of the lead role. We're all leaders in this master plans. And we all have very set targets and commitments in our duty to accomplish this master plan by year 2030. So one of the master plans, and the reason we joined Lead It, was via the Steel Master Plan, which directly in the downstream sector employs about 200,000 workers and indirectly about 8 million people, supporting the auto industry as well. So in this partnership agreement, we have put the just transition, and the steel sector is committed by year 2050 to become green steel in totality. And we have commitments by ArcelorMittal in South Africa to transition one of its plants, refurbish it actually, the Saldanha Bay plant, into a green steel manufacturing. And they are partnering with Sasol in South Africa. So it's another partnership between two industry players to transition into green energy development and transmission into the grid. So we have some quite exciting activities going on in South Africa. We also have very high unemployment. So this is, we know we need these plans to kick in quite fast so that we don't have even more unemployment issues going into the future with the transition. We're having discussions with partners to make sure that the just transition also looks at the labor disruption that comes with that, and how do we ensure that skills are available and there's training happening so that the labor is able to be absorbed into the new transition mechanisms that we implement. Thanks.
Actually, Mahendra, could you just say, I think you've raised a really important point at the end here. This point around the just transition, jobs and skills. Because I think when you, the sort of speed of change we're going to need to see across these sectors will probably create a lot of anxiety for people whose livelihoods rely on them, are dependent on them. But also when you look at the numbers, from certainly the sector transition strategies that the Mission Impossible Partnership have produced, those hundreds of green steel plants, cement plants, zero emissions trucks, ships, etc., that also represents a lot of inward investment, a lot of GDP, and a lot of jobs. So could you perhaps say a little bit more about this and what you think we need to do in terms of, I think, both the framing and that critical point you raised that I think often gets brushed under the carpet, but is going to be critical, the reskilling that we will need to do as part of this transition?
So, in South Africa, as the President announced, in our just energy transition, we are focusing on the energy sector itself, so the skills that are required there, electric vehicle manufacturing for export, and the green hydrogen. And these sectors are really underdeveloped, so we really haven't been developing the educational frameworks that are required for the sector. So we really do need to identify very quickly what is needed. So in our commercialization strategy of the hydrogen roadmap that we're working with our sister departments and with our Industrial Development Corporation, we have identified the lacking of skills for this sector to be commercialized. So the partnerships there is working with how do we then bring entities like those in Sweden, but also across the globe, as in India and in other parts of the world that have some developed in this, and how do we attract them here? So we have some of our visa waiver programs that kind of to bring attracting of labor here, but we are very aware that we need to have critical skills attracted into this area very quickly, and to have the development strategy of what we are going to do to ensure that the disruption in the short term is mitigated.
Thank you. Martin, I'd like to come back to you now on 2 points. In one of the big barriers that we can see and that we know is going to be an issue for us to go at the speed and scale required, and that governments and industry are going to have to grapple with, I think, in partnership, is the speed of permitting, regulatory approvals, etc. Your minister, the Swedish Minister for Climate and Environment for Sweden in the last session, held up hybrid as a really positive case study in how you worked with that process. And instead of it taking several years, which might be the case normally, you got the permitting process done in 6 months. I think that would be fantastic to learn a little bit more about that, the lessons learned from that and how they may be applied for other low-carbon industry projects and around the world, because it's going to be an issue everywhere.
Thank you for that question. I just want to clarify that our minister mentioned his startup project, H2 Green Steel. In our hybrid case, since we are already operating steel production facilities, so we just need to make slight modifications of our existing environment permits, and those processes are handled really well. What we have a challenge is really the infrastructure for high voltage transmission lines. Those projects normally take longer time, and we have been working with us since some time back and worked very much with the public consultations, involve all stakeholders and so on. And we are quite confident that this, with the support from the society for this transformation, which creates a lot of benefits to the society, we will get those permits in place in time. So, of course, working very much closely with the society, getting acceptance is a key, and we work very actively to make that happen.
Thank you, Martin. And this issue of infrastructure as well, just if you quickly, we're seeing a lot of evidence that perhaps where the action will happen, if you want to put it that way, in industrial decarbonisation, is in the context of industrial clusters. Certainly this decade, as we try and scale technology, because of that point around shared infrastructure, sharing costs, the scaling of clean energy, building much of the infrastructure that will support, such as hydrogen, ammonia, and creating the green corridors we're going to need for shipping, for aviation, and for trucking. Could you say a little bit about, if you see the world in the same way, and to what degree that access to existing infrastructure within the industrial area played a role? And can you see that, again, lessons from that to be applied around the world as we roll this out?
The existing infrastructure is extremely important, of course. For us, we have a very good starting point in Sweden and also in northern Finland, because we have the electricity grid is in principle decarbonized. We have great possibilities to grow especially wind power, which makes our transition go quicker than in many other places. So investments in infrastructure, investments in further fossil-free production, electricity production capacity, that will be a key for the future industrial development.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to you now again, Daniel, on the financing point. So you talked a bit about the lessons from the energy transition. Now started to, but obviously that's much more advanced. Costs come down. The green premium in many cases is reversed. Do you see a similar trajectory playing out here as we scale? And what do you see your key role as? And perhaps a little bit here. A lot of disruptors play quite a big important part in that energy transition. Whereas at the moment, we still have many of the big existing industrial companies, but we are seeing, smaller companies come in with more disruptive technologies. Which part of that will you focus on, and where do you see your biggest role to catalyze, bringing down the green premium?
Yeah, I would say our larger role is in sort of supporting industry, and you kind of ask if we sort of expect to see cost curves take a similar path as with renewables. And I think what we're seeing, and again, we're at sort of the early stages of figuring out how to execute this program, is that there's going to be a mix of things. And so you will see that with some technologies, but there are things that are out there right now in terms of energy efficiency measures that can be done. They're just not being done, or they're not being done at scale, right? And so our challenge in figuring out how to apply our concessional resources is to find the trigger points where we can de-risk those areas and sort of allow either firms to move forward or bring co-financiers in who see benefit in doing that, and bring their resources to bear and increase scale, right? We have 15 years of experience of either bringing technology that's not quite commercially viable to commercial viability, or taking commercially viable technology that hasn't achieved scale and helping it achieve scale through de-risking through these targeted applications of concessional resources. So I think it'll be a mix. I think you'll see a little bit of both. I don't expect it to be as neat and tidy a story as renewable energy and just that nice cost curve shift. We are seeing that with some aspects that sort of influence industry. You see that with energy storage, which will be a big component, and green hydrogen, I think, is starting on that path, although I think we're still very early days with green hydrogen as well, and we'll have to see how that unfolds. But I think we're looking at kind of a mix and really going into specific sectors in specific country and transnational contexts and figuring out what makes the most sense and what can have the most impact.
That's fantastic. And Varun, I'd like to turn to you. I don't think it's an understatement to say that the Inflation Reduction Act is probably the biggest piece of climate change legislation we have seen anywhere in the world to date, when you look at the numbers. But I think you were preemptively addressing some of the criticisms, which is it is domestic, but very much driven by domestic politics in the US. But you make this really important point, and I think you can't overemphasize this. So at this stage in the transition, bringing down the cost of the technology applies everywhere. You can't hermetically seal that in the United States, so it brings it down for everybody. But could you say a little bit about the work that you will do and the administration will do to sort of support international scaling of that technology alongside the role that the IRA will play domestically?
Yeah, well, look, just to zoom out a moment, the challenge of reducing emissions in hard-to-abate sectors are about a third of emissions. They'll grow to half if we don't do anything by mid-century. Addressing emissions is primarily an international problem. More than 95% of future cumulative emissions between now and 2100 will come from outside of U.S. borders. So if all the IRA does is reduce the less than 5% of emissions within U.S. borders, it won't have succeeded. That's why it's so important that we work on transmitting the gains that we make at home with our IRA around the world. And it's why I really want to work hard to recast this narrative. It is the United States spending very expensively to drive down costs globally. Now, a few points that you made are very important to keep in mind. It won't do for all of the new infrastructure to be built in advanced economies. And the reason for that is that the learning is not perfectly transmissible. 100% of the cost reduction will not transmit to India or South Africa if you build the first cement with CCUS plant in the US or clean steel plant in the US and in Europe. So we do actually need to make sure we are building out infrastructure for advanced zero carbon industries in emerging economies as well. The new CIFS fund is so important for that, but beyond that, for example, the United States DFC this week has just signed an MOU with Egypt to invest in a clean hydrogen facility. It will be important for us all to invest in developing country infrastructure. The last thing I'll say is, another very good point you made was, not all clean energy technology will fall in cost in the same way. Highly modular, mass-producible pieces of equipment, like solar panels, batteries, perhaps electrolyzers, perhaps direct air capture units, or at least some technologies, those will fall in cost predictably. As you increase cumulative production, the cost will fall, and it's a line on a log-log graph. Other technologies that are highly customizable, for example, carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, may not actually follow that same cost curve. And so we're going to have to be very intentional when we think about how we forecast the costs of these technologies. In the case of the non-scalable, non-modular technologies, their costs may actually fall a little slower. We may be stuck with the green premium for longer, and we'll have to take that into account when doing incentive design. Thanks.
Thank you, Varun. We have a few minutes now for sort of closing remarks and maybe any probably a couple of questions if anyone would like to. Otherwise, I'm just going to do a quick fire round. But if anyone would like to raise a question to this incredible panel, please do. Okay. Then what I'm going to ask each person here is, Lead It is achieved, I think, an incredible amount building this public-private organisation with so many leading governments, and Varun put it so eloquently, the power of these leading governments alongside these leading companies. We just found out from Rob today that Lead It's going for a consultation exercise in terms of where can it have most impact going forward. And so I'm going to ask each panellist, if there was one thing that Lead It does to really drive industry decarbonisation, what do you think it should be? And I think I'll start with our online panellists first. So just one thing in the next 3 years that Lead It should focus on to give the most leverage in industrial decarbonisation, considering it's a public-private organisation building these leading governments and an interface with companies. So Mahendra, I'll start with you. The one thing you'd like
happy
to
that
do.
you spoke with me, because I think leaders should connect Varun and Daniel and myself together so that we could have a discussion on those 2 points that they made in their comments early on. From Daniel's part, from South Africa's perspective, we're working on our critical minerals, specifically cobalt, nickel, and how do we get the battery manufacturing up and running. And that's where Varun's help would be, and the investment opportunities that he would see for the developing economy to support us in this. So if Leader can arrange this stroke here so that we could engage further, because SADC has about all the minerals needed for lithium batteries. And we've already invested in redox batteries in South Africa, made from vanadium. So happy to have a discussion further. And I think that's the kind of role Leader should play, is that connecting partners that have the same objective for economic growth, and helping us bring about the adjective that, what can our country do to the green revolution that's coming upon us before we kill our planet. So happy to engage further.
Brilliant. Well, Varun did say in the previous session that one of the recommendations would be to get 3 or 4 specific projects signed up in the next 2 or 3 years. We already have one. Martin.
Happy to give that project on to bring on for the first year.
Martin, over to you. The one thing Lead It should do.
Yes, we talked about standardization earlier this morning, so I will not take that anymore. I think the leadership group has done a great job the last 3 years. And going forward, really to share experience that some of us that were earlier in taking on this challenge, our experience that can be useful for other countries, especially emerging economies that are on the way to build a lot more capacity, especially for steel. I think that could be creating really the benefit for such a group, because SSAB has been extremely open in sharing our experience so far. We are ready to share the technology when it is proven. And we have just 1 month ago invited the global steel industry to Stockholm, jointly together with POSCO, shared the experience, the progress, and discussed how we can collaborate. That I think leadership group can play an extremely important role in the coming year.
Martin, thank you. Let's just go along the panel. So we'll start with you at the end, Daniel.
I think from our perspective, the critical thing that Lead It can do, and they've already done so much, is I think these roadmaps over the next couple of years will be really, really important. If a public sector, a government is left to build its own roadmap, it might look different than if the industry was left to build it itself. And so using this partnership that Lead It has really facilitated to build those roadmaps so that both sides are speaking to each other and can come to agreement on a common vision, that allows us and our partners in the MDBs and other financiers to come in and really understand where the needs are, and as I said, make that targeted intervention where we think we can have the most impact. So from my perspective, I think the roadmaps will be really critical and really valuable for our work.
Brilliant. I'd make one plea on that, not to redo. We have them at a global level now with the Mission Possible partnership roadmaps, but I think it's dropping them down to a country level. Right.
Well, I second all of what was said. And on the roadmap, I think it will be also useful. We discussed it yesterday with Rob to sort of standardize this and make this also more accessible for countries that want to do this and maybe that can just look at this as a resource. I think the cost curve thing for like the cost of decarbonization and forecasting as well, I think this is an area where I feel also for financing and also for us to advocate for the business case of industrial decarbonization would be something that's useful. And yeah, I think to work alongside all of us to create a wider scale awareness also with other countries that have not yet joined LEADIT or IDDI or MPP and others, I think this is for sure something that we would be very keen to work with them on.
Rana, thank you so much. Dr. Badankia.
Both my points are covered already by both the speakers already. So roadmap is very critical, and when I say roadmap, it has to be specific to the company, specific to the country, because each country operates into with the different policies, with different resources and everything. And also, it should facilitate the financing because it's essential for the developing countries. We are doing a lot, but there is a limit to it to do it through the internal accruals. Unless some financing mechanism, low-cost finance is available, I think it will be very difficult to take it forward from here.
Thank you. And Varun, you get the last word.
So let's be ambitious. Our South African friend mentioned what the IPG has been doing in South Africa with the power sector. Today, you will have seen the announcement, the United States and our partners are supporting Indonesia in their power sector transition. There's been a lot of success with this model. Let's attack industry, right? There probably isn't an area more aligned where the emerging economies are saying we want clean industries. We want to produce green hydrogen. We want to export near zero carbon steel and cement. And we in the rest of the world are saying, wow, literally the fastest growing source of emissions in the world probably is India's iron and steel sector, or it is these industrial sectors in emerging economies. There's such alignment here. Let's make LEADIT achieve in the next 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. Let's have it arrange these financing packages among the wonderful set of developed and developing countries that have joined the LEADIT membership. Let's get some projects in the ground in these emerging economies in steel and cement and aluminum and get those off the ground so the technology starts to scale in emerging economies.
Thank you. My apologies, we're a couple of minutes over time, but I think that was worthwhile, just getting those insights, I think, here at the end. Please join with me in thanking our panelists and also the LEADIT team and the Secretariat at SEI that put this together. Thank you so much. And I probably should say our hosts, the Indian government and the pavilion. Thank you too.
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry for the delay. The minister got caught in the Egyptian pavilion, and he was speaking to the minister. He should be with us anytime now. We were trying to, meanwhile, show you something about TNC India, but now that there is a bit of a struggle in terms of internet and connectivity, so it's still downloading. So I thought that I would take this opportunity to tell you that I am the managing director of TNC India, but it's been such a pleasure 14 months working with the Nature Conservancy. Largely, the Nature Conservancy is only in India 5 years old, and if you discount COVID, then it's 3 years old. So having said that, we are taking our baby steps, but we have started walking. And hence today, we are having the pleasure of being at COP27, showcasing some of the work that has been started. But I would also like to say here that I have the pleasure of Ms. Seema Paul, who was the founder managing director of TNC India. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for placing me in the right place that I should be in. Thank you very much. And I'm so glad that all that she sowed, I'm able to reap. So that's fantastic for me to have got that opportunity, but we've known each other for 20 long years. And so I think the minister is here. Thank you, Minister Ji. Thank you so much. May I request all the speakers on the dais to come over here? Please. Thank you, everyone, for being patient and joining us for this important event. As I mentioned to you, I am Dr. Annapurna Vancheswaran, the Managing Director of the Nature Conservancy India. I'm delighted to welcome our Mantri Ji, Shri Bhupendra Yadav. Is that here? Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and Labour and Employment, Government of India. It is indeed a pleasure, sir, to have you join us. Along with this, we do have a very distinguished set of people and the ones whom we are working with on the ground. Deepak Srivastav ji, Additional Principal Chief Secretary, Conservator of Forest, and Member Secretary, Tamil Nadu State Wetland Authority. Thank you for being here with us. Deepak S. Bilji, Director, Department of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Tamil Nadu. Joe Kissaker, my colleague who is going to be joining us very soon, the lead scientist, Land and Water, the Nature Conservancy. I look forward to your talk in a little while. Dr. Uma Maheshwaran Rajashekhar, Chair, Urban Resilience, Global Resilience Cities Network, National Institute of Urban Affairs. Mission Life is an India-led global mass movement that calls for individual and collective action to protect and preserve the environment. And that is what this India Pavilion is also all about. The Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, said the mantra of Mission Life is lifestyle for environment. It connects the powers of the people for the protection of this earth and teaches them to utilize it in a better way. Mission Life makes the fight against climate change democratically, in which everyone can contribute within their capacity. I think this is a profound telling, and this echoes in the sentiments of how TNC is working to make a positive impact around the world in more than 76 countries. As a science-based and evidence-based organization, TNC in India has been advancing projects since 2017 to support India's effort to develop win-win solutions for people and nature in the area of freshwater prioritization, land restoration, renewable energy by design, thereby deepening the understanding between policy and practice. The event is important because the Honorable Minister will be launching 2 critical work of ours that delve into the science of developing healthy green cities. At the moment, we took the opportunity of COP27. It's a preliminary report, but we know that the end of our project will lead us to the life that we want. These reports and TNC's India's on-ground work will support India to meet its ambitious climate goals as announced by the Honorable Prime Minister. So without further ado, we start the event by giving you a glimpse of TNC India's work in the city of Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Biodiversity, we have managed to contribute to the biodiversity through the work that has been done at the lake restoration work that has been done. So I would like the video to play now, please.
A splash of blue among the urban gray. A habitat of diverse flora and fauna. Over 200 species of flowering plants. And over 70 species of birds, some of them migratory. This is the Sembakkam Lake in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. An oasis amidst a concrete jungle. A part of a once extensive network of urban wetlands in the Chennai area. But just 4 years ago, the scenario was quite different. Like many water bodies in urban India, Sembakkam Lake too was in distress. Rapid urbanization around the lake meant that it was choking from the dumping of raw sewage, rubbish, and other detritus of a burgeoning metropolis. In 2018, the Nature Conservancy, India, in association with the Care Earth Trust and the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, started a project to rejuvenate Sembakkam Lake and its biodiversity. A distinctive feature of the program was a scientific and holistic approach, consisting of baseline surveys on watershed, hydrology, biodiversity, and community that underpinned the restoration process. Today, Sembakkam Lake is on its way to being the showcase of a thriving, healthy urban wetland. Its successful rehabilitation now offers improved potential to mitigate floods as well as droughts, and an enhanced biodiversity habitat with better water quality and native plantations. For the community too, it is a great way to connect with the natural world. Sembakkam Lake is home to a wealth of land birds, the rare Indian black turtle and some near-threatened birds, including the oriental darter, spotted pelican, the river tern, and black-headed ibis. The lake and its surroundings are also rich in flora of great value, some of them medicinal like Brahmi, gale of the wind, and Bhringraj, along with nutrient-rich, edible ones such as balloon vine, purple-fruited pea eggplant. Sembakkam Lake is not just a striking example of the rejuvenation of a water body. It is also about restoring the biodiversity of the area, which is essential for building resilience against the extreme effects of climate change, on which depends the very survival of our species and our planet.
Thank you very much. This is just one of the projects that's attracting biodiversity and nursing back health to the cities. May I now call upon the chief guest for the event, Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, to launch this report that is going to be a benefit to the city.
We are also pleased to introduce another report, which is the Green Print for Chennai, where TNC, along with its partners, is developing a green print for Chennai city. It will help in protecting, restoring the services that one gets from nature, like better quality, water security, cool temperatures, protection from floods, better physical and mental health of the people. I would like to, on behalf of TNC India, I would like to thank Ms. Supriya Sahu, Additional Chief Secretary, Environment, Climate Change and Forest, Government of Tamil Nadu, and Mr. Anshul Mishra, Chairman, Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority, for their continued support and guidance to carry out this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the Sembakkam Lake, as we say, would be one of the biggest restored wetland perhaps in India. So I would like to say thank you very much for the hospitality support that we received from the Tamil Nadu government, from the government of India, and our partners who have worked through this. And I would like to mention here that, Minister, I would be very happy if you could say a few words on this occasion and enlighten us with your leadership that we have here. Thank you. I'll come from there.
Thank you very much. Dignitaries on dais, representative of the Nature Conservancy, ladies and gentlemen. When they shows me this video, I just making a remark to our ambassador, Mr. Gupta, also. That is a subject which is very core to his heart, the cleaning of waters and the other thing. Last 2 days, I think most the subject which we discuss both about the clean water and clean water bodies of our cities. So I congratulate to the Nature Conservancy that definitely with these example of success story, especially in Tamil Nadu, about the urban wetland restoration, is the example where we can achieve any difficult thing which sometimes we think that it is impossible. And recently we announced the 75 wetland in the Ramasar sites. One of the wetland is situated near the Chennai also. Same. So, congratulations to the Tamil Nadu government also, their officers also. I am delighted here today among us you all to participate in this event, which is based on the sensitive topic of climate smart urban development. The given subject plays an important role in planning the approach for enhancing climate resilience in India. Friends, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown the human race that respect for nature is not just a moral or ethical consideration, but it is an imperative for keeping ourselves, our health, and our economy safe, as well as leaving a lasting legacy for our future generation. Climate change constitutes perhaps the biggest existential challenge that humanity and our planet have ever faced. It is time for concerted action across the world for effective and adequate mitigation. To meet the temperature target of the Paris Agreement, this need to be combined with adaptation effort to manage the inevitable impact of the warming that we will have to bear with. As we enter the Amrit Kal in our country's development growth in coming decades, India's urban transformation remains in the heart of this journey. This transformation is unique as it will come at the time where the impact of as well as the global momentum to be respond to climate change with hygiene. India's urban transformation will therefore have deep implication for not only local welfare and environmental condition, but climate mitigation and climate adaptation as well. India has a unique opportunity to lock in low carbon resilient and equitable urban forms for the long term. In this, developing healthy and green cities to build climate resilience and impact life to sustain a healthy environment becomes very important. Friends, I am happy to launch. I have already introduced these two reports by the Nature Conservancy India's first, an integrated approach for urban wetland restoration, a case study for Simbakkam Lake, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and second, the Green Print for Chennai, integrating natural infrastructure in city planning. I am sure that these two reports that were released today will be a small step toward the right direction and will be beneficial in the long-term planning for people and society. Our country is blessed with the rich natural and cultural heritage. Despite having only 2.4% of the world's land area, we have around 8% of the recorded species, making India a mega biodiverse country. Despite supporting a large population, we have nearly a quarter of the country's area designated as recorded forest area. Nearly a sixth is set aside for meeting biodiversity goals. We are mainstreaming biodiversity in all major sectors for development. This will be a key element for promoting human well-being and inclusive growth. India has set ambitions, goals for conservation and restoration of forests. Our national forest policy goal is expand forest and tree cover to 1/3 of the geographical area of the country. Friends, as we talk about climate smart urban development, combating desertification comes as another important challenge. I am happy to share with you all today that Government of India under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has announced the restoration of 26 million hectares of degraded land by 2030. It is my pleasure to report that during the COP presidency of desertification, India has also made significant progress in its commitment to restore 26 million hectares of degraded land by 2030. Major initiatives have been launched and existing programs strengthened in meeting our land degradation neutrality targets. Friends, while we discuss the ecosystem-based adaptation approach in making our cities climate resilient, water bodies like rivers and wetlands play a significant role in it. In March this year, Government of India has launched the program to rejuvenate 13 major rivers through forestry interventions. The intervention is expected to increase the forest cover by 7,400 square kilometers across 13 riverscapes. Recognizing the importance of wetlands, our Honorable Prime Minister announced the Jal Shakti Mission couple of years back and recently announced the Amrit Sarovar project, which calls for creation of 75 Amrit Sarovar initiative, under which in each district 75 water bodies will be restored and rejuvenated to address local water security needs. Finally, I would like to mention that we need to promote better linkages between science, policy, and implementation with a pupil-focused approach. I would like to congratulate the Nature Conservancy once again for release of the report and hope that we all work together towards an ecosystem-based approach for enhancing climate resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I speak on behalf of the audience, my colleagues at TNC India and Global TNC, who are almost 50,000 and more colleagues. It's always a pleasure to hear you and speak. Thank you again for your kind words, and land restoration is going to be a major area that we will be looking at. Honorable Minister, as we stand here at COP27, I wanted you to hear that. As we stand here at COP27, India is all set to take the G20 presidency. And with the Honorable Minister and your leadership, with a laser focus on Vasudhaiva Kutumbam, which means equitable growth and shared future for all. What more could we have you here with all these results that we have on the ground? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presence, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we move to the next one. Yeah, I know. No. So we move immediately to the next session, which is going to be the one which will do a deep dive. We've had a panoramic view of what we have been doing till now, but I have got a full-fledged team that is working on the ground, some of you supporting us, but thank you, Joe Kisikar, our lead scientist who's here, who's working with us on the Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority's green print as we are working. So we move ahead with the panel discussions, and maybe I will, since I know the least of the subjects, I would be the moderator. Thank you. So Deepak Srivastava, there are two Deepaks here. Deepak ji, so happy to have you here with us. And I know that we have worked and visioned a lot of things in the city of Chennai. Having said that, as the part of your state government's efforts, and as the minister said, you just got applauded for getting a Ramsar site for the Palnikarnai marshland, and we would be very happy to work with you on that. But as part of the State Wetland Authority, how do you see the kind of restoration as far as like Sambakam Lake, and what are the government's perspective in this?
A very good afternoon to all of you. It's really a matter of great delight that we are here for having a deliberations on Sambakam Lake restoration. First and foremost would be to congratulate you, the Nature Conservancy as well as Care Trust, for releasing this beautiful report on green print for Chennai. And I assure you that when you will release the final report, there will be a very important partner on this, you can say, the cover page, and that is Tamil Nadu State Wetland Authority. So I start from that. For the information of the August gathering here, you won't, I think, you would not be able to imagine the kind of efforts, the exemplary efforts which have gone into the restoration of the Sembakam Lake, which you have seen in the video, what was it and how the restoration has resulted into a kind of transformation. And this is an example of wetlands transformation, I must say. But I think a lot has been done. Very concerted efforts, very, and you have faced a lot of hurdle. I personally know. I have visited the site. There is a conflict. There is bound to be conflict. But thing is that hats off to your team, that you have opened the eyes of the Tamil Nadu State Wetland Authority also, that how to go about the restoration, how to move further about the restoration. Now let me say one thing. We are all knowing that what are wetlands. In COP27, a platform like this, the wetlands become it takes the center stage for the climate change mitigation and adaptation, because water is going to be a very, you can say, a crucial factor, a vital factor in sustenance of the planet. And we have showcased outside the Indian Pavilion that we are a pro-planet country, pro-planet people. And lifestyle for environment is the mantra which is being given by Honorable Prime Minister of India. So the role of the government in this will be to come out of the thematic silos. And if we speak about the climate change, National Action Plan for the Climate Change, there you see that there are a lot of convergences happening from top to bottom. But when you see any greening activities or wetlands restoration, those convergences are not happening on the ground. So what we are planning and Tamil Nadu is the only state, I think, in country which has launched its unique Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission, which is first of its kind on a mission mode, where what we are doing, that the focus is for restoration of 100 wetlands, and the major impetus is on the livelihood opportunities. So now Sembakam becomes a part of our Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission, number one. Number two is that Sembakam is a wetland which, if it is not connected to the nearby wetlands, and it is not connected to the Pallikarnai marshland, which is the unique ecosystem in its own, then I am very, you can say, apprehensive that even Sembakam in the long run will lose its water regulating capacity, which is one of the major functions of the hydrological functions of the wetlands. So, from the Tamil Nadu State Wetland Authority, under the Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission, it will be our foremost objective to interlink at least 4 or 5 wetlands, right from the Pallikarnai to Narayanpuram, to Sembakam, to Seyalur, and up to the catchments, so that at least one stretch is rebuilt, so that the Pallikarnai marshland, which is a lifeline of the Chennai and it's become the Ramsar site, its water regulating capacities are restored, which has been lost. So Sembakam Lake and other lakes are going to be very vital for the sustenance of the local communities there, and for the Chennai floods, which is famous, becoming worldwide famous, which is becoming worldwide evident that Chennai floods and Chennai droughts, both 2015 was a kind of floods, heavy floods, and 2019 was a 0 day. We had 2 extreme weather events in Chennai. So therefore, this lake restoration has opened eyes for all of us at sitting in the government. And what we are looking is, let the government takes a wider role as it takes, help the convergence of the various government departments. Trust NGOs can be a facilitator between the government and the communities, because I know that there are a lot of conflicts with the communities happening there also in the Sembakam. But what I foresee, that with the government taking a very, you can say, becoming a very valuable partner in the restoration, I think conflict with the people can be mitigated to a larger extent. And once we take this on Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission, then communities become satisfied that yes, this is a part of the mission and its restoration is now has to take place for the benefit of the communities. So what we will do, that first thing is that we will go for intersectoral convergence. Second thing, we will build the networking with the communities, and we will also start linking one wetlands to the other, so that whatever good work you have done in Sembakam, it stays for long, and this lake can become, this restoration exercise can become a baseline, and all kinds of monitoring activities like wetland monitoring system we are developing. This Sembakam can also be a part of the wetland monitoring system, and we can monitor vital parameters, key parameters for monitoring the, you can say, the impact of the anthropogenic and natural factors on the wetlands. And third, and the most important part, is that communities have to be sensitized, have to be made responsible. That work we will take under Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission. And we have already started working. There is a provision for enrollment of wetland mitras as per the Wetland Conservation and Management Rules 2017. It is on papers now. It is mostly on papers. We will translate that into the reality. And I wish, as a representative from the government of Tamil Nadu, that not less than 500 people should be a friend of a wetland, each wetland. And if they take a pledge that this is my wetland now, and this is a wetland for my future generation, where they have to take the water, they have to use the water for irrigation, for drinking. So I don't think that the communities cannot be impressed upon and cannot be convinced, because we need a slight little bit of tinkering with the mind of the communities, that see, if you are going to protect this wetland today and improve the quality standards, water quality standards today, tomorrow your children are going to be free from the various health concerns, issues. So communities are very intelligent, but somehow what is there is a loss of connect between the government. NGOs and trust have been working very closely with the people, but somehow government connect is missing. We will revive that connect with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and it was such a pleasure to have you here. It was a delight. I didn't know till this morning, and what a surprise, and what a delightful surprise. And I couldn't have had a better day today to have two representations from the Tamil Nadu government, and our work and focus in the Tamil Nadu government has been so much. So Deepak Biljiji, I would like to check with you is, how does the state action plan, in resonance with the national action plan, just now Deepak ji mentioned about it, play a key role in impacting climate actions? We are at COP27, so we would need to hear from you on that.
Good evening all. I think he has set the background for conservation of wetlands. As you said to your question, the state action plan for climate change has also prioritized water resource as one of the sectors. And priority has been given in the state action plan, not just to restore, but to work out possibilities of creating more water bodies as well. And it speaks more of creating more water retention capacity of these erstwhile water bodies. And these, you see, Chennai is a district which is sandwiched between Kanchipuram and Chengalpet. And these districts are one of the highest districts where the surface water is being stored in terms of tanks, urnis and kammais. These are all surface water structures, and thousands together. And these have been constructed in maybe thousands years ago. by the kings of Tamil Nadu during the age-old rulers. And these were, and Chennai being nestled among this also has a lot of surface urban water bodies. And now the government sees not just from the point of view of biodiversity conservation, but when you speak of climate smart urban development, these water bodies are being sought as flood mitigation measures as well. So with increasing floods which the Chennai receives, now these water bodies are playing an important role to hold water, the excess flood waters. And linking these water bodies, re-energizing them, restoring their water channels is on priority. And the government is very much eager to take up such measures. And I think it is very, very relevant that we restore these urban water bodies, as highlighted not just for biodiversity conservation, but for the hydrological values and flood mitigation and climate change.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepak ji. Mahesh, we've had the great opportunity of signing up an MOU on the work that we have done as far as in cities are concerned. So my question to you is that how would you want to see that, you know, that nature-based solutions have been very effective, they have been very cost-effective. So what is the vision of NIUA and the ministry to see how we can work together? And we have signed up a pact to work together. How do we enlarge the scope of work that's happening in Chennai across other states of India?
First of all, thank you very much, and congratulations to TNC for launching both the documents. It's very important because the good practices which are happening in one place, one city, needs to be spread and inspire other cities, not only across the country but across the region, since they all follow the similar geoclimatic zonation. There are two things which I see as we move forward. This year we are trying to look in terms of assessing the climate performance of more than 260 cities across the country. And since we have both the state government officials here, I request that sir, the state of Tamil Nadu can take the leadership and ensure that all the cities report on the extent of water bodies which are available within the cities, the extent of green areas which are there, and also the Biodiversity Conservation Act 2002, what norms are being followed. And this is going to help in two ways. One, whatever the status that is, the central government is going to come up with additional funding mechanism. Partners like TNC are going to come up with clear identified support, and also the development banks and others are able to build on these things for their infrastructure development and not look at nature as something which is an hampering factor, but as an additional technical assistance in over and above the infrastructure investment which they are planning to make. The second thing which is very important in India is the water bodies are getting degraded, and this is not new only to Chennai, but this is happening all across the Indian cities. And I think champions like you should come forward and convince the other cities how you went about it. And that is very much needed, because if Chembakam of such scale can, transform, I'm sure that, smaller towns, smaller cities, and other ULB officials will be inspired enough to make the transformation for some of the water bodies within their cities. With that, I'll stop, but there is a lot to do. We are at the beginning, and I'm very glad that such an initiative has, happened in one city and which can inspire others.
So thank you so much, Mahesh. And I think I need to give the last word to my colleague, Joe Kissiker, who is the science lead. And he has been working with my team in not Sembakam Lake, but the green print work that is being done with the Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority. So Joe, in your case, how do you see, you've been working on the ground from the back. We are the front-siders. We take all the glory as we go ahead, but you are the one who's doing everything from the back. So we would like to know, what are the lessons that we have from you as a science lead, because you're bringing us the scientific rigor to the project.
Is this on? Yeah. Can you hear me great? Well, I thank you for
letting me throw my 2 cents into the mix on this. I guess first I'd put this in context, the Green Plan. The world's becoming more urban, and nowhere is that more obvious than in India, which adds a population the size of New York City every year to its urban environment. So it's a big challenge. The issue of managing water and climate change, obviously very interlinked. Nowhere is that more obvious than in India, where they have the monsoonal system, climate system, and that exacerbates the challenge between boom and bust, lots of water, how to manage that, flooding, and situations where there's not a lot of water and there's droughts. The reality is that the way that we're planning for development, whether that's an urban environment, energy, agriculture, is fundamentally broken. We don't think about impacts at the scale that we need to be. We're looking at them as too small in a very reactive way. And so it was exciting to bring some of that thinking to the urban plan. The opportunity to forecast future development and look at the alternative ways to shape and scope that development is incredibly powerful. And Chennai was a fabulous, I wish I had more time to talk in detail about the wealth of ideas that the stakeholders brought. You asked, though, about some of the challenges, and I would say probably one of the biggest ones is that the city is building an urban plan based on the jurisdictional boundary of Chennai as a city. The reality is, though, in order to manage water within that city, you have to place it within the watershed context. So there's about 3 main watersheds. And so what's really clear is that first, Chennai has lost a lot of its wetland function and capacity. Our green print can help target within the urban bounds where investments like Sambarkam Lake should be prioritized, where they'll have the biggest bang for the buck. But it's clear, even if almost all the wetlands that exist, the degraded wetlands that exist, are restored, there's still going to be a lot of issues with managing water. Because, again, Chennai has lost a lot of its existing wetland capacity, and it has a lot of impervious cover. The green print can also help steer where removal of some of that impervious cover can also have the biggest bang for the buck, and replacement with less impactful impervious cover. But the big thing, I think, again, is thinking about the city within the context of the watershed. Land costs in the city, very expensive. So if you want to do restoration, it's going to be a challenge. Outside the city, in the watershed as a whole, though, there's opportunities to restore wetlands, recreate wetlands. That will be cheaper, easier, and can have a similar kind of impact on the city as a whole to manage water. So if I leave that one fact, again, the green print is great and the urban plan is great, but the city itself has to think beyond the borders and think at a watershed scale, because that's the ecological system, and that's the challenge that you're trying to address.
Thank you. I think that's an important point, and I know I have to wrap up. I've got the next session that's going. We are back to back, but I would like to take this opportunity, and I have to stand up to say thank you to all of you. You have to keep sitting, but thank you, Mahesh. Thank you so much, and we will continue to have a question. Yes, you're.
Are there opportunities to earn carbon credits for these projects?
As far as the Sambakam, the green print, would that be possible? But the Sambakam Lake, we are working towards it. Pallikarnai marshland, certainly there is a possibility. We are working on it. But at the moment, the Sambakam Lake, it is essentially sewage that's coming out from the city, from the neighboring, which we are treating nature-based. It's completely treated, and that's where that happens. But when there is Pallikarnai marshland, which has its own ability, there the marshland has an opportunity. But do you have an answer to that?
I mean, there's definitely going to be improvements for carbon storage with wetland restoration for sure. The question of whether or not those qualify for carbon markets. I hate to do this to him, but he's done it to me in the past, so I'll do it to him. But we have a carbon market specialist from India, from the TNC India program, who's probably better suited to answer that than I am. Abhishek, do you want to?
Yeah. I will just tell. Yeah, it's a very important question about the carbon sequestration potential of wetlands. And under Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission, we are going to do the sediment analysis, soil and sediment analysis for carbon CO2, for methane, for nitrous oxide, and we are already roped in Center for Environment Studies, Anna University, for doing this for 100 wetlands, including Sembakam. We want to see that what is there in the sediments, because a lot of papers are there. But thing is that in practicality, we don't have the data, how much carbon is stored in soil and the sediments. So once we do that, and definitely with this restoration, carbon sequestration potential of that would have gone up, and we will definitely tap the carbon credit market for this, definitely.
Thank you very much, and thank you. And I would like to thank everyone. But may I invite my carbon market specialist, Abhishek, to come up on stage for the picture. And I would like to put in play record Nisha, whom you have met, Nisha, Priya, and Alpana. They are the fantastic team members from whom this report comes out. And so, of course, the Kera Trust and IIT Delhi, as IIT Chennai, as our partners. It's been excellent partnership. And I have to thank the government of Tamil Nadu and all of you who are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
अभी आ जाएगा इसके ऊपर. Should we start? So, slightly. So, welcome everyone. Hello. Yeah, welcome to the next session. And may I request the chairperson of the session, Shri Vineet Garg ji, Additional Chief Secretary Forest and Environment, Government of Haryana, PCCF and Head of Forest Force, Shri Jagdish Chandra ji, Ms. Bharti Chaturvedi, Head of the Chintan Environmental Group, and Dr. T.P. Singh, the Secretary Forest, Government of Haryana, to take their respective seats on the dais. Okay. So, basically in this session, when we are all taking forward the mission Life launched by Honorable Prime Minister on 20th of October at Ekta Nagar in Kevadia, Gujarat, along with the UN Secretary General. So basically at the state level, because achieving the objectives of the mission Life, the success the success lies in the real implementation at the grassroots level. And that's why at the state level, I will be just talking about the Haryana initiatives in supporting the mission Life, what have been the challenges, what have been the policy, sectoral policy measures which have been initiated. Next. So basically under the mission Life, as we see, which has been launched, there are various pledges Prime Minister has launched during the Glasgow, the Panchamrit, and we have also made a commitment that by 2020 India will achieve a target of net zero. And India will also reduce its total carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030, apart from the under NDC commitments of 2.5 to 3 billion by 2030. So all these things, and we have also revised or updated our NDC targets, in which Mission Life has been now become integral to the part of this entire process. Next. So Haryana has also taken up a number of initiatives, because when we talk that on the sectoral areas, the land, water, air, energy, waste to wealth and afforestation. So on these various sectors, a number of initiatives have been taken. Just like during the COVID crisis, we witnessed that oxygen, how important the oxygen is. Then Haryana is setting up a oxygen once, which is also called Oxy One. Apart from that, because trees are lifelines, how to recognize the importance of the trees. So that's why another scheme has been initiated, in which the trees or heritage trees which are more than 75 years old, the owners of those trees, or maybe the institutions or the individual, they are compensated through an annual pension scheme under this scheme. Apart from that, Haryana is the only state which has set up a state-level waste pond and wastewater management authority in which all the water bodies have been mapped, and the rejuvenation of these water bodies that is under process through a large scale, you can say, a program. Other than that, because you see that the crops which Haryana undertakes, mainly they are quite, you can say, water intensive crops like paddy. So the crop diversification incentives that has been promoted, under which about, you can say, $100 to $120 per hectare that is compensated to the farmers, and city forests that are also being set up in all the districts and in all the towns of the state. And agroforestry or eucalyptus or poplar based trees, they also have been made eligible under the agroforestry for the crop diversification process. Next. As I already mentioned, that Haryana Pond and Wastewater Water Management Authority has been set up, in which a number of initiatives have been taken up. The first time in Haryana, 2 wetlands, Sultanpur, which is just next to Delhi, and other Bhindawas, they have been also designated as a wetlands under the Ramsar Convention. And for meeting the NDC targets related to the carbon sequestration or mitigation targets, community land or panchayat land, 10% area under the community land is to be brought under the afforestation. That is another objective which will address the issues pertaining to the land degradation and desertification. Next. So one more sectoral policy issues which is being initiated. As I mentioned, there is a proposal in the current year which has been announced that in Haryana, the 6 interdisciplinary research centers related to the land, water, air, energy, afforestation, ecology, and waste to wealth, they will be set up, or for which recently only we had an initial dialogue in which we had a multi-stakeholder consultation with various multilateral, bilateral, and UN organizations, and further roadmap is under process. And as you see that Haryana, our Chief Minister has announced during the current year budget to set up these 6 interdisciplinary research centers, and they will be very, very important because through these relevant stakeholders will be linked to take up the research in this area, and at the grassroots level how the research findings they can be translated into the practice. Next. These are some of the expected impacts based on the initial consultations when we will be setting up these 6 interdisciplinary research centers in partnership with the universities. Next. So this air, land, water, this waste to wealth, and these are the main sectors. I think they will cover the entire aspect, because you see that especially in Haryana and the nearby region, especially in Delhi, when we have the stubble burning, which has become a quite challenge, and how to address this. Similarly, water table, how to have the water conservation. These are all these issues. Land degradation is again a challenge. Then how to increase the area and the tree and forest cover, because Haryana has also set up an example by adopting the agroforestry being a you can say natural resource deficient state, with having only about 3.5% area under the forest. In spite of that, we are having a wood surplus state, and we are meeting about more than 50% plywood production of the country. Next. Next. So in the planning process also, because to address the land degradation, the modern GIS-based tools, they are being used, under which the restoration opportunities assessment methodology using under the IUCN project. That project is also under the process, in which through the proper planning, choice of right species, how to address the landscape restoration, that will be the outcome of this. Based on this planning tools, the further forestation or plantation will be planned out. So this will be a very, very important tool for addressing the land degradation and afforestation aspect. Next. Another important initiative, because we have a limited areas under forest, but the option is we have to have more and more trees outside forest, in which another project supported by USAID we have recently launched, that is called a trophy, tree outside forest in India. 7 states are being covered under this project, and last week only we had a state level launch, which has a number of very interesting components, focus on the high quality planting material, focus on the incubation centers, focus on the technology assisted planning, and also linking the farm grown wood or wood under the agroforestry with the industry needs, so that whatever the farmer the wood is grown, that is also absorbed appropriately on annual basis by the respective stakeholders, and creating linkages between industries and supporting the economy. Next. So these are some other initiatives in the various fields, like reclamation of the waterlogging areas, then having the integration of this agriculture with the digital agriculture thing, and also some of the policy initiatives. Next. These are some of the other initiatives which I have already mentioned, this crop diversification and related to the water conservation. Next. Thanks. So this was just a brief that for various sectoral issues, what actions are being initiated at the policy level and at the sectoral level. And now there is a need how to achieve the various objectives of the mission life. Now I will give you a very brief one of the success story which will depict that how Haryana as a forest deficient state has become a wood surplus state. May I request to play the short video?
India, led by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi during COP26 of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change at Glasgow, is committed to fighting climate change. Promotion of agroforestry and trees outside forests have to play a pivotal role in meeting commitments.
क्लाइमेट चेंज पर इस वैश्विक मंथन के बीच मैं भारत की ओर से इस चुनौती से निपटने के लिए 5 अमृत तत्व रखना चाहता हूं।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व में पर्यावरण संरक्षण, जलवायु परिवर्तन के प्रभावों को कम करने और वनों के अधीन क्षेत्र बढ़ाने की दिशा में बड़ी तेजी से काम हो रहा है।
Agroforestry in the Indian state of Haryana is a long stride in the direction to achieve India's vision to counter climate change. With over 80% of the land used for agriculture, Haryana is predominantly an agrarian economy. Owing to this focused approach, Haryana is a wood surplus state, despite having just 3.5% forest cover under government control. Agroforestry is providing additional income to the farmers and raw material to the plywood industry, flourishing in Yamunanagar district of Haryana.
सबसे ज़्यादा प्लाईवुड और जो प्लाई है वो बनाने का काम यहाँ पर होता है। इसकी वजह से जहाँ किसान में संपन्नता आई है, वहीं इंडस्ट्री भी बहुत लगी और इंडस्ट्री के द्वारा लोगों को बहुत बड़ा रोजगार मिला।
हम ये पपरल उगाते हैं जी, इसमें गेहूँ, गन्ना बस ये उगाते हैं। इसमें ये पपरल का पेड़ 5 साल में तैयार हो जाता है जी। यहाँ पर ये मंडी बनी है जी, ये इसकी सुविधा बढ़िया है जी। यहाँ पर पपरल आन के बेच जाते हैं जी, इसकी सुविधा बढ़िया है जी।
With over 50% of the country's plywood produced here, Yamunanagar is also called the plywood capital of India, providing around 100,000 jobs across Haryana.
तो यदि कोई किसान भाई अपने खेत पर वृक्ष लगाता है तो उसे वन विभाग के पास अनुमति लेने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, और ना ही जब वो अपना वृक्ष काट लेते हैं और मंडी में जाते हैं तो उसे ट्रांसपोर्ट करने की भी हमारे से अनुमति लेने की ज़रूरत नहीं है।
There are about 350 plywood units in the state, buying 3.5 to 4 million tons of farm timber worth around $330 to $400 million annually. This in turn creates finished and value-added wood products worth $650 to $800 million annually. Haryana Forest Department and industries are facilitating the availability of high productivity clone seedlings of eucalyptus and poplar to farmers. These high-yielding trees can be planted along the regular crops and are ready to harvest within just 4 to 6 years of the plantation.
साथ ही माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो लक्ष्य है कि किसान भाइयों की आमदनी को दुगना करना, और हमारे हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री जी की भी जो योजना है कि मेरा पानी मेरी विरासत, और क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन की जो बात की जाती है, किस प्रकार से हम अपने जल संसाधनों की भी सुरक्षा करें, उसमें भी कृषि वानिकी का भविष्य में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहेगा।
Flourishing agroforestry in Haryana is a cumulative effort of the farmers, industries and the government, ensuring sustainable income and growing afforestation in the state as well as the country.
Thank you very much, and this was one of the initiative. I think it needs to be ensured that how to sustain it. Before we take this thing forward, I welcome Shri Nalin Srivastav, who is from UNFCCC, and request him to take the seat on the dais. Please, Mr. Nalin, welcome here. And just to showcase that how small initiative, you can come. Sorry. Just to showcase that how in different sectoral areas related to the land, water, air, afforestation, waste to wealth and all this, we have to take action. But some of the initiatives now which we have taken in agroforestry, certainly we have shown the way to the others also. And we can also learn from the success stories of the others. And now to take it forward, may I request our Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Head of Forest Force, Shri Jagdish Chandra ji, to briefly, in the context of the climate change, how the phenology of the agroforestry related successful has been there and what have been the initiatives, please.
Thank you, Dr. Saxena, and very good evening to you all. Well, I'll speak on the topic climate change, phenology and agroforestry. And ladies and gentlemen, we all know that carbon dioxide is a necessary evil. Without carbon dioxide, there would be no life on the earth. But when its percentage goes beyond 0.04% in the air, it becomes a problem and it causes climate change. Well, climate change is affecting phenology in many ways. Next, please. Phenology refers to the appearance of new flush of leaves, the fall of leaves, flowering, fruiting, seed maturity, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that climate change is happening, but unfortunately, nobody is talking about these issues. I have been following phenology in many species for the past 10 years or so, and some of the observations that I have recorded are here before you. There is delayed leaf shedding in many species. For example, in Melia, it should shed its leaves somewhere in the first week of December, but this is not happening. They are shedding leaves only for a brief period, for 20 days or 25 days. There is very less leaf shedding in certain species like Terminalia bellerica or Beheda. Shift in flowering period. For example, Paris passia, this is wild Himalayan pear, and you see it's a rootstock for pear, and it should bloom in the month of March, but many trees are blooming in the month of September, October also. There is early flowering, there is disruption in flowering, then there is low flowering, sometimes twice flowering, which was not recorded before. And the flowering almost throughout the year in many species. And there is poor fruit setting. For example, Ficus palmata or wild fig, which is present in Shivalik hills, but you don't find many fruits now. Next, please. Some of the example, this is a rhododendron, beautiful rhododendron. This picture comes from Dharamsala area, Tirund area. The normal time of the flowering is March, but I've been going there and to see the flowering, but now, earlier it used to be in the month of March, but now even in the month of January, towards the end of January, you will find bloom in this. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, this is a red silk cotton tree, and ladies and gentlemen, in lower Shivalik hills and in the foothills, it has practically refused to bloom. Please observe, those who come from Chandigarh, please observe flowering in this. It has almost refused to bloom. Next, please. this is golden raspberry, Himalayan raspberry. It's very rich source of vitamin A and C. Next, please. And it should have flowering in the month of March. But you see, in December itself, the process has already started. Next, please. Next, please. This is mulberry, and mulberry, the new flush of leaves should appear in the towards the end of January or first week of February. But this is happening in December when the peak winter is yet to come in. Next, please. This is drying and more frequent fires as a result of drying conditions created as a result of climate change. Next, please. And you see in shade, it's very difficult now to find the seeds. I tried my best to get the seeds from Himachal Pradesh area, but we are not getting, being attributed to climate change. Next, please. Well, this is Salvedora. Those, I think Dr. Atriji knows it very well. It should bloom in the month of February, but this is happening in the month of January during peak winter. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is going to rewrite the history of distribution of plants. Next, please. What is going to happen is the species have already started moving from lower altitude to higher altitudes, and what is very painful is that maybe the Himalayan birch or Bhojpatra will not find any place, and the lower areas they will be invaded by IS. When I say IS, it means invasive alien species. Next, please. There is going to be instability in food security as a result of climate change. Next, please. These pillars will be affected. Look at this. With gentle push, you can throw away this food security. That is the surte hal of our food security. Our 60% of our calories come from just 3 species. 90% calories come from 15 species. No, these species vanish. We all know they become extinct, and climate change is going to affect our food security as well. Next, please. We should go for multi-purpose species, which give us, when it comes to solution, which give us fruit, timber, and so on. Next, please. Well, we know that, next, please. Next, please. Yes. We know that the two important ways to fight climate change, number one, we should emit less carbon. Another is to inactivate that carbon or make the carbon to sleep. I think agroforestry is an answer. On one hand, in Haryana, it is bringing a lot of income to the farmers. Farmers, on the other hand, it is improving the environment, is fighting the climate change. Next, please. We know Haryana is a forest deficient state, but we are a timber surplus state. This all has happened due to successful agroforestry interventions. Next, please. This is traditional agroforestry, where agroforestry stays. Next, please. And next, please. Yes, you see fast-growing species. Next, please. Fast-growing species plays very important role. People say wood should not be cut, but you see, when it comes to agriculture, fields, agroforestry, we should grow more and more wood, and there is no harm in cutting the trees. Next, please. Farmers integrate, trees with their crop in many ways. Next, please. Poplar is really very popular. We can grow many crops with. This is with mustard, poplar and mustard. Next, please. And this is popular wheat. You can grow throughout, the growing period of popular during winter, rabi crop. Next, please. And you see 3-tier system combining silvi, horti, and olericulture just to utilize each and every inch of land and to fight climate change and also to bring more income. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, we also focus on introduction of species because our agroforestry should not be narrow. We have just introduced this Melia composite or Melia duvi in the state, and it's doing very well. Next, please. Haryana, we all know that it is a forest deficient state, but we are wood surplus state because of certain initiatives that have been taken in the state. Well, there is no restriction on felling and transportation of trees. The farmers do not have to come to forest department for taking permission for felling for the farm-grown wood. We provide plants free of cost, and we also do plantations on farmers' land free of cost. Next, please. This is our timber market, ladies and gentlemen, at Yamunanagar. Wood worth 10 million rupees is 100 million rupees. I stand corrected. Is traded here every day, and with value addition, this figure goes to something around 15 crores. Next, please. And we have a farmer-friendly atmosphere in the state. We have industry-friendly atmosphere in the state, and country's 50% plywood is produced in Yamunanagar city, and we have become plywood capital of India. Next, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a beautiful picture which comes from Mahendragarh area. This is natural agroforestry here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jagdish Chandraji, and really this is one of the challenges which climate change poses, that the very species, how they change their behavior in terms of the flowering and various aspects. So we have to do adaptation measures, but at the same time, these challenges also need to be done proper research, so that how the type of planting material, how the seeds, what type of practices the farmer should adopt, so that to ensure the sustainability of the agroforestry. Then again, how to supplement the initiatives or labor of the agroforestry of farm-based farmers, how to compensate, because they play a very vital role in carbon sequestration in tackling the climate change, and they need to be linked to the carbon markets, and how to adequately compensate them, for which we have Dr. T.P. Singh. He is a Secretary Forest, Government of Haryana, and he is also having expertise and his doctorate in climate change and carbon markets. So I will request Dr. T.P. Singh to briefly educate that what initiatives Haryana is taking in compensating farmers for undertaking agroforestry.
Respected Chair, distinguished members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be speaking on the potential of agroforestry in Haryana and how to incentivize our farmers and communities by way of carbon market mechanism. Next, please. My previous speakers have already discussed this, saying that Haryana, being primarily an agricultural state, it has got a very low forest cover. And most farmers are still following the rice and wheat cultivation model, which over the last few years is going for diminishing returns because of impacts of climate change and other factors. Some progressive farmers in northern and central part of Haryana, they have started already going for diversification of agriculture, and mainly the promotion of agroforestry. And therefore carbon market offers a good scope for incentivizing the tree growers in going for the green livelihoods. We have done, next please. We have done a study in 10 districts of Haryana where the agroforestry is mainly practiced. And in about 20,000 acres of 10 districts of northern, central and central Haryana, there is a scope of 4 million tons of sequestering carbon dioxide equivalent over a period of 10 years, which comes to around 4 lakh tons per annum in these districts. And when translated to money terms, it has a potential of generating 18 to 20 crores per year for the tree growers, given a very conservative carbon market price of $6 per ton. Next, please. Translating it down to the farm level, these figures, they suggest that per acre, the Haryana farms have the potential to sequester 20 to 30 tons of carbon per acre per year. Depending on the model, which agroforestry model that a farmer adopts or a community adopts, so it has got potential of additional 9,000 to 14,000 rupees per acre, given at the same price of $6 per ton. So this is the additional income that farmer is expected to generate from carbon market over and above what he gets in the final harvest of the crop. Next, please. So this is going to be the additional income. But there is a process involved. Next, please. It is not that simple. So in the entire process, there has to be assessment of the total carbon stock. There has to be preparation of design documents, project design documents, as per the international market, carbon market mechanisms. Then capacity building has to be there then validation of the credits, verification of the credits, and final selling of credits in the market. So this entire process is to be followed. Next, please. So it forest department on its own alone cannot do it. It has to be done by, it has to be implemented by developing partnerships. Department can coordinate, but there has to be a project developer, some agency like Terry or some other agency, which can go for project design documentation. Then there has to be a private sector involvement for buying of carbon credits. And finally, there has to be capacity building, the research inputs and technical inputs. So some academic institute like ICFRE, the Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, they also have to be involved. Next, please. So before starting, we really have to do what are our strengths and what are the opportunities available and what are our constraints. So I have done a small brief SWOT analysis of it. If we look at our strengths, as our previous speakers also said, we have a very favorable agroclimatic conditions in Haryana for tree growth. We have progressive farmers who are ready to ready to adopt any new technologies. Sorry. Excuse me. Then we have local market in Yamunanagar for marketing of the produce. If we look at the weaknesses, the first weakness is a lack of understanding about the forest carbon markets. Then there are high transaction costs in selling of carbon credits. Then there is almost non-existent institutional framework for selling of the carbon credits. Next, please. Looking at the opportunities, we have a very supportive agro-forestry policy framework. Recently, we have come out with new rules on wood-based industries. So now they can be established with much ease as compared to earlier. Then there is increasing demand of carbon credits globally. Domestic carbon market is also in the offing by Government of India. And finally, looking at the threats, there is carbon market volatility. The price of carbon credits can go down up to 50 cents and can go up to $20, $50 also. So these are the threats. Then fluctuating timber and fuel wood prices. And last but not the least, it becomes carbon centric and therefore it will overlook the biodiversity concerns. So this SWOT analysis shows that we really have to, next please. For best results, we have to build upon our strengths and opportunities and minimize weaknesses and threats. And it has to be done through capacity building, pilot projects, and a visit to other project areas. Next, please. So this is my last slide. With this initiative, if implemented, it really has the potential of fulfilling the objectives of all COPs and also mission life. The 4 pillars of mitigation, adaptation, climate finance, and fostering partnerships, they can all be fulfilled by way of incentivizing our farmers and communities by way of carbon markets. Next, please. Thank you very much. Sorry, I had some sore throat today, so thank you.
Thank you, Dr. T.P. Singh. He really talked about how the farmers can be incentivized so that if they are incentivized, certainly they have a big role to ensure that the issues pertaining to the land degradation by choice of appropriate species, by the choice of proper support and capacity building, they can contribute to the various aspects and objectives of the mission life. Then again, as he mentioned, then there are what are the challenges for this. And certainly technology also plays a very, very important role, because when we have a challenge of related to the high transaction cost, related to the project design document, and my friend from UNFCCC Secretariat. I think he's worried that they make so detailed rules and project design document that sometimes it becomes difficult at the grassroots level to design projects accordingly. For that, Haryana has again taken a new initiative with some of the support of, you can say, one good entrepreneur. May I request to connect to Mr. Harjap Man on the screen, and he will be presenting how the artificial and drone-based technology can be used for tree census and biodiversity assessment. Yeah, over to Mr. Harjap.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Can I have my slide, please? I have with me Rajpreet Gill as well. So we'll just present on the project. So that's the name of the organization.
Harjap ji, you have to complete in just 6 to 7 minutes,
sure.
so accordingly.
Yeah, I'll be very fast. I know I have a large number of slides, but I'll rush through them. Yes, next, please. Sure, next, please. Correct. So current status is that we do, so we're talking about accurate census, collection of data from ground, as my previous speaker mentioned, the assessment of the carbon stock. So next, please. So, so this was the current status, but let's involve technology here. Next, please. So this current method, as we all know, is time consuming. It's expensive because there's a lot of labor involved and field work is involved. Accuracy, it's prone to manual errors, and scalability is an issue. Next, please. So co-created with Haryana, we've been doing some pilots past 2019 to 22. I will just take you through how the project has evolved. Next, please. We started in 2022 near Gurugram, Bunsi. Next, please. We walked with a head-mounted camera. Next, please. This was the camera with sensors inside. Next. We did get data, but we still wanted to evaluate it further. Next. We then interchanged from 2021 to 22 with a 3D camera on a backpack. So you can see the gentleman walking. He's not touching the tree. He looks at the tree. Next. And the camera is able to give us the distance and a point cloud map with which we were able to gather the diameter measurements. Also, the software can automatically pick it up. There's again no manual intervention here. Next, please. But still, this was again time consuming. We wanted to hasten it further. Next. So we were able to get the geocode. We were able to get the girth. The software is able to recognize the species, but still the height and the crown spread was required for various studies. Next. Sorry, next, please. That's when the drone comes in. Thank you. There was just a little bit of humor there. Next. So the process now next is that the drone captures the canopy, and then from the canopy, the software does the crown delineation. Next. So automatically, like this is taken in October in Sain Majra village near Ambala district, in Haryana. So the trees are automatically recognized after creating an orthomosaic from the drone. And each crown, we get the geocode. Next, please. Now, the third step would be that these geocodes are fed into a drone mission control. And because the drone knows its altitude and the radar under the drone, the terrain sensor knows its height from the tree. So we're able to get the height of the tree. Next. The 3D camera, we put a new payload, which is a 900 grams, is put on the drone. Next, please. That's we just displayed this in Rohtak. So that's the 3D camera device, and it works independently. It's got a processor. So all the intelligence is built into this device, the recognition, the girth measurement. So it will just calculate it on the fly. Next. So the platform now, as of now, as we speak, is scalable because even in Rohtak, when we did a pilot, or in Ambala, when we did a pilot, there were youth who had drones which they use for cinematography, and we purposely chose drones which were very cheap and readily available, so that even if somebody says that I want it in 500 districts of the country, these kind of drone operators can quickly be onboarded. Next. It is cost effective because depending on the density, each drone was able to capture 2,000, 3,000 drones, and if it is dense, 5,000 trees per drone in a day can be captured. Next. It is accurate because beyond the AI's algorithm, there is now an auditable trail. So in the manual method to audit whether the data sanctity might be an issue, but here everything is digitized. Next. It is repeatable. So after the first baseline survey, the drone can remember its path, and the next recce onwards, it might even be able to do in a completely automated way. I know there are some friends who might say that India is a labor surplus country. So why would we want to automate it when it can be done by sufficient manpower that we have? But of course, we can do it a larger number of times. You can actually measure the growth, as I'll speak to later. Next. Next, please, we'll just check this. So the big data, of course, is there. The device is automatically capturing it, edge computing. Next. The costs would come down because of the various, there's no fancy sensor in this. It is normal cameras and 3D cameras, very, very cost effective so that it is scalable. Next. Operational difficulties would be there. So for example, for a drone to fly through this will require some maneuverability. So I'm not saying 100% of the forests can be done using this method, but a large percentage of it can be done. Next. Availability of trained and certified staff. So as I said, even Niti Aayog has mentioned that drones as a service model should be adopted. And if we were to encourage rural entrepreneurs to own their drones and do various activities, and this could be just one of the activities, and if they are mandated to do it maybe every 3 months, every 6 months, depending on the requirements, repeatable data of the growth of the trees is available, and with these measurements, of course, the carbon sequestration, the carbon stock calculations, accurate and very large scale can be arrived and uploaded to the cloud. Next, please. But that's not all. Next, please. So what we can do is we can, using the platform, the mission can task the pilots. They can perform whatever sector or whatever ward they're supposed to capture the trees from, and they can upload it directly to the server. Thank you. Next, please. We can check this. Yeah. Next. Now this is work in progress, because when the drone flies, it is able to first count the trees, get the geocode of each tree, and for each tree, it knows its distance from the crown of the tree and its altitude. That means its distance from the ground. Therefore, it knows the height of the tree. It is then, when it is flying near ground level, it is able to recognize the species of the tree. And with the 3D camera, it is able to measure the diameter. Because we have these data points, with the geocode, we know which location we are, and pre-fed data about what are the climatic conditions, what are the soil conditions which are available. Once it is available to the software, what can happen is that we can give near real-time carbon measurements. Next, please. So this is where we would like to arrive at. So if it says that I've covered, let's say, 20 hectares of sorties today, by the time the drone lands, theoretically today it's possible, and we're working on this as the next work in progress. I should be able to tell you by the time the drone lands, how many trees are detected, what are the unique species, what are the carbon sequestered, and if this is a repeated recce, maybe the third or fourth recce in this year, what has been the change since the previous recce. Next, please. Thank you so much, and we look forward to working further with the state of Haryana, and I am very happy to announce that this entire progress, as you've seen, we were doing it with a cap, then we were doing it with a wearable device, and now we have reached at this stage where we're able to do it rapidly, and because we understand the requirement of data is accurate. And a very small anecdote here, some years ago I was tasked by the company called Nielsen to count the number of, using technology and computer vision, they wanted us to count the number of grocery shops and pan shops in Mumbai. And they wanted, even in slum areas, the Dharavi, the main slum, the biggest slum in Asia, if they wanted the cigarette to be counted there, how many pan shops there are, the data, they said, is accurately required. So we should know how many, because of our sales model, distribution model, a lot of projections. If the data, ground data is incorrect, once it's extrapolated, the larger scenario, the error becomes larger. So if a cigarette company
thank you,
wants...
Harjapji. I think we are running short of time, and this was certainly an example how technology can assist, and we have two very serious senior dignitaries from the UNFCCC Secretariat And I also welcome Shri P.R. Siagji, who is also in UNFCCC Secretariat. And that's, I think they will take note of it, how the technology can assist, and you can remodel that using the technology, the various project design documents, and how it can help the small scale farmers also to get the benefit of the appropriate, you can say, incentives through promotion of the farm-based trees, and how the various, you can say, carbon offset or those compensation that can be really given at the grassroots level. Thank you very much. And I think before we switch to the next session, that is the panel discussion, I will request chair of the session, Shri Vineet Garg to just briefly give a you can say concluding message for this session, and then we will have a panel discussion.
All the delegates sitting on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. We had a nice session which largely concentrated on afforestation and crop diversification. So the initiatives taken by the Haryana government and the carbon markets and the phenology and agroforestry, the concepts given by the 3 senior officers from the Forest Department of Haryana. So I think it has been a useful session, and we should take it forward. And since the shortage of time, I would not like to take more time, and let's get to the question answer session.
Thank you, sir. And I think the message which you have given about various Haryana initiatives, especially I would also like to mention that the tree census is also one of the declaration by the government of Haryana. And certainly the technology is the answer. Otherwise, it's very difficult to map each and every tree. So now taking it further, we will have a panel discussion. In the panel, we have Shri Vineet Garg he is the Additional Chief Secretary, and Ms. Bharti Chaturvedi, who is well known for her support to the waste management and various other initiatives, and has done commendable work in sensitizing people for the waste management at the grassroots level and community level. And we have Shri Jagdish Chandraji, expert in the forestry, and we also have Mr. Nalin Shrivastava, who is from the UNFCCC Secretariat. So as we are running short of time, and will be having just a panel discussion which relates to what are the challenges and roadmap to meet the objectives of the mission life, because that is now the key which based on which I think future direction. And yesterday also, when Honorable Minister Shri Bhupender Yadav ji released the document, and what are the future vision for the mission life, what is the objective at the global level to have sensitized to involve 1 billion people. So my first question is addressed to Ms. Bharti, that being expert in the waste management, and waste especially when in the context of the Haryana is becoming a lot of challenge, because mainly we are moving toward the urbanization, but urbanization comes with its own cost, and we are just next to the national capital Delhi. That what roadmap you see to meet the mission objectives, and at the same time how to have the addressing the various challenges related to the waste management, especially when we see that land, each unit of the land has become so expensive, so the landfill sites and all their disposal, that has become a challenging issue and causing a lot of issues pertaining to the interlinked environmental health also.
Can anyone hear me? Yeah. Okay, it's working. So thank you for the question. I think there are 2 or 3 big issues here. Haryana, of course, produces less than half the waste that Delhi does, but a quarter of that waste comes from Faridabad and Gurgaon. So that exactly, underscores your point. I think the 3 big things we have to think of. And where is the world moving? And where is the country moving? How does Swachh Bharat and life converge? And how do we protect Haryana? Of course, Haryana is not an island, but still, how do we take measures to mitigate our carbon footprint through waste and mitigate air pollution? So first of all, there's a huge movement towards decentralization. Whether you look at the south, whether you look at the more successful Swachh Bharat high-ranking cities. So I think that addresses the issue of taking less amounts of land and creating the right incentives to actually process most of the waste, or rather very little kinds of the waste can leave a ward, for example, in a city or a panchayat, which are either, if it's wet waste, it should be composted. If it's dry waste, it has to be hyper-segregated and baled. But if it is inert waste, which is about 13 to 20% depending on where we are, then it can leave as it is, which means that we have to do a huge amount of work on segregation. And we are finding that it's not very difficult to do. The message has to be clear and repeated. So I think that then brings us to the question of methane, because methane is a huge, huge issue today. In India, methane is largely from waste, not exclusively, but waste is a big source of methane, and we're talking about the damage of methane. I mean, the chemical damage that methane can do. I'm not going into the politics of methane, but talking of self-preservation, I think the big policy as well as practice that Haryana might want to do would be around composting. I mean, that would be the number one thing. More than 50% of the waste is organic. Let's not let it go into the landfill, because we know that when it goes into the landfill and rots, we have small or large fires. We've seen that across India. Tamil Nadu had a fire, Delhi had a fire. You know, we know these things are normal, and then the air pollution goes out of control, and that's not healthy. So that requires a lot of investment in small infrastructure, because local actors find it very difficult to put in even 3 or 4 lakhs. But that also requires a longer term market for this compost, because it has to pay for itself. And that can happen in 2 ways. Either there's a certain amount of procurement, which at a cost and an amount that is used in public gardens and otherwise, which also means that it has to be composted properly. And the second one is really around markets. And Haryana is lucky, because you're talking agroforestry, you're talking many of these things. So you actually have opportunities to look at higher value kind of agriculture that might want to absorb this compost. The third thing I want to conclude with is about plastics. Now, we have, because we talked of life, there's a lot of conversation about the new laws where 16 plastic types were banned, single-use plastics. Personally, I believe Haryana should even go above that and ban several other kinds of plastics. For example, why do you need plastic iCards? Because when those fade, it's difficult to recycle them, and they're going into various waterways and creating microplastics. But I think more importantly, when we're looking at life, we have a lot of artisanal skills in Haryana. And it's important to use those to create alternatives. Whether you're looking at patals, whether you're looking at weaving, whether you're looking at a range of things. And I know we have less time, but I think to marry traditional skills with new design to displace plastics could actually be a great way for Haryana to actually reduce its carbon footprint. And also many of these plastics are not recyclable. So again, they'll end up on landfills. So I think a whole new paradigm and a whole new way of, in fact, making strategic plans for life will mitigate our waste, our solid waste.
Thank you, Bharti. And moving further, now we have 2 dignitaries from the UNFCCC Secretariat. So I would like to first request for response of Mr. Nalin Shrivastava, that given the situation, because you have worked at the ground level also, you have been worked as a Forest Service officer in India, and now you are working at the UNFCCC Secretariat, and you are really you can say the further at the global level, tackling the various issues, addressing that what should be the policy direction towards addressing the climate change issues. And especially when we see one of the small example, we saw that at the forestry level or agroforestry level, there is really a challenge related to the transaction costs in supporting to the governments in designing the document and really getting the company, you can say, incentives to the farmers. So what policy directions you think that in what way UNFCCC support in this direction, and especially when Haryana is taking initiatives for Mission Life and for this 6 intersectoral or interdisciplinary areas related to the land, water, energy, afforestation, ecology, and waste to wealth. So I would like to have your response. I think, can you
thank you, Vivekji, and good evening, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here at this event. I wasn't expecting to be amongst the panel, but anyway, it's really very heartening to see so much progress being made in Haryana on various fronts, especially on agroforestry, which is extremely, probably to me, the most important initiative so far as protecting forests is concerned. And it is really a pleasure to be able to interact with you on this. To me, the most important thing so far as forest is concerned is to reduce the pressure on forest. I think that's the key critical component. I mean, of course, we understand that agroforestry has tremendous benefits overall in terms of providing livelihoods, providing carbon sequestration, and also, protecting soil and so on. But in terms of, from our perspective, one of the important initiatives that the UNFCCC has been able to implement or has been able to kind of, come up with in the past decade or so is RED+, which stands for Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Degradation and Sustainable Forest Management. And that is an initiative that's aimed at supporting countries in reducing deforestation and degradation at the international level in developing countries. And one of the primary challenges in doing so is to, support, the local communities in terms of their livelihoods, but at the same time, being able to reduce the pressure on forests. And that is where I believe the role of agroforestry and trees outside forests and all these initiatives really plays a critical role because, as has been recognized in the Paris Agreement, the role of forest in, as acting as global sink is absolutely invaluable. I mean, there's in order to achieve the 2 degree or 1.5 degree goal, whichever we are in a position to achieve, we need to be able to capture carbon. And therefore, as we have seen, we have to be carbon negative from 2050 onwards. And in this context, it is critical that we are able to, protect the forests that we have and to maybe enhance them in ways that we're able to offset all of our emissions going forward, maybe 2050 onwards. And that's a big challenge, especially in developing countries.
Yeah. Thank you, Nalinji. And I will move now to Additional Chief Secretary Shri Vineet Gargji, who has a vast experience in various sectors and is, I think, largely on the energy sector and also on the water sector. So I would like to ask that, given the scenario in the energy sector, what future or role you see that what initiatives Haryana should take to contributing towards India's target of having a carbon neutral by 2070 or maybe net zero by 2070, and in what way the clean energy pathways Haryana should adopt?
Thank you, Vivek. First, in the energy sector, what I would like to point out is the stubble burning has been one of the, the difficult areas for Haryana. But we have done a good job this year. There has been 50% reduction in stubble burning this year. And what we have done is we have, set up power plants based on biomass. We have set up a bioethanol plant that is IOC has set up. So we have diverted lot of stubble to these areas, and which has resulted in reduction in the stubble burning, and which helps us in the energy needs of the country. So that has been possible because of the initiatives taken by the government to subsidize, or you can say the in rather subsidize the farmers in the cost which the stubble harvesting requires. So we have given an incentive of rupees 1000 per acre to the farmers, so that they can use the stubble management techniques either in situ or ex situ, and then utilize that stubble for our energy needs. So this is one area which I think has a bright future, particularly for a agrarian state like Haryana. Secondly, as Madam Bharti talked about the solid waste management, so she concentrated on the composting part, but we can, work on the waste to energy part also. So we have already set up one plant in Sonipat district, where we are producing now energy from the waste. So we segregate the waste in three components: the inert, the compost, and then the organic material, which is used, particularly the plastics, which is used for the energy generation. So we have a 10 megawatt plant there now in Sonipat, which is working in that area. So that again helps us in the combined objective of managing our solid waste and simultaneously producing the power from that. So further what we are doing is, the cities in Haryana are not so big. So it is not possible, viable to have separate solid waste management plants for each city. So we are combining 2 to 3 cities, and then we are, setting up a solid waste management plant for them. So we have divided the state into 13 such zones, and we are setting up solid waste management plants for these 13 zones. So we have already set up plants for 5 zones, and we are in the process of, tendering out the rest, so that this land filling part will, stop. So we will be utilizing this solid waste for our, we will be recycling this solid waste for our needs. Similarly, for the liquid waste management. So for the liquid waste management, we are setting up the, STPs. Now we have more capacity than what is the generation every year. So now it is, we move to the second stage of improving the quality of that sewage treatment. And once we achieve that, then the pollution level in the rivers goes down. So we have already achieved a good, results in this regard. And with the further management of these solid waste, liquid waste management plants, we will be able to reduce further the pollution which is reaching the rivers. So if you see the Yamuna river, when it enters Delhi, it is not so bad. But the major problems comes within the Delhi. So we would be able to improve it still further with our efforts. And in particularly this regard, we are exploring, decentralized STPs. So now that is, within a society, you have a STP plant which is underground, and you treat this liquid waste of that particular society there itself, and use the treated water in the lawns of that or parks of that society. So that is the latest concept which has been successfully tested in Japan, and we are trying to explore to replicate it in Haryana. So these are some of the methods where we are, able to...
Just to add to one more question, since you have a vast experience of working in the industry and now also being forest and environment sector also. Now, given the challenge of urbanization, and how will you ensure that new cities or new constructions which are coming up, especially in the NCR region and whether, how to provide a cleaner environment to the citizens, because how to ensure they get the clean drinking water, they get the clean air to breathe. So what initiatives, when we talk of the mission life, needs to be taken when we talk of the future roadmap?
Vivek, as I said, main is this, stubble. So once we take care of that, the air pollution level is addressed to a very great extent. And similarly, we are moving towards electric vehicles. We have already announced our electric vehicle policy. So we will try to cater to the vehicular pollution also. And similarly, for the liquid waste, I've already told you the steps which we are taking. So once we address these, I think the various areas of pollution related to water or solid waste or air all gets taken care of. So, but it is a slow process. All these things take time. So we will need some time before we can really claim that we have done a good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I quickly turned over to Shri Jagdish Chandraji, who is responsible for ensuring that sustainability of forest and forest management, and also ensuring that how the tree cover outside the forest area needs to be. Very quickly, Jagdish Chandraji, though we have already talked a lot about the forestry and other initiatives, just what policy measures or innovations you foresee to implement so that we meet the objectives of the mission life?
Vivek, see, as far as the forests are concerned, we need to maintain those forest areas almost inviolate areas, in the sense because the forests are home to about 80% of territorial biodiversity, and they are home to about 70% of agriculture diversity. So you cannot really touch the forest, and therefore you see there is huge gap between the demand and supply of wood. Wood is good, trees are better, forests are the best, and wood is still better than any other construction material. So you need to have wood to meet the timber requirement, the fuel wood requirement, and therefore the fodder requirement and the requirement of industries, paper industries. Therefore, you need to have wood, and the only alternative left with us is to go in for agroforestry. And agroforestry, you see, it is a win-win situation. On one hand, will be reducing pressure on the natural forests. On the other hand, will be fighting the climate change, and third, that farmers will be getting additional income.
Thank you, Jagdish, for sharing your observations and future roadmap. And I think before I take a final one, key message or takeaway from our panelists, from the audience, if there is any observation or comments. Yeah, Mr. Deepak Srivastava. I think we can pass on the mic.
First of all, I think congratulations to the team Haryana that lot of good and vibrant things are coming to the forefront, like pioneering the agroforestry. I would like to have just want a piece of information, because stubble burning was talked a lot, and it is a problem. In fact, when you promote agroforestry on a larger scale, in a state like Tamil Nadu, we are going to promote agroforestry on a larger scale, and we have developed a model called multifunctional agroforestry system, which contains trees of some 17, 18 forestry species, and we are practicing their precision silviculture to, you can say, shorten the rotation period. Now, a lot of dendrobious biomass will get accumulated. One piece of information what I want is, there are two ways of doing it. One is that you convert this biomass into pellets and feed it. Another, I read somewhere that in Yamunanagar, there is a biomass power plant which takes the entire, you can say the dendrobiomass as such. You need not convert into pelletization. You need not do the pelletization. So we want just a piece of information on that, so that whatever dendrobiomass is created as a part of the agroforestry, we can immediately feed and have a 10 megawatt biomass based power plant in each blocks of Tamil Nadu.
I think your information is absolutely correct. Presently, we have around 120 megawatts of such power plants in Haryana, which are totally based on biomass, and you don't need to do any treatment of that. You just feed the biostock as such in that plants.
Thank you.
I would like to add what ACS has said. Apart from what he has said, you see, for other things for which we can use this stubble. Number one, fodder. If it is basmati fodder is very well consumed by cattle. It is other than the basmati varieties for which there is a problem. And then you see there is one mushroom which is called paddy mushroom, Easter mushroom. Even if you are able to utilize 1% of that, it will solve our nutritional problem. You see, sustainable development goals, they talk about double burden of nutrition. Calories one side, and then see the minerals and nutrition on the other side. And you see, mushrooms are the only source of vitamin D for vegetarians. So fodder and then mushroom growing apart from power generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jagdish ji. And I think
thank you, and congrats to Team Haryana for presenting excellently and even enriching the knowledge of the most of the people present here and joining online. So just one small point, like Gagsa mentioned that we have reduced this stable burning to the level of 50% this year, and it appears a reality because we have not seen much news about this in newspaper that Haryana is responsible for this air pollution in Delhi, because we are the ultimate sufferer. Because how you achieved that by making awareness to farmers or giving some money to them like that? How you have achieved that? This is just one point.
I think it is combination of everything what you have said. First is, everything works on economics. So if the farmers find it, profitable only, then they will shift to this. So what we did was we incentivized them with the 1,000 rupees per acre. And then since you have now power plants and bioethanol plant and some other industries also, they have boilers which use this biostock. So now we have generated a demand for that product. So now that product is selling at say rupees 4 per kg. So paddy straw is being sold at that rate. So they get the profit now. So if a rough estimate is made, in 1 acre you have around 10,000 rupees of paddy straw which can be sold, and your expenditure is around 7,000. So you save around 3,000 per acre on paddy straw if you manage it well.
Thank you. I think before I turn to the panelists for final one key message, I would also request Shri P.R. Siag ji, who is also from the UNFCCC Secretariat, to have some key message for the entire session on behalf of UNFCCC. Can you pass on the mic, please?
Yeah, thank you, Vivek, very much. I'm very glad to be here, and it's very interesting we have such a profound debate from Haryana Pavilion, India Pavilion Haryana team. One thing what can I talk of? One is the removals thing which is happening, a market mechanism, which if potentially implemented in the right way, will in future enable an automatic flow of money to farmers for the trees they grow. So the amount of that money could be small, because it depends on the global carbon price, which is very low as of now, but in the future it could be $50 a ton, it could be $25 definitely a ton. Depending on that, if a mechanism based on Internet of Things or what is called digital MRV is agreed, then you don't have to measure trees. The farmers only have to make sure that they grow trees and the trees are preserved, and they should be able to get automatically in their bank account some money from registered carbon projects. That's a kind of dreamlike project, but I think it's also feasible if the mechanism agrees on this. So there's just one heads up. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we really had a very good panel discussion. If there are no further, yeah, please. Yeah, okay.
So I was just wanted to know what steps are we actually taking, what are being planned for the local community to do community forest management, as we know that the pioneers of, you're the pioneers of basically forest, joint forest management, and we know that, you are on those steps. So what is it that, because I was just checking, there was this management, the first Hill Resource Management Society, which was formed in, I didn't know the name, I've just checked, I think it's Sukho Majri village. Sukho Majri village, yeah. So in the catchment of Sukhna Lake in Chandigarh. And then they were spread all over the Shivaliks. And so given the high, grazing pressure how do you think that the forest regeneration will be managed by the local communities? Sir, I
Thank
think,
you, ma'am, for that very nice question. And let me say that Sukho Majri, as you rightly said, is the birthplace of joint forest management. And the key factor for that was the water. It was water that linked those communities with forest protection. They used to graze in the forest land, and that used to create problem. So first thing that we did was to educate those people that you please go for stall feeding. So that was done, and thereafter you see we provided water. Then and now they have all cows and buffaloes. They sell a lot of milk, and a lot of prosperity is there. Now this type of concept has been repeated elsewhere in the state, and you see, based on that, I think though we are the birthplace of joint forest management, but it is now being adopted elsewhere in the world. That was initial the work that was done. Thereafter we had Haryana Community Forestry Project, which was funded by European Union, and it was implemented from 2000 to 2009. You see, the main focus was on the community capacity building, and people really did wonderful work as regards the management of common property resources on community lands, and this was addressed as one of the best project by none other than European Union. So now we are working with the communities, and communities are really doing wonderful work for the protection of common property resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just add one line to that. So what we did was we set up, social forestry infrastructure separately. So we had a DFO social forestry in addition to DFO territorial in each district. And he was looking after this social forestry project and making these kind of joint management committees for carrying out this project.
Yeah, thank you. And I think before we conclude, one last key message, and starting from Ms. Bharti, what key takeaways we should take further from here?
Well, all I'll say is, looking at the extravaganza of this COP27, it's quite different from previous COPs. I would say that our discussion and just our ethos, the cane chairs, the conversations we've had, I would say have less of material things. That would be my thought that I'd leave with everyone, because the less we have, the lower our footprint.
Shri Vinit Garg ji?
What I would just add to what Bharti ji has said. I was reading this booklet on life. So the life, they say mindful and deliberate utilization instead of mindless and destructive consumption. That says everything. So whatever she was saying, so that is what is replicated. And finally, I will only say from my side, we know what is to be done. Everyone knows what is to be done. It is only that we have to put it into practice and get it done. So that is what we have to do.
So basically translating into practice what we preach. And now Jagdish Chandra ji?
Well, I would say that wood is good, trees are better, and forests are the best. Let us grow more and wood, more and more wood. But the place for growing that wood is in agroforest areas, in areas outside forests, so that you grow more wood and make the carbon inactive, make it to sleep. Because if it sleeps, then definitely you are reducing the you are fighting climate change. Another thing I would say is energy. You see, energy is we need energy badly, but at the same time, overconsumption of energy is also a problem. So let us go for energy efficient techniques. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Key message from Nalin ji.
Just very quickly, thank you very much for making part of this panel. I think the steps that are being taken are indeed praiseworthy, and something like what India needs right now. What we need to do in order to respond to the challenge of climate change is to preserve our forest, and that can be done, as we all saw, by enabling the local communities, putting in place robust mechanisms for benefit sharing, capacity building, awareness raising, and just empowering them to undertake forest conservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone, and for making this session is interesting, and even we stretched beyond the allocated time also, and I thank everyone for having the patience of listening to us. Thank you. I think we can have